Andrew is not going to be joining us.
Okay.
2, 3. Perfect.
And
We're good.
yes, Catherine's here. Great. Okay, so just let me know if you see that Nat. Oh, there, Nat. Welcome.
There I am.
Great. All right, now we're set. All right. Special treatment for our favorite.
I was running.
All right, welcome to the February 13th meeting of the Nantucket Planning Board. We are conducting this meeting by Zoom webinar and remote participation pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order regarding open meeting law. Board members, please acknowledge your presence when I call your name. Dave Iverson,
Muted.
Here.
Nat Lowell,
Here.
Barry Rector,
Here.
Joe Topham,
Here.
and let's see, alternates. I think we have a full slate. Wonderful. Carl Borchert.
Here.
Abby Molina. One day I'm going to get that right, Abby. I'm sorry. It's a tongue twister for me.
Okay, I'm here.
Great. And Stephen Welch.
Hey, John.
Hello, welcome. And for staff, Meg Trudell, land use specialist.
Hi, I'm here.
Catherine Nancero, administration specialist.
Here.
And I believe Leslie will be joining us in a few. Leslie Snell. Okay. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Hi.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, 4 minutes. I believe you have 4, but we are only going to be approving the January 9th, open for discussion if anybody has questions or comments. The other December 12th, 2022, January 12th, 2023, and January 26th, 2023 will be slated for our March meeting. So with that, is there any discussion or corrections or additions that you see in the January 9th, 2023 meeting? Minutes, sorry.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Hi.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to second dwellings. I will note that for second dwellings and tertiary dwellings, I will have to recuse myself from 307 Pulpus Road for both of those, as one of the applicants is a coworker, so I will be recusing. I would ask that I can, well, Meg, can I still run that if I'm recusing, or do I have to hand this over to Dave to run?
You
If
could
you're gonna
pull one out.
Yeah, you can pull those 2 out. I mean, there's only 3 total, so I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
vote on the one McLean tertiary and then hand it over to Dave for both approvals for
Yeah.
307.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Okay, so we're gonna jump right to the tertiary dwelling. Matthew Moransky, 1 McLean. I will entertain a motion.
Motion
Make a
to
motion
approve.
approve.
Go ahead, Joe.
Second.
All right, motion been made by Joe to approve, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye. Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Hi.
and the chair votes aye. And now I will hand this over to Dave for the 307 Pulpus Road secondary dwelling, and also the 307 Pulpus Road tertiary dwelling.
Okay. Thanks, John. Can we take these together, Meg, or no? They have to be separate because they're 2 different things on the same property.
You can take them together.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to take these 2 together, please.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Second.
All right, moved by Joe, seconded by Barry, I think, or was it?
Barry, you're fine.
Okay. Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well. So unanimous. I think that's it. John can come back.
Am I on? Hello?
You're on. John,
Mhm.
can we
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
pull 5 Orange Street just for an explanation, please? I had
Okay.
some phone calls that people were confused about that.
Sure.
Thank you.
So we are on A&Rs. As Dave said, we're going to pull out of this vote 5 Orange Street, both for the revised 4181L and lot line configuration. So unless there are other members that have issues with other ones, I'll read them all off and approve them under one. Any other members with issues or recusals? Seeing none, Houlihan Swift Rock LLC, 28 Swift Rock Road, Hinkley Lane, 2010, Nantucket Trust, Richard K. Lubin trustee, 6 Hinkley Lane, Little Naughty LLC, 1 Farm View Drive, Gerald Jones, 152 Main Street, Ara Charter Trustee et al., 121 Orange Street, the Allen Huntington Breed Revocable Trust of 2004, and the Robert Taylor Breen Revocable Trust of 2004, 11 and 13 Westchester Street. Is there a motion?
Motion to endorse the applications as submitted.
Second,
Motion's been made to endorse by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to 5 Orange Street. Dave has asked for a little bit more, I guess, detail or explanation. Go
yeah.
ahead, Dave.
Yeah, just on one of the plans, there was a lot of lots drawn out, and I just wanted to make sure it was clear on what exactly was going on there.
Let me pull the plan up. I'll do my best to explain. I know Stephen Cohen is repping this application. I don't see him on yet, so if we can see if we have further questions, but hold on. So this is a step 2. We do the A&L 4181L first, which is lot 6 and 4 combined, lot 3 and 5 combined. It's my understanding that these unbuildable lots are being created after the A&R for the 4181L is being approved, so that it gives the property owner the flexibility to convey parcels from one lot to the other. So the net gain is still 1 buildable lot. There will never be more than 2 buildable lots total for this site based on the 4181L regulations.
Thanks, Meg. I just wanted to make that clear because I got some phone calls about all the extra lots shown and just wanted to be clear on what was going on there.
Okay, any other board members, questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that, well, before I do that, there's 2 hands raised out there, and I know we don't normally take public comment for this, so I don't know if they're point of order. They're not. Thank you, Megan, for ascertaining that. So back to where I was. Make a motion we approve for endorsement.
Second,
Okay, motion made to endorse by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you all. Now on to previous plans. Van Gilder subdivision. This is for the endorsement of legal docs. Meg?
So included with your packet were some draft legal documents for you to approve for endorsement. My only suggestion, I believe Mr. Glidden has been away, so he hasn't been able to get back to me with this correction, was to incorporate language specific to that spike strip lot. I don't know if you recall
Yep.
the details of the subdivision, but we included that spike strip lot so that it wouldn't automatically provide access to that abutting lot. It'll need to come back to you for review before there's any roadway expansion potential. So that's the reason why it's there. And I think language needs to be added to some of the legal documents just to reiterate that. In my opinion, it's a simple language change that could be handled between the applicant's attorney and staff, and we just won't put out the documents for you to sign until that change is reflected.
Okay, board members?
So I'll make
Go
a-
ahead, Barry,
Yeah, unless, do you have discussion, John, or? you
no,
ready for it? Okay.
I don't believe this is,
right,
yeah.
so
nobody's
I'll-
raised.
I'll make a motion that the board endorses this with the understanding that if there are some things that need to be cleaned up in the language, that can be handled administratively between staff and the applicant before the board signs the final legal documents. And I know staff will keep us up to date on that.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, John.
Okay, motion been made to endorse by Barry with staff cooperation, I guess, for language, and seconded by Joe. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, still, we're at previous plans, Woodland Hill subdivision. This is for a partial release of escrow. Meg, would you describe or explain?
Yes. So the applicant in this case for the Woodland Hill subdivision has, for the most part, completed the paving. They're requesting that that portion of the performance security bond be released back to them. $66,000 was the original estimate back, I believe it was 2019. Mr. Pesci did go ahead and inspect the property and had a few comments about the sewer manhole covers being brought to grade. So he said, explained to me that that involves some cutting of the existing paving and some repaving work to be completed. His estimate is that that would cost approximately $7,500. So his recommendation would be to withhold $7,500 from the $66,000, thereby requesting that you release back to the applicant $58,500.
Meg, I just have a question. So Ed Pesci's, I guess, estimate for $7,500 would be for the completion with the manholes, et cetera. But would we normally just hold back the actual amount? I mean, if this was held up a month, a year, or whatever, would we ask for more than the actual face value of what we're looking to complete for the escrow amount?
So normally escrow amounts are determined based on the estimated amount plus 20%. In this case, construction costs and labor costs have skyrocketed since 2019 when these original estimates were provided. So that's why Mr. Pesci recommended the extra, I believe it was 25%. So his actual estimate was $6,000
Okay,
based on a similar job that had happened recently in a different area.
that
But he
explains.
recommended adding that extra
So
25%.
this is reflective of the increase. I'm fine.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. Board members, any questions, discussion, Joe?
No, sorry. My bad. Clicked the wrong button.
Okay. While we have you, Joe, are you making a motion?
Motion to approve based on the comments.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to endorse and with the comments from Joe, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. All right. So we are, the next one, again, I apologize, I'm going to recuse myself from 5 Macy Lane. And I asked that just because I have a relationship with the owner. So I will recuse and let Dave take over.
Thanks, John. So this is just about a minor modification about the location of the kitchen and storage, correct, Megan?
Yep, that's correct. And John Brusher is here in case you have any more detailed questions. He represents the applicant. But essentially what happened was there was some language that talks about in the MCD modification where the actual intent of the proposal was to convert the upstairs dining area into apartments, which did happen. But there was some descriptive language talking about repositioning where the kitchen's located and the storage area is located that never actually happened. So it's our opinion that it's not material to the ask that was originally proposed or to the decision, but it is language that should be cleaned up, which is why it's before you for a minor modification. So the suggestion is to make the finding associated with minor modifications that the proposed language change does not materially affect the findings and conditions upon which the planning board's previous decisions were based, with no further conditions to that decision.
Any questions from the board?
Mm-mm.
I would entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion at this point that, first of all, that there's a finding that the language doesn't materially affect the findings and conclusions that the board based its previous decisions on. With that finding, I believe that's all you need, isn't there? Yeah, perfect.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and Vice Chair's aye as well. That is unanimous.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Moving on, 31 Fairgrounds Road. This is a progress discussion and request for lot release. Meg?
So let me bring over Arthur Reed and Billy Cassidy. Arthur actually requested that this item be on the agenda. I don't think there's going to be a lot request as a part of this progress update. It's just to let the board know kind of where things stand. There's some paperwork that needs to be cleaned up before it can progress any further. Further permits can be issued. Not a huge deal, but a cleanup in our opinion that does need to happen. So I think I kind of summed it up as concisely as I could in the staff report.
If you can put over Arthur, welcome, Arthur.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Megan, could you also, if he's on the, if he's on as a participant, could you bring over Art Gasparo as well? He's with us on this.
Yes.
Let me explain the situation on this. I think it will take a little bit of discussion. I represented Fairgrounds Common LLC, which was the entity that Billy Cassidy was involved with forming, which was the applicant, and the members of the Coffin family were the owners at the time that this application for subdivision went through the planning board. And after the approval was obtained, the agreement for the purchase of the property was assigned to Housing Nantucket, NHA Properties, Inc. And the Coffin family actually sold the property directly to NHA Properties, Inc., which then followed up with a restriction placed on the property for the benefit of the town of Nantucket, requiring the property to be used for affordable rental housing at various levels of affordability. And that was followed by a mortgage by Housing Nantucket, the legal name of which is NHA Properties, Inc., to the town of Nantucket Affordable Housing Trust. And the Affordable Housing Trust has advanced funds to the project for the purchase and for the construction of improvements on the site. Now, as I mentioned, this is entirely a rental project. The usual reason for and concern with security for subdivision improvements to be made is that the buyers of lots obviously should never be placed in a position in which the developer has not completed the infrastructure, and therefore they don't have practical use of their lots. That's not the case here. It's a single project which is going to remain into the indefinite future as a project in single ownership. Now, meanwhile, the only role that Fairgrounds Common LLC continues to have in this is that they've been contracted with by Housing Nantucket to handle and manage the construction of the project. And basically my involvement in the thing as counsel pretty much went by the wayside when the property was purchased by Housing Nantucket. Now, as a practical, and the plan was signed by the planning board and released. No covenant or statement of conditions of subdivision approval has ever actually been put on record with regard to the property. That may be an oversight, but in any event, the board released the plan without there being any covenant or statement of conditions. Now, as a practical matter, in connection with the construction of this project, it makes little sense to do the roadway and other infrastructure improvements until the buildings have been constructed. It will be much more efficient for the construction to take place, and that to be followed by the completion of the physical infrastructure for the subdivision. We can arrange, I'm sure, with Housing Nantucket. They will have to sign, and obviously will also have to be signed off on by the town, or strictly speaking by the Town of Nantucket Affordable Housing Trust, on all of the necessary documents. Once again, I would see that as being pretty much routine. And there's no need, and I think this was recognized at the time of the original approval, there's no need for the other usual subdivision documents, homeowners association and the like, in a situation where the lots are all going to remain in common ownership. And I believe the decision actually contemplated that no such documents would be needed unless and until the properties were put out into, the separate lots were put out into separate ownership. The other issue that's out there is the, and I know that will be raised, is the question of the open space and the disposition of that. Billy Cassidy has been in contact with the land bank about this. The question as to whether it will be a conservation restriction, or, as I think might be more appropriate, for the land bank to take title to the open space parcels in the subdivision, because that's, I think, a cleaner way of handling it rather than a conservation restriction, which takes time to get approved. And what we're really dealing with is effectively a park for the benefit of the public rather than conservation land per se. It is not now and never will be unspoiled open space with the type of vegetation that you would expect in a conservation area. But we can work on all of that. It's something that has to be done. Billy is working on it, and we expect that it'll be able to be accomplished. And we also expect cooperation from Housing Nantucket. Obviously, they need to do that in order to put all the paperwork in place on this. Where we would like to see this wind up would be that they would put on record the statement of conditions with a copy of the planning board decision and the covenant, and that all of the building lots would be released from the covenant to eliminate any question about the issuance of building permits, so that the project can be built out. Leave the covenant in place with regard to the open space and roadway lots. That the infrastructure would in any event have to be completed prior to the issuance of COs for the buildings on the property. And that meanwhile, the disposition of the open space by conservation restriction or by fee conveyance would be dealt with in the very near future. As I mentioned, Billy is here and Art is here. And they can help, I hope, answer any questions about this situation. And once again, what is going to have to be done on this is really going to be in the hands, although we'll facilitate in every respect, of Housing Nantucket and the Town of Nantucket Affordable Housing Trust.
Thank you, Arthur. Board members, any questions? Okay,
I left everybody speechless.
you know, Arthur, just to summarize, it sounds like
Okay.
everything's going according to plan. However, there's a couple of missing pieces of paperwork that need to be filled out for all the,
Right.
you know, dotting the i's and crossing the t's. So I don't have
Right.
anything specifically to add. There are no changes or something that are different from the original application or the intent of the application. So if this is, we've been using the term housekeeping more than not, but if this is really just going from A to B and et cetera, then I'm okay with this. Dave, was your hand raised or are you?
My hand is raised, but Megan's is as well. Let's let Megan go first, and then if that clears it up, I'll pull my hand down.
Go ahead, Meg.
I think that, yes, this is housekeeping, but I just want to be clear that the staff's perspective on this is not to release all lots with no estimates or timeline or anything like that. The expectation would be to clean up the paperwork issues, reevaluate what's going on, what has been done, what has been completed, what estimates are out there, to take a look at what type of bond would need to be put up, as is with all subdivisions, in order to move this project forward. So that is what the staff's perspective is on.
Right, and I apologize if I was if I was confused or sounding confused, which I always am. But I thought this was more or less just a progress discussion and not necessarily that you expected a vote from the board to release anything or monies or things like that. Barry?
So Meg, would it help to maybe, just bear with me for a minute, would it help to continue this for a month's worth of time and get all these timeframes and schedules locked in, and then just update the board on it?
I don't know if anything needs to be continued. I think it was a progress update. I don't know if Arthur's looking for a vote on anything. I think I was just.
I kind of got
clear
that
about
sense a little bit. Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear about what our expectations are from a staff perspective, and I didn't want there to be any confusion about that.
And I appreciate that. And like I said, if you need the board to help push or facilitate that process, I would just want to make sure that this may be a good time to get that done. But I'm not hearing so at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. David, your stand?
Yeah,
hands raised?
so I just want to be clear with what Arthur said. So it's Arthur's contention, and I'm not arguing it, is that this is Housing Nantucket's housekeeping to be done with the support of Billy and yourself.
Part of
Is
it?
that-
Yes,
is that-
that's
Is that accurate?
that's exactly my understanding. I would raise one point on this, that obviously it's not an issue that we need to make a decision on right now, but I don't believe that any sort of bond is necessary or appropriate in this situation. Basically, what you would be doing would be taking a bond, but you'd be taking funds from either Housing Nantucket or the source of the funds, which is the Town of Nantucket Affordable Housing Trust. And I don't see any benefit to the planning process or to the project or to the town in any way from requiring that to be done. I think that the point is that this should be put on the right course for the permanent, all to be in proper condition and be able to go forward with the project in that fashion.
Arthur, is there a timetable for this? Are we expecting this to be rectified in the next 2 weeks, month, for our next meeting?
I would hope we'd be able to do it as soon as possible. We haven't, at least I haven't had any conversation as yet with Housing Nantucket. Again, they're the ones that'll be signing the documents. We may be in the role of helping to prepare them, although they're represented by their own counsel. But I would hope that this would be proceeding as quickly as possible. Billy is definitely on the case in terms of dealing with the open space conveyance or restriction, and we'll move forward with that as much as we can. And obviously we'll need to talk with Housing Nantucket about all aspects of the project.
Okay, so there really isn't an action deadline. This is just an update for discussion on
No.
previous plans. So Meg, if you're comfortable where we don't need a formal vote to continue, then I think unless there are other questions or comments from the board, I would say thank you very much, Arthur and Billy.
Perfect.
Thank you very much for listening to us, and we'll obviously be in further contact.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
Okay, moving on, we are on Sandpiper Meadows, Richmond Great Point Development LLC. This is an issue for parking discussion, and I believe there's a tow lot that is being asked to consider. Meg?
Yes, sorry, I lost you guys for a minute there. My
It's
Zoom
okay. Mhm.
rebooted itself. Let me bring over Andrew Burek, Phil Paston, and Dave Arminetti. I know they wanted to speak with you all about potentially creating a tow lot to mitigate some parking issues they're seeing over in Sandpiper Place and Meadows. The tow lot would be located off site. I think in terms of a vote, they're just asking for your general support of the concept before they kind of pursue the offsite lot through the select board, but I will let them make that presentation to you.
Great, thank you. Welcome, gentlemen. And I'm not sure who is speaking, but go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Andrew Burek with the Richmond
Hi.
Company, members of the board. Hope you're all doing well this afternoon. We submitted a memo through Megan for the planning staff packet for this February meeting, particularly for the purposes of drawing your attention to our subdivision in a way that's not the usual, which is, you know, all the great progress going on, all the families living in our housing, you know, amongst the apartments and the single family homes, you know, the former Kowalaki menagerie of properties becoming a real neighborhood back there. But to give you some insight into what we see as some burgeoning problems, which is, you know, as you bring families, households, occupants into a particular area, in particular an area that was planned for this much density, you do start to see some conflicts, disputes, and problems. As is typical with the subdivisions on Nantucket, and this is consistent with the article that Arthur was just talking about, or excuse me, the agenda item Arthur was just talking about. You know, we formed our HOA. We are managing the property the multifamily apartment property in accordance with our subdivision and special permit approvals. But we see as we continue to bring on housing, bedrooms, that the most glaring problem we have here is the availability of off-street parking, residents following rules for off-street parking, following other related rules for the subdivisions that were put in place and meant to be restrictions that really just tend to aid to the quality of life and quality of living in the subdivision. So we included a memo in your packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it. That was really the intention of bringing about just more light and clarity to these problems and a potential way to mitigate those issues. So one potential solution we've been discussing at great length with the planning staff and with other members of the town of Nantucket has been to seek from the select board an area within Nantucket outside of town, at least some ways, in order to utilize it for an impound lot for vehicles that could be towed, because short of slapping people with violations or insisting that they just play nice and follow the rules, we've found that the only effective way for us to manage the parking disputes and other issues would be for people to lose the privilege of having their car, at least for a short duration of time. So we wanted to invite your comments on that particular item and seek your support as we, matriculate this issue through the relevant town boards, including the select board.
Great, thank you very much, Andrew. Board members, questions to Andrew or Bill or Dave?
I might as well say something, John, real quick.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna, I'm sorry to cut you off now.
No, go ahead.
Hold on. I was just wondering,
Yep.
looking at, has there been issues already that you've had to deal with, that you've had to resort to towing and abandoned vehicles or anything of that nature so far? I know you're still in the works for construction, but obviously a considerable amount has been done already and there are residents living there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Phil Paston speaking. We have experienced a number of issues, mainly because of the lack of parking globally. From the apartment side, we have people that are overhoused, which we try to control what they're allowed to have people in their dwellings. And when you have more people than you legally should have in your dwelling, you have more cars, and we don't have the cars for those people. So the only way for us to manage it is to sticker them, tell them they're violating, and ask them to not do it again. And without any kind of hammer, it just continues to happen. And we have people who are taking other people's parking spaces that they're not legally allowed to take. So what happens is we can engage with them, we give them 2 or 3 warnings, and it just goes nowhere. So when we do try to approach them, it gets fairly aggressive with some of them. They just don't care. They pay a lot in rent. They deserve that. They should be able to have parking. We tell them we have a system. Is your license on that particular space? And they say yes. And then we check it out and they're not. And it's just, without a hammer, there's no way to begin to handle it on the apartment side. On the single family home side, we have people who are spending a lot of money for their homes, and they are upset that they can't have people come and visit and park on the street in the designated areas, or that they own more than 2 cars and they don't, and they're not, and our HOA doesn't allow them to have trucks in their spot. And they say, look, we've spent a lot of money on our property. We don't care. And, oh, by the way, we may have more people living in our house. We don't care. And they have cars. And so we ask them the same questions, and they don't do anything. And sometimes that gets aggressive. So in our opinion, the only way to manage this, and we're under 50% occupied in our development, is to have a hammer that allows them to find another place to park and not break the law. And that would be a situation where we're proposing is $300 fine. And you'd have to go and spend that money to get your car back. And $150 of that dollars would go to the police department to support their time and effort. And the other would go to the towing company. And then get granular here, we would have a set time once, twice, or 3 times a week where you could come reclaim your car if you pay the penalty. And we would have police support there to do it, to make sure it stays, polite. So that's essentially what we're trying to get your support on when we go to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Nat, did you want to comment?
The first question you asked, John, that was one of my questions, what you asked, so I'll skip that one and go to, I don't think we've ever done this before. If Leslie's on right now, but I don't remember ever having a conversation like this about any development of any kind. But I think it makes sense. I mean, it sounds like they wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary. This isn't something you want to broadcast. And you know what I mean? It's not something that you're like proud to have a problem with. So I think that supporting this probably, makes sense. It probably has some room for adjustment over time. But I think that I think what they're trying to do is probably the best solution right now.
Okay, Dave?
I just wanted to say I support this idea. I think that as we approve high density developments with, in my opinion, is less than the parking that we need, and you know, it's just a necessity of what we're doing right now. That the developer needs to have the tools to enforce the parking restrictions, or it will just, as we've seen in many places, become just a frenzy of activity. So I support this. I hope that they won't need to do it for long. Hopefully the message will get out and it will clean up the problem.
Thanks, Dave. Barry?
You can go to Joe. I'll wait a minute.
Joe, your hand's up. Go ahead.
I agree with what Dave said. I think if you don't have this tool in place, then something really bad's going to happen. So I think, give enough warnings and then be able to, kind of show that you are able to remove a car or give them a fine, I think makes a lot of sense. And they'll understand if they come in there that they need to kind of abide by the rules. So, yeah, I don't remember knowing anything of another development that has this in place, but I've heard a lot of people that do have a couple of houses that parking does become a problem, and I think they would like to have this tool in place. So seeing such a large development, I think this would be a very wise and professional way to go about it, rules and regs and steps that they would have to take. So yeah, I am for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry?
Thank you. When I sat on this when we were going through the whole subdivision phase of getting this whole thing up and rolling, I always envisioned this as one very large scale neighborhood project where all the pieces do have to work together. And that's right. But this is one of the first things we've ever done on this large a scale on Nantucket. But it was for all the right reasons to wind up doing it. I did have the pleasure of talking to Mr. Burke and Mr. Paston about this as well too. It's too bad it's gotten to this stage of having to get into this level of enforcement. But make no mistake about it, as this neighborhood continues to grow as well too, there needs to be something in place. And it's just sad that you've got some neighbors in there who are not playing well with everyone else. You've got great neighbors for the most part, and there's just some who just are flaunting things, and that needs to be addressed. And I understand there comes a point where the verbal part of it is over, and now you need to get to a stage of like, okay, we need to be a little bit more aggressive about dealing with this because you don't want to listen. So I am supportive of this. Just something I want to throw out maybe through staff. I don't know if we want to just put a tickle note in there that maybe 3 years from now, 2 years from now, we revisit it, just see where it's at. There might come a point where we don't have to do this anymore. But I think it is worth revisiting at some stage just to see where things are at. So I don't know, Megan, Leslie, you sat in on this thing. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about a little revisit time?
To revisit I think I'm frozen. To revisit the potential parking lot discussion, or excuse me, tow lot discussion.
Yeah. Do you want to just?
No, excuse me, Barry. I don't know if we're looking for a vote. I think it's more or less just a vote of confidence, or from the idea portion of it to present to the select board as a letter of support, not necessarily a vote where we have a special permit or something that we have to revisit in a period of time. If it gets to that point where something's added where we do have a vote, then we can do that.
I hear you. I just, these I think it's prudent just to look at revisit these things every so often.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
think
kind of
we'll
see
leave
where
it open
things-
because maybe something will come up prior to 3 years, 1 year, or 6 months, and we'll have a discussion about that. I don't want to put a particular time period on something that we're actually not voting on.
And that's fine. I don't want to hamper that in any way, shape, or form. I just wanted to throw it out as a potential, but I am supportive of what they're
Mhm.
trying to accomplish here as
Thank you.
well.
And I'll make it unanimous. I'm supportive of this. I will give a little instance of, for an example, I had a private lot and I had people that were just parking their cars there and then abandoning their cars down. And then next thing there were rusted trailers that were parked there. And I called the police to see what could be done about towing this. And it actually put the burden on myself to remove it because there aren't too many laws that when someone parks on private property, you have the ability to get the municipal, police involved to do the towing. And this is something that is really going to be proactive from the developer to hopefully start and give them a little bit, as they say, hammer or some tools to curb the extra cars and parking, because without it, it can really get out of hand, and we're only halfway through the development. So I think this is a good time, and I'll make it unanimous, as I said. So I think, from if there's something that needs to be drafted, I'll leave it to staff to say that the board has discussed this, and in principle, we are in support of it, from what I understand from the other board members and their comments. Leslie, is that something that you would recommend, or a letter of support, or is that something that just from the actions and the comments that we've made, that's enough to have Richmond go to the select board with?
I think a letter of support from the planning board would be a good thing.
Okay.
I think that is something that's needed, the tow lot.
Okay, unless Phil or Dave or Andrew, you have anything further, I'd like to have a motion from our board to issue a letter of support for your, I guess, your proposal for a off-location tow lot.
I guess I have one point.
Go ahead, Phil.
If you could also recommend what you think is reasonable for land to be utilized for this, since we're not into the day-to-day actions of the town for that, that would be very helpful.
I don't know, Steph, if we're looking to do that. I mean, from a principal standpoint, we're recommending that, or actually in supportive of your ideas. As far as having the town pick and choose and use and have the planning board, which obviously right now, we're not just going to pull anything out of the air, to cooperate with,
Well, maybe staff could work with our company to come up with a short list of parcels that could be considered. It would be a lot for us to try to pick those.
Yeah, I think that's something that you might want to bring up with the select board, only because it opens up another set of issues and can of worms, so to speak, with liability parking, damage that may result in towing the vehicle there. And then, I don't want the town to be put in a position where we're supportive of the idea and now become the person that is responsible for the liability aspect of it.
Okay, our idea was to potentially for $1 lease a portion of virgin land somewhere within the town's ownership of land in Nantucket to manage this, to have a piece of land to use this on. So at the very least, it'd be good to work with staff, so we're not recommending pieces that already have a purpose for something else.
And I think that would probably fall under the jurisdiction of the select board to be able to do that, whether it be $1 lease or anything else.
Okay, we'll start there.
But I think you have a good start getting a signed letter of recommend or support from the planning board in your concept.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, I would entertain a motion for a letter of
Hey,
support. Oh,
I
go
think
ahead.
Leslie has her hand up for clarification on a few things.
Thank you. Sorry, Leslie, I don't see that, but go ahead.
Well, I took it down. I just wanted to point out, we've already talked with the Richmond team, and I know Andrew's talked with them several times. And, we can talk with them about potential sites anytime, and we can make recommendations to the select board outside of the planning board process. I think what's important now is for you all to recommend it in concept, and then details can be hammered out at some other time that, it seems like it's going to move forward.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John,
Yes, Dave.
I think that Phil, if I could be so pushy as to suggest that this might be better off in your hands, in all honesty. I think that the police department's probably going to give pushback. And if there was a way for you to find a small lot, because I mean, how many cars do you really think you're going to tow? I can't imagine that it's going to be a huge amount. If you could find a small piece of land to fence off, and then have an independent contractor that is licensed and insured to tow cars do it, and keep it out of the town, out of the hands of the town, other than just to get their blessing, might be a better way to manage this, in all honesty.
Yeah,
Just a
we've been
suggestion.
we've been at this problem for the better part of 6 months. And again, we're in the beginning innings of this game. It's not the end.
Yeah.
And we have tried to do that, and that's just not possible. We're going to need help for land that's not being used for something else. We have no excess land for anything. We brought this accessible housing to this project for good reason, and we ended up using every piece of it to make it work. And without the help of the town lending their land, there's no land that anyone could afford to make this work.
Okay, well, hopefully the select board has some land in mind, because I think it's an important piece of your puzzle.
Okay, thank you.
I think Stephen's hands up, John.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, if I may, just a kind of a friendly comment to Phil and Andrew. I have a little experience with this, and the state has a statute on the removal of motor vehicles from private ways and the amount of fines you can assess and the holding charges. What we found, in addition to the signing that's required and obviously notifying the police when you tow, you've got to provide specific information. The fine and the fee are so paltry that it's the prohibitive nature of this is that the vehicle is not convenient to get back, which is to say perhaps that wherever it's towed, it's not like someone's sitting at a lot, and it may actually be there overnight or for longer. I'm not suggesting how you manage your affairs, but I just wanted to mention some experience we've had trying to deal with this in a couple of community associations.
Okay, thank you for that.
Dave, your hand still raised? Okay. Any other question? Barry, your hand's raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion at this point that the board send a letter of support to the selectmen, authorize the chair to sign it at this point. And if there needs to be a little additional language to help them achieve their concept by working with staff, so be it. But
Great.
that'll leave it open.
Okay, and I'll just correct you. It's a select board, Barry.
Oh, did I say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But
I'm
yes,
multitasking here at the moment, so I apologize.
Okay, if that's sufficient, then I think staff can also I trust that the wording will be like fine-tuned. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made for a letter of support from Barry to the select board, a second by Nat. Roll call. Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And unanimous, the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate your feedback and support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I need to step away.
Yes, Joe, thank you. And I
Be back
guess
shortly.
when you get back, take your time, and then we'll acknowledge that you're back on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on, I believe we're at public hearings. Meg, under the agenda, we initially had if needed, the zoning bylaw. That was previously discussed at the other meeting. So is there anything else with that? Do you want to
No,
comment?
you can just move along and skip right over it. It was just included because of when I had to post things and I didn't know how the discussion would have turned out on
Sure.
Thursday. So this was a just in case, and that public hearing has closed, so we can just move right along.
Great. So moving on, public hearings, applications. It looks like we have a withdrawal and a couple of they're going to be continued. So Leslie Lindsley, 39 Union Street, that is a request to withdraw without prejudice.
So moved. So, Mr. Chairman, can we just stop and I'll do that as so moved?
Okay.
Second,
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next one, the Westmore Club, 105 Westchester Street, 109 Westchester Street, and 10 Westmore Lane. This is for a request to continue to March 13th, 2023.
Do you want to take both of those since they
Sure, if no one has any other comments, sure.
Yeah.
I'll take. Then we'll go Fair City LLC, 115 and 117 Old South Road, request to continue to March 13th as well.
And that's my motion for both those, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
is there a
second.
Motion's been made by Barry to continue for both, second by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, moving on, 38 Derrymore Road LLC, 38 Derrymore Road. Looks like 5/14 action deadline was fine. Representing Tom Garrett.
We
And-
actually have Dan Malloy here to represent this
Okay,
today.
great. This is for a special permit for a waiver of a driveway design.
Yeah, so this driveway, it actually used to be two driveways that they consolidated into a single driveway. But when the apron was installed, it was installed at 5 feet instead of 10 feet. So they're requesting a special permit for the waiver of the driveway design, which would otherwise require the 10-foot. Staff is supportive of this request as proposed. I did do a drive-by up there last week, and the shells do seem to be contained. I also think the board should consider the fact that it was a 2 curb cut consolidated into a single curb cut through the process. So we're supportive of that, and Dan's here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, great. Board members, any questions before we open it up? Seeing no hands, I'll open it up to the general public. Meg, you let me know if you see anything, but anybody?
I see Billy Cassidy with his hand raised, but I'm not sure if that's from before. So, Billy?
Well, I'll acknowledge Billy if it is. Go ahead, Billy.
It has nothing to do with this. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to have to arm wrestle Nat about that car issue. And
All right, well, nice to
thank
hear
you
your
for
voice, Billy.
supporting the developer. Thank you.
All
Bye-bye.
right, take care. Anyone else in the general audience before we close?
I'm seeing none.
Okay, board members, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a
Second,
Motion's been made to close by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Barry,
Uh-oh.
Barry. Did we lose you? Voice?
The Martians got him.
I'm not seeing Barry, but I will suggest did you activate someone on this?
Joe
you
stepped
could-
away.
Joe stepped away.
Special permit, yes, we will need to activate. So I didn't activate anyone, Meg, and we opened it up, so it's still open. We have not closed this, even though a motion, so I would ask that the motion to close be rescinded. No, we won't need that.
Nope. Oh, Chris, why are you sharing your screen? Hold on.
Okay, well, if we don't need to rescind the motion to close, I'm going to activate Carl. Carl, are you
Yes.
there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Great,
I'm here.
thank you. All right, keeping with that motion, is that the motion to close by Nat, seconded by Dave, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so I'll start again.
just the public hearing, Barry.
Portion, correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Motion to close public hearing. So Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. And I remind you that there are 3 conditions or
Yeah.
findings that are listed by staff as well.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second there, but I'll make a motion at this point that we approve the applications before us with the findings that are denoted by staff in here.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll
I'll
second that.
second it.
Okay, I think Dave got that first. Close, but so motion's been made to endorse with the findings by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Moving on, Chris and Cheryl Emery, 7 West Way, representing Chris Emery. And this is a special permit for waiver of on-site parking requirements and the waiver of the driveway designs. Meg?
Yes, so Chris is here if you have any questions. Basically, this particular request has 3 components. The applicant is requesting to waive one of the 4 required parking spaces. They can provide access with the as-built conditions for 3. They're requesting for a waiver of the design guidelines to increase the width to allow for the parking spaces. And they're asking for a waiver of the driveway apron. It's staff's opinion that there should be a bit of a compromise in this case. With adding 4 feet to the width, you could get to those 4 spots. You should absolutely, in my opinion, approve the waiver for the increase in width because that allows them to get to the 4 spots. And I think you should consider a reduction in the driveway apron allowance from 10 feet to 5 feet, but perhaps not eliminating it entirely. So that is where we're at with that. I can
Okay.
bring up a site plan if that's helpful.
Wouldn't hurt. Board members, questions? I think this is we're going to activate a special permit, so I believe we'll activate Abby. Okay. I saw you smile, Abby. I didn't hear you, but is that okay? Are you?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great, okay. Any questions from the board before we open it up?
There we go.
And I can say, I know, in speaking with the applicant, Chris is here and can elaborate on this further, but it was a change that was made in the field because of where the leaching field is located over here. The septic tank is buried somewhere in here, and there's some vegetation that they didn't want to disturb. So that's the original plan, had it 2 tandem spaces about here. So that's why they made that change. Not realizing that it would require some special permit relief.
So Meg, if we're actually denying the waiver of the extra spot because we're adding 4 feet to create another spot, are we doing so in one of the like a compact car, 7 feet wide instead of the 9 foot? Are we is there a little bit of math involved in that to do that?
No, so I would just recommend approving the increase in the width. So
Mhm.
that gets you, maybe give them the flexibility to go up to 36 feet in case they, decide they can accommodate a full space. But 34 would get them to the one compact here. So that would be at a minimum. So if they can provide the extra 4 feet, that would give them 34 feet in length. A standard parking space is 9 by 20. 9 times 3 is 27. Plus the 7 is, actually, I did the math wrong. It's 33 then, not 34. So, nope, 34. So it gets you to 34 feet. So that's where that suggestion came to not grant the waiver for the parking space, since it, with a little bit of a widening here, it could be accommodated.
Okay. Is Chris on?
Chris is here. If you can
Okay.
unmute, Chris.
Okay,
Chris, does that all
There we go.
make sense? Chris, did you have any comments or questions, or is that all? what you
that
were
all
thinking?
sounds good to me on the width of the spaces. I'm happy for that. And when you're ready, I can comment on as far as the shell aspect and apron.
Okay, well, while you're here, go ahead, make some comments or discussion for us
Okay.
to talk about. Go
We
ahead.
we put hardener under the shells, and there's no evidence of any washing away. It's nice and hard to the road, and we like that simple look. I don't want a real formal one, and there when we walk around the neighborhood, we see that that's really not it's not breaking away on the edges for lack of apron. I know that was the intent, to protect against that, but we're seeing it not to be the case. So we would like to continue with that, have that waiver to have our driveway basically the same way as most of the driveways are in the development, despite the the newer regulation within our area here.
Okay. Meg, is the board or staff looking for them to put in a certain apron, or does that fall under the pre-existing non-conforming, as prior to 1998, that the other area residents have as well?
So the other residents, to my knowledge, would fall under pre-existing non-conforming. As it pertains to the installation of a driveway apron, this property does not fall under that. It was a criteria in their second dwelling approval, and as is a common criteria in any planning board approvals relating to driveway access, which includes second dwellings, tertiary dwellings, garage apartments, parking waivers, and the like. I don't necessarily think it's pertinent to have the 10-foot in depth. It's a very wide parking area, but I think that there should be something there.
Okay, and this is on a paved way, on
Yes.
a dirt road. So, okay, board members. If there's no comment for now, I'll open it up to the general public. Meg, I'll ask if anyone's hands raised, let me know.
Seth Gottlieb.
Okay. Welcome, Seth.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, you're free to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things. If there is an as-built site plan that shows also the leaching field, if that could be made available. If that's not available, if we could have the site plan that was shown before made available, so I could reference it, please.
Trying to bring that up. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Thank you. So just a couple of details in terms of the road. So the West Way has an asphalt on it, and the edge of the asphalt is where you see the dashed line where right next to it, it says private 25-foot wide. So there is a certain amount of land between the actual where the asphalt comes to an end there on the side of the road and the property line begins. So that space there belongs to the association, it's common area. So if we're going to shorten the depth of the apron, from our perspective, we would want it to at least go to onto the proper, make its way all onto the owner's property. Okay, so whatever that depth may be, because generally speaking, it's typically about 6 feet deep, the space between the edge of the pavement and the property lines, but it's not precise. It depends where you are in the neighborhood. But in terms of the depth of the apron, we'd like for it to at least get onto the owner's property. If it's not going to be 10 feet deep. The only other element of concern is that on the portion of the driveway that is in front of the landing for the cottage doesn't meet the depth requirement for from the property line in. And consequently, when they park their car, the car is actually parked over the common space, but it's still off of the tarmac, but it's still on the common space. So we want to be sure that the depth requirements are met as well.
I'm trying to look at that, Seth. So you're saying that when the car parks, the space they're kind of left in that nomad land between where the real pavement is and that buffer of, you say, 5 or 6 feet?
Correct.
And then onto the property.
Yes, if we can put that plan up for a moment, one more time. So if you look on the south side of the driveway where it goes in, you can see it goes in deeper. That depth there meets the requirement. It is 20 feet there, but in front of the, on the other end, it does not. It's short by quite a bit. So not only would we want to make sure that it goes wider, but it also goes deeper. Now, if you're going to grant that smaller space, as a forced space, that's fine, but just as long as those depths are met.
Okay, so Meg, just for clarification purposes, the required parking with the 20 feet depth, does that 20 feet have to be entirely on the person's property? And I only ask because I seem to recall it. I want to be consistent. There were parking places on I think Cynthia Way, Sun Island, over in Cedar Crest, where they were parking from the road, and I'm not sure if it kind of teetered on that space that we're talking about, no man's land there.
So it is measured from the edge of the pavement, not from the edge of the roadway layout. Two different things.
Gotta be. Yeah.
So what you're saying is the 20-foot depth would be from the edge of the pavement?
Yes, the zoning bylaw is clear that aprons in depth go from the edge of pavement, not from the edge of the roadway layout.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the apron right now. I'm talking to make sure that the parking space for the vehicle, it meets the 20-foot depth requirement from the edge of the property line, because otherwise they're parking on common space, or they're not. It's basically would end up being not being off-street parking, because the paper road is 25 feet wide, and it even says it right there, where the asphalt itself is maybe 15 feet wide. So there's 6 feet on either side of the road that is still part of the common area, and it's not. So that is, we could, as an association, make the road, the asphalt, as wide as 25 feet if we wanted to. So we just want to make sure that the depth of the driveway for, for being off-street parking, meet that 20-foot depth from the property line. That would be to me, would make most sense. So it's two different things. We're not talking about the apron here. I'm just talking about
Right.
being
So,
having enough depth for parking.
I think we know, we understand what you're saying, Seth. We do. And I believe what we're looking at is if that were the case of if it was built and it was built, the road was built and paved to the 25 feet, then we would be looking to start at the edge of the pavement. So that would change the edge of the pavement. But being that the pavement is already there, the way we're reading it with the zoning would be that the parking would have to start at the edge of the pavement. And even though that might be something that you might want to do in 5, 10, 20 years, right now, that edge of the pavement where we're going to be putting the apron up to that, you can still park on the apron. So if it was a Belgian block or a cobblestone or something like that, you are allowed to park on that section of that apron. And if that meets the requirement of the zoning bylaw, I want to be consistent across the island and not just.
I think we're talking about two different things here. I'm not concerned about the apron. I just want to make sure that, my understanding is that the minimum space for each car has to be 9 feet wide by 20 feet deep. And, forget about the apron at the moment. I'm just talking about this, in terms of determining the depth of the driveway requirement. That that it's at least 20 feet deep from the property line. I mean, unless the bylaw specifically says 20 feet from the tarmac, but what if there's no tarmac? What if there's a road that has no asphalt on it? Okay, so it's not about the apron here. I'm just talking about that there's enough driveway space that is 20 feet deep, it's 20 feet deep to allow.
Understood. That is the required parking. If I could ask staff, Leslie, do you follow the conversation, what we're looking at? I guess in summary, what Seth is saying, and does the parking have to be entirely on the actual lot? Because it almost seems like there's conflicting descriptions, definitions of the parking. We know it has to be 20 feet deep. Does it go to the pavement, or does it say 20 feet has to be shown entirely on the lot?
Megan is more familiar with this application than I am, but generally speaking, unless they've asked for a waiver, the 9 foot by 20 foot parking space has to be entirely on their lot.
Okay.
And it looks like it is in the plan.
Can I just jump in real quick? One space is allowed by right at 7 by 17, the compact space, so that, would allow to a reduction in 3 feet there. Also, as a part of this request is a waiver of the driveway design standards. So if that would be 2 compact parking spaces instead of 1, that would be within the scope.
Okay. Board members, are you clear before we open it up? There might be someone from the general public that'd like to comment as well.
Thank you.
Seth, thank you, Seth. I think we're keeping this open for discussion to see if we can figure this out. I'd like to see if there's anybody else that wants to speak about it before.
I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised now.
Okay, board members are a little bit more clear. We understand that the parking would have to be entirely on the lot.
Yeah.
So with everything discussed and the reduction of potentially going to a compact 17, you'd have to make that so that if there was going to be another compact 17, then you would have to make a waiver. But I think in principle, Meg is saying we should be adding that 4 feet, but pulling that to Seth's remark, making sure that that 20 feet is entirely on the lot for the standard parking. And if we were going to use compact, make sure that 17 feet is entirely on the lot. Is that correct?
That sounds right. I think. I think I've got it figured out now. I'm 99% sure, but I think
wanna-
Seth should weigh back in and
Yeah.
to what you've just said, because I
Okay,
believe
just-
looking at the new proposal, the 17, the 2 is going to have to be towards Ridge Lane side of the property. As long as the 17 is inside the layout edge of that easement, or whatever we're calling it, that utility easement, that 6-foot strip.
Buffer, right.
So, I mean, this is, I understand how this is like Codfish Park. This is like places that have odd stuff. You have to sort of press a different button in your mind. Megan, with these, you know what I mean? Like you have to think differently. And this is a one-way street. No one said that yet, but it is. And it's, it's got old and new. The pre-98 stuff versus a new project, it's like completely different. So I think we need to have a little leniency, but at the same time, he should be able to get his vehicles inside that layout. Reducing the apron, I have no issue with that. That is really for keeping the integrity of the asphalt, no matter how wide the road is. Doesn't matter, as long as it's protecting that asphalt from breaking away. That's all that we really care about in this particular type of situation, whether it's the town's primary cut or our permit. So it's really the same standard, the same reasoning. So as long as those 17 feet spaces and that angled line is 17 feet from the end of that parking to the edge of
property,
the 25-foot layout or whatever whatever that easement strip is, that common strip, then I have no problem with it. As long as that meets that requirement.
Okay, Seth, if you're still there, is that more or less what you were?
I think that's
I'm
what he's
still
saying.
here. The thing is, on the south side of the driveway, it measures 20 feet from the property line, the depth of the driveway. On the north side of the driveway, it's about just about 15 feet. So as that dotted line that represents the end of the driveway goes towards that 15-foot point, it already is short, because it begins at 20 feet and now it's going down towards 15 feet. So basically they would have to change that dotted line to make the driveway deep to be 20 feet at least across by 27 feet, because that's 3 times 9, yes. And then they could if they could do a jog if they want to bring it down to 17 feet for that 4th spot. But the depth of the driveway would have to be reconfigured to meet the 20-foot requirement.
Right, and as
for
we're
those 2 spots.
As we're discussing it, as Meg had said, we would expand or add the 4 feet to the driveway. And then we would also, as you're noting, the cars would have to be parked, vehicles would have to be parked completely on the lot. So it would have to be drawn and shown on the lot. So if we were to do 4 parking places, then 2 of them would be the standard 9 by 20. And then the other 2, in order to have the required parking, we would grant a waiver for the 1, because by right, I believe you're allowed to have the 1 compact parking of 17 feet deep by 7 feet wide. So we would have, they would all 4 would be entirely located on the property and drawn. As you said, it's only 15 feet, so they would have to add a couple of feet even for the compact parking towards closer to the house.
Correct.
Okay. If everyone's following that, believe it or not, I'm surprising myself.
It's just the driveway isn't deep enough, basically. So as it is, the driveway is not deep enough. That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
The part closest to Ridge Lane, Seth, correct, is what you're talking about?
Well, actually, no, the entire length of the driveway is not deep enough because it's at the corner of the south the driveway that is only meeting that depth. That's the only
Oh,
point that's 20 feet deep.
So, yeah, where that dotted line is, that's
No,
gonna
but-
have to
See,
be full.
the dotted
Yeah.
line is not parallel to the property line.
Right.
It would need to be parallel to the property line for the whole thing to be 20 feet deep.
So, yeah, the property line is the heavy dotted, the
Is that-
heavy.
No, yeah, it's a
hard
solid line that, yeah, you can
Yes.
see
Yeah.
the cornerstones, right?
Okay,
Okay, but, okay, I feel like we're
yeah.
kind of getting,
An engineer can
confused.
design that, draw that.
Yeah.
They can show that it is drawn to the appropriate depths on the lot for the required parking that we're looking at. We can add the 4 feet, make the waiver for the compact and get those 4 in there so that they're completely on the lot.
Right, and as petty as it may sound, the issue is that when they park the car, it's practically onto the asphalt because the driveway is not deep enough for them to be able to bring their cars all the way onto their own property, as it is. So
Okay.
certainly on the north side.
Okay, I see that Chris, the applicant's hand is raised. So Chris?
Yes, thank you, John. Couple things there. As far as on the vehicle, right now I have my van parked on that north side, so that's why that's taking up that space. And that I don't have to do that. I can park it on the other side where there is a space. And yeah, I can sell the van, whatever. And also I have the full scale plan in front of me, the as-built, and scaling off it, it's certainly closer to 6. It's not 15, it's over 16 or at 16. So my wife measured it at 23 from the road, which would have left 17. So it's close, but we can pull those extra few inches, no problem, And then, so I think I would certainly welcome having a second compact space so that we can keep that distance from while having room to park cars, keep the distance between the entry to the house, the cottage there. But a few inches one way or the other doesn't matter that much to me. But there is still the issue of the apron and the fact, as Nat was pointing out, with the mixture that exists. There's at least 50 driveways in this development that don't have, including Seth's, that don't have it. And if it was so important, I would think that some of the people would want to protect that. But when you walk around, you see there really isn't. I don't see damage from that. I see tree roots cracking roads and stuff like that. But that's another, that's something else. In any case, so I welcome a little further comment about that, about the apron, and even to me, if it's a question of protecting the shoring up, well, I like I said, I feel like the between the hardener and the shell, we're not seeing any. After a couple of years and plenty of heavy rain, we're not seeing erosion there. And so I still would like to receive the waiver for having that in the existing form.
Okay, thank you, Seth. Chris. Leslie, I guess I would ask you, I know we have a little flexibility, but in reference to that apron, I know things have changed when the previous lots were built out and they didn't have aprons prior to that 1998. Afterwards, for conformity, do we have any control over that? It obviously looks like we have some flexibility to flip the depth from, down to 5 feet. There's an association fee if there was going to be damage from the road by the lack of the apron. I would assume that the association would have a issue with the private homeowner for repair of that road. But I just want to get a little bit of clarification as far as what we can do, because it sounds like we have a plan in mind here. We can get the 4, we can add the space, we can ask the homeowner to make the depth deeper to abide by the 17 foot at that curve, and he'll still be able to have the 20 feet on the lower portion. But as far as the apron, I think that is where we're at a standstill, and I appreciate any kind of comment you might be able to help.
So, as the special permit granting authority, you will have complete jurisdiction over the depth of the apron. So, the zoning bylaw as of 1998 said that it has to be 10 feet in depth, but you can waive that down to 0 feet if you want. But I believe it was Nat that pointed out earlier, the point of the apron is to protect the integrity of the edge of the road. So I don't think you should waive it to 0, but I think that the request, from the applicant is reasonable, and it's certainly within your authority to do that if you want to grant it.
Okay. Anyone other in the general public that has their hand raised? Meg?
Seeing none.
Okay, board members, more comments, discussion, or do you have something in mind that you'd like to bring up?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick point, question to, I guess, Chris, or we don't have any engineer surveyor on this meeting for this, right? So can we move the driveway towards the septic system, towards, the south, I guess that is, yeah. A little bit more to get 2 full 20s and 2 full 17s. And I hate to have like all this confusion and sort of not continue this. I don't want to continue it, but I want to get something clean that we can agree on here, because these kind of things can get really strange with trip cut stuff. I've always said that they are the most complicated thing sometimes to deal with, because they're all different and for different reasons. In this case, it's because of the way the property is set up. Some people have big, gigantic driveways and some people don't. So can we move it towards the septic? I mean, that shouldn't really make that much of a difference to do that if it needs to get the full 20 and then 2 full 17s on his property. So I guess that's a question to Chris, I guess, because you're the engineer on this job. Because there's nobody else here.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, we're actually on that side, we're already butted up to the edge of the septic, because was the original thing where we moved the septic over so we wouldn't have to take the trees out for the leach area. So it really needs to be on that north side that we do the expansion.
Okay, so board, I'll just put in my 2 cents. It sounds like we're making a little compromise for both. We're adding that 4th space. We're giving a waiver for the 2 compacts instead of just the one. We're locating all 4 entirely onto the lot, and we are requiring an apron, but we're giving a waiver for the reduction of 5 feet. I think all those things spelled out. The only other option would be if the applicant would hire an engineer to create a plan to potentially explore where it could go. But without that, I think we've done as a board the best we can to compromise and meet the demands of both the applicant and also the association with their concerns. So if everyone's nodding in agreement, I would ask Meg one more time if there's anyone new from the public that would care to comment.
Not new, but Seth has his hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, Seth.
Okay, as it is, the driveway, as it is, they would only need to widen it an additional 4 feet to accommodate the width requirements of 3 standard spaces and then 1 compact space. So by granting them 2 compact spaces really doesn't, I mean, the way the driveway is now, it doesn't change all that much to issue 2 compact spaces versus just keeping it as it is. So you don't need to issue a special permit for that element.
I think from, that's true, Seth, but I think that would require that 20 feet going all the way up, butting up against the entrance to the door.
Well, not if that's where the compact space is, because the compact space width would not bring it to that. They could do the jog from there. At that point, there would be the jog, but again, we'd have to sit down with the plan. I mean, or you have to measure out the plan. But I mean, the original design was for 4 spaces going up alongside the building where they've built their patio. So
Okay.
anyway.
Okay, Chris? I see is your hand raised to?
I think it's eternally raised here.
Okay.
At least according to my screen, but I mean, the original, we already went over why there was the need to change from the original plan. So as far as widening it and being able to, in that northern corner next to the cherry tree and the line of grape bushes, being able to open your car door a little more. I mean, I would support the idea of the 2 reduced size spaces, but if that's make or break, I mean, I want to get the job done here.
Well, it's also reflective of the vehicles that you use and own.
Right.
We can give you the 17 feet, but if you're still going to park a 22-foot depth vehicle there, it doesn't necessarily help.
No, my van's 19 and a half feet.
Yeah.
And so it will fit on that, in
on
that
the standard
20-foot portion.
Right. And if the other cars meet the demand of that 17, then we can do that. But again, I don't want to give a waiver for that compact if you're going to have a car that's over that 17 feet.
That's correct. I understand that.
Okay. I think we're starting to be redundant, and we have I think a relatively compromised solution. So unless there's someone new, Meg, I would ask that the board consider a motion to close.
So moved, close public hearing, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made to close by Barry, second by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Dave,
Dave just got kicked off. He texted me. He's having a Zoom glitch, but I expect him back any second.
We can wait.
okay. I'll wait to see if he logs back on.
Oh, he has to restart his whole computer.
Okay.
So it might be a couple minutes. I don't know if you want to activate a second person.
Oh.
Or if we want to, we have
Well, only because
you have 4 votes to close the hearing.
Yeah. Okay. And then the chair will vote aye to close.
Okay.
Okay. Now on to the merits. We've talked about it back and forth. Again, I feel comfortable with the compromise my suggestion to be, give a waiver for the 5 foot for the apron. Require the additional extra 4 feet to give the 4th parking place with the waiver for the compact to require 4 spaces, but 2 of them being compact of the 17 feet. And then all 4 parking places located entirely on the lot.
And
then there's, well, we should read through those, the findings and
Yeah.
recommendations from the board, those noted corrections.
And those will be so that with those changes that we find that there's no significant or adverse effect
Adverse.
on the scenic or historic integrity of the neighborhood, and they're not contrary to sound traffic and safety consideration. Does that
Okay.
sound about right? Okay, I'm getting nods here from staff
Yeah.
and stuff. So with that, I'll make that motion now.
Great.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Is that you, Nat?
Yep, second.
Dave,
John, I'm sorry.
Ah, there he is.
I've been
That's
getting
okay.
booted in and out. Can you repeat your?
yeah, so
motion, please,
you weren't in a position to close with that vote, Dave. I know you were out. We closed the public hearing. I know
Yep.
you were there for all the conversations.
Yep.
Just for point of order for the staff, can Dave vote on this now, or we have
Mhm.
4 votes? Do we, or 4 members? Do we just use the 4?
Dave can vote. He was here
Okay.
Yeah,
for the whole
great.
hearing.
All right, so motion's been made by Barry, second, as described,
you-
seconded by Nat.
Can you
Go ahead,
repeat the
Dave, sorry.
motion? Can you repeat the motion, John? Because I didn't hear it.
Sure, I'll start it because I did start it.
Okay.
There's been considerable discussion and compromise. We determined that we would have give the waiver for the reduction of the apron to be 5 feet. Have the expansion of the 4 feet to make it wider. We'd have the waiver for 4 parking places with 2 compact 17 feet and the other being the standard 20-foot depth, and all 4 would be located entirely 100% on the lot. And the findings that it would not have significant adverse effect on the scenic
And
Mhm.
and we reduced the width of the
apron.
apron.
Yes, we did. That was
Okay.
the
Yeah.
first, up to 5 feet.
Yeah,
And
great.
and
All right,
obviously
I'm
the
good.
other staff recommendations.
Awesome. Thank you.
So again, Barry made the motion, seconded by Nat. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Seth. Okay, next we have Vilma Merlos, 3 Celtic Drive. And it looks like we're fine with the action deadline. Okay, representing Vilma Merlos. Meg?
So I just brought Vilma over. So this was an application for a second driveway access. I don't know if you remember a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't gotten new survey plans submitted, but I think the general context of the conversation at the last meeting was whether or not the existing parking was sufficient for what the bylaw requires for a duplex, and it seems as though in terms of the zoning bylaw, it is compliant and it does fulfill that need. Not necessarily making a concrete recommendation as a staff member one way or the other, but you do have to make that finding that, you know, it's not going to be detrimental to the scenic integrity of the neighborhood. And by creating 2 parking areas and the only patch of grass at the front lawn, that may possibly be a negative or adverse impact to green space or pervious surface. So just something to consider. But Vilma is here if you have any questions.
Do you have a map of that we can pull up on the screen, Meg?
Yes, bear with me just a moment. And I know She did submit some photos where they moved hedges where the new driveway is being proposed. So this is the aerial with the existing parking, and the proposed driveway is to go in this area.
And I guess my first question would be, is it entirely on the lot, as we just discussed?
This is.
That's
So no, it would be, you'd two compact parking spaces, I suppose, is what you'd be approving, because it's 20 feet to the dwelling.
Mhm.
So. Oh, sorry, I thought I was sharing that with you. I'm just looking
Yeah.
at it myself.
Waiting for that, okay.
all right.
And Mega, how many are we showing in the pre-existing driveway there, parking places? I thought we had a plan that showed the that was already designated with the dotted lines that showed parking.
No, we don't have a plan. This is the plan that was provided. It appears that it's about halfway, the width of the lot. So say approximately 80 feet. I don't have a ruler. This isn't to scale, but just looking at it, which would mean it would satisfy 8 parking spaces across like this. But you could see the aerial photograph. And these were the photos I was referring to then. I thought I was sharing my screen. I'm sorry about that. Where the proposed parking area
Now,
go, and then that's.
I'm just looking at, by removing all the hedges, it's almost kind of putting the cart before the horse before we even get to vote on it, and creating a parking driveway area.
So Velma is here. She has her hand raised if you have questions for her.
Okay. Vilma, before we open it up, is there anything you'd like to talk about or add?
Gotta hit unmute. There we go.
Hi. Can
Hi,
you hear me?
Vilma. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I speak Spanish. I might not fluent understand everything, but I have my son next to me. I really been wishing for this parking space to be for years, and since my kids are getting teenagers, having license, and it's a little uncomfortable now. Always I have a family living for the more than 10 years, my other side, and it's kind of uncomfortable. So that's why I'm doing this. So it's like trying to know if you guys give me the opportunity to my next people have their own parking space.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Board members? Any questions?
Yeah.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, Mr. Chair, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Vilma wasn't on last meeting, okay? And we spoke about the existing parking and that like sort of wasted land that's there, that's in that weird angle, and the next door property is gonna need parking too. They just did a bunch of work over there. And I still feel strongly, although I'm not saying that this particular 2 spaces should or shouldn't be approved based on what I'm saying that I think it would make a lot of sense for Vilma and the neighbor to establish an easement between the 2 properties, or an agreement of some kind where they share and create some more parking in that area that's sort of no man's land kind of there, across from the parking on the other property, across the street. So utilizing space is important, and it isn't, and sharing is a good thing. I do understand what you're trying to do with these two small spots, but this isn't going to be the last time there's a parking issue. So I think it would be a wise decision to do that in the future as well.
Thanks,
Vilma.
Matt.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, just through you to staff at this point. Megan, I drove out there and looked at it, and everything out there seemed incredibly tight in terms of making things happen. So are what they proposing going to be able to meet legally defined parking standards for this? I'm almost tempted to say what they're creating are compact spaces at this point, but even that seems to be almost right on top of the roadway system. So we're down to inches here, I think, at this point to make that happen. It's just, I was just surprised at how dense the entire site had become, and then adding additional parking onto it. So, I mean, usually the spaces are 9 by 20 spaces, and I'm not seeing 20 feet at all. I'm seeing a maximum of 18 that can be accomplished. Yeah. I mean, 20 puts it right up against the house, which, all of a sudden we're back to what we're looking at scenic integrity of the neighborhood here. So help me out a bit. I mean, because like I said, without an engineer to understand exactly where we're at this point, I'm feeling like this is a little over what it should be.
I guess, yeah, thank you, Barry. I guess we brought this up in the last meeting.
I know.
Reiterate it with, I worry about with the safety of it, because if you're going to be smack up against with your fender almost going into the wall, and then that doesn't give you much to back out onto the road.
Yeah.
So every time you're either going to, when you're parking, you're going to have to pull up, back in, almost touch the wall and then pull out each time. We're creating that crowded kind of space. We're getting rid of green space. The landscape of the neighborhood, paved paradise. We're paving over everything. Now it sounds, I like that, Nat's original idea to kind of work with the neighbor when you already have the availability of 8 potential spots with the dimensions that you have on the right side for that size duplex. Even if it was 4 bedrooms on each side, that still gives you 8 parking places. And to work with the neighbors, I think we're kind of looking in the wrong spot for this. They're not looking to parallel park off the road and give yourself a buffer away from the building and the house. You're looking to pull in and pull out. And it might be just a matter of time for somebody before they back into somebody, and then the pointed finger will be at the planning board for approving something that isn't necessarily a safe way to park. So I'm not, I appreciate that, kids and, when my boys both got licenses and they wanted cars, and I did make sure that everything was parked off the street in the driveway. But I didn't create a second curb cut for parking to accommodate. I think we're opening up something. We're creating dangerous situations, and I'm not loving this plan, honestly. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know. Are you activating an alternate?
I think you are going to be activated.
No,
Stephen.
Joe-
Is
Joe's
this, we
back.
have a full, yeah.
Joe's
sorry.
back.
Oh, Joe's here. Okay.
Yeah, great.
Are you taking alternate comments?
We are. Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with staff on the concept of retaining the scenic space, not eliminating the pervious green space, but I'd like to look at the site plan versus the aerial, because I think the site plan actually, well, actually, can we pull up the aerial? Oh, by the way, I also agree with Nat's comment. I mean, if this can't be worked out, try and work it out with the neighbor, because it looks like there's some space. But so I'm looking at this, and there's this kind of disjointed, kind of chaotic parking space to the left of the structure. I also note that this is it looks as if it's a 20-foot width road, Celtic Drive, I believe it is, haven't been down there. So there's some differences there in both the existing parking area to the left and the road as it's laid out versus the amount of front yard space. So here, there is 10 feet of right of way, public right of way, and then a 20-foot space. Could we go and, yeah, can we go to the site plan? It seems to me that if this parking lot on the left were actually conformed to as part of this application, that there would be probably 6 parking spaces there. Pull in, make 3 to the right, 3 to the left, or it could be made as such. It would ultimately, that would increase the green space by a large amount. Yeah, to the left of the structure, and towards the street, and the area, yeah, that whole area where the mouse just was in the curve area is currently covered with tarmac. And then the parking area could be 20 feet deep to the house. And then it's got a little bit of a buffer because, you know, there is the 10 feet of public right of way that would be the apron. So just my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Anyone else from the board? Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of feel like we're looking at an as-built. Like they were about to start to do this. And I really agree with Stephen's comment and Nat's, you know, work with your neighbors, trying to get something to work out. I think that green space is a necessity for a family to go hang out. And I agree with you, John, about too many driveways coming out of one area on a corner. I think it's going to be, you know, someone's going to get sideswiped. And I just think it's a bad solution. I think there's a better plan. And Barry's also right. If we can get some engineer to draw this out to scale and really work on a detailed plan, I think that'd be really important. Right now, we're just seeing a, you know, cocktail napkin kind of a sketch. And so I'm afraid of approving anything, but I don't like the direction they're trying to go. I'd like to see something more formal and within our comments. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. With that, I think I'm going to open it up to the general public. So Meg, if there's somebody with their hands raised, please let me know.
Linda Williams.
Okay, Linda, welcome.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to give you a little history lesson here, just real quick. Number 1, Celtic Drive, who I'm representing, has been retaliated against by her. So we're dealing with our issues because she called in an anonymous complaint about our building because we objected the last time. So I'm sure we're going to get nailed again. And another neighbor over there came to me and didn't want to go on the record because he's afraid of retaliation as well. But he was very upset about the driveway being cut in a long time ago, as if she was going to just do it because she just did something else that the HDC did not approve. So we'll move on past that, but he's also objecting. The history of this is Nate Thurston owned all of this. The duplex, 6 bedrooms, 3 each side, was built at number 1. The duplex at number 5 that Nat's talking about, their property, they were built in 1999, 6 bedrooms, 3 on each side. This one was built at the same time in 2000, I believe, and ours was 2001. Supposedly with 6 bedrooms, not 8, with only 2, with a duplex, not 4 units. The assessor doesn't have that correct unless they're seeing something that's not legal. And it would have been 6 spaces required, not 8. So I have not pulled the building permit in the HDC. I just got a copy of the most recent HDC, which doesn't include what that's happened in the front of the building. So we have them all three built around the same time, same people basically, and all the same setup. And all of a sudden we have one with 8 bedrooms and not 6. So I'll have to, if this is going to get continuous, I'll verify that. But I know who built the 3 of them. And they were all identical. They are all 42 by 28, 6 bedrooms. So that would only be 6 spaces, which it was supposed to accommodate. The sketch, as Steve pointed out, the sketch is not correct, because she's showing parking in a parking space on the next guy's lot, who's also supposed to have 6 spaces. So I don't know how they're going to share parking, but maybe there's a way to do it. But he has to have 6. This has to have 6. We have to have 6 under today's zoning code. It was a little different back then. I believe Leslie may remember it was a percentage like 0.50, 0.75 per bedroom. So it was a little bit less required parking. But this space that she's putting in, I agree with what has been said about safety, which is my client's biggest issue. People come whipping around that corner, as Barry saw how jammed it is in there. They come whipping around that corner. We were just permitted to have a fence to try to separate us from her. And it's going to be dangerous because that space, if you park a car there, it's 8 feet deep on her plan. If you park an SUV there or a truck there, you are in the roadway layout. You are not entirely on the property. It may be 18 feet wide, and I'd suggest that the way she's got it is not 8 by 18. We don't have an actual survey plot plan. We also don't have a survey that is accurate compared to the aerial of her actual parking area. So that is a problem. There is some scenic integrity. None of the other lots in there have more than 1 curb cut. There's various kinds of weird parking on each lot because of how jammed it is. But no one in there has a second curb cut. And this is precisely the wrong place to add a second curb cut. So that we have several issues with this, not least of which is how many bedrooms are it's legally able to have and how many parking spaces was it required at the time. It may have only been 5 spaces at the time, given the way in 2000, when this was built, the parking was calculated. I have to go back and look at the old bylaws, but I think parking was calculated maybe less than 1 a bedroom and more of a fractional point, which may have been 5 spaces, which her parking area, if done correctly, can accommodate without adding 2 more spaces on the street. If 2 more bedrooms have been added that they should not have been added, that's not your problem. It's not the neighborhood's problem. It's certainly not the safety of the neighborhood. And there's a lot of kids in that end of the road. To have 2 parking spaces there where they're going to be sticking out into the roadway layout on top of it. So we are asking you to deny this for multiple reasons. They're not asking for a waiver. They could come back and ask for a waiver, but they're going to have to validate how many rooms are legally in that building. So that's pretty much the crux of our argument, and it is messing up the scenic integrity. A lot of these do have, especially ours and the one next to us, do have green front yards. As minimal as they are, they do have green front yards. So I'm asking you to deny it for all those reasons.
Thank you, Linda. I think we commented mostly on pretty much the same issues that you were bringing up. Again, I don't know if this is, I appreciate the applicant coming before us and trying to be proactive in handling a parking situation to pull it off the street. But I think there are definitely ways, at some point, it becomes maybe the necessity to hire a professional that would be able to maybe figure out a couple of alternative ways. And as Joe had mentioned, there's an area to the left that might be incorporated to meet the same need. And as Nat had said, to work with the neighbor. So I think there are other options instead of kind of just looking to force feed this particular location where it doesn't necessarily represent what the board's looking for, including the safety concerns. So, as it is right now, I don't know if I've heard too many people that were very comfortable with the way it's drawn. Barry, your hand's raised.
Yeah, so with a little bit of permission through you to Mrs. Merlos.
Mm-hmm.
I'll need a little bit of latitude here for a sec. Ms. Morelos, if your son's there too, you may need a little translation with this. But did you have either an architect or a engineer help you with designing this?
No, I didn't. I just, now what I really wish if the neighbor side cannot be allowed, can I extend it from my side, from the other end there, because I don't want to talk about my neighbor because she, like I say, she's the one having so many people living in the basement.
Well,
and
Vilma, I'm
that's a
sorry, I don't want
problem
to,
with her.
it's not about a conversation to talk about and other neighbors.
Other neighbors.
What we're trying to do is resolve the situation, the parking.
Right, but I don't know why she has to be against me.
Okay.
It's,
All right.
Vilma, it's
Thank-
not necessarily, we're looking at it independently, not as a neighbor's point of view, but as our point of view, what our requirements would be, safety issues, size.
Yes.
So we're not basing it on the neighbor, believe me. We're listening to you, and we're looking at your application, and the board is not comfortable with the application. It has nothing to do with the neighbor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Do you think I can maybe do in the other side, like in my existing driveway, I can do next, like not in the end of the side, to the other side?
That's what we're, all right, sorry.
No, go ahead, Nat. You're going to say what I'm.
Vilma, that's what we're asking, but it has to be done legally. You have to have a surveyor, and you have to work with the neighbor, to the left of your house, if you're standing in front of it, that side, and get that land opened up so that you can have more parking for both houses directly across from the other house parking, and leave the green space intact in front of your house and in front of, like it is in front of the other house. So, that's what you have to do. You have a plan here that's pretty old. And
Right, like me, like sharing with the other people, with the other owner of the other neighbor.
That's a possibility, Vilma.
Yeah.
And
No.
what Nat is
Yeah.
saying, and I've
No,
said,
I
and
don't-
Barry.
No, it's not possibility.
Okay,
About
so
sharing
that's why.
driveways, sharing driveway, I feel it's really uncomfortable.
Okay,
Yeah, but it's,
so that's
but
the
look at
advice
how
of the
much land it
board,
is.
Vilma. We know what your wants are and needs are, but what we're suggesting is that you look for professional assistance to design something that would work, that we can actually look at and be approved. Because right now, as you're coming back and you're just designing it on your own, it's not addressing the problems that we have with the design. And we've offered a couple of suggestions, and maybe one of them would also be to actually come into the office and talk to staff to maybe look at a potential plan, and then have it brought to somebody for review, like an engineer or architect, to put down on paper in a proper plot plan to show the proper dimensions and setbacks. And then we can look at it and really more reasonably consider approval. But right now, as it stands, it is not anything to do with your neighbor. These are our general concerns of the board. And no matter how much you want, we're not comfortable with where you design the parking.
Okay. Trying to see. Right now, I'm off island. I'm gonna be back to the island until May. So can I do it between May and June?
We can continue. I'm just looking at your action deadline is March 12th. So we would need to alter the action deadline, and we can continue it to the May meeting. Meg, you have the actual May meeting date?
Bear with me, hold on. I believe it's Monday, May the 8th.
Vilma, will you be back on the island on Monday, May 8th?
Is there any way that we can do it in June?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Barry, go ahead.
I might have a better solution here. Just, again, latitude for a few seconds, please.
Sure.
Because
think
I
know where
didn't
you're
really
going.
get
Yeah.
it. I didn't get it the last time.
Mhm.
People were
Okay.
jumping all over it, okay? Megan, through you, do you think it would be easier for the applicant to withdraw the application without prejudice at this point? And then this will give her whatever time she needs to be able to get all the appropriate engineering specs taken care of to try to get this done in the right way. I mean, and through you still, Megan, at this point, we can also waive the application fee for her coming back if you think that would be appropriate as well.
Barry, you took the words out of my mouth.
There you go.
Ditto.
All right. So,
Yeah,
all right.
good.
So hold on. Hold on. So again, with latitude, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Merlos, do you understand what we want to do? Is we want to take this application and just say, let's put it away for now. And we're going to have you come back when you get hold of someone to help you with that appropriate background to get this thing designed the right way. Then you can, when you've got all that done, you can come back before the board. We're not going to charge you for it.
Okay,
And then you can present it to the board, and I think you'll have a lot better success. How does that sound to you?
that sounds good. Thank
Okay.
you for the
So,
opportunity.
okay, so bear with me for a second.
Mhm.
What I need you to do at this point is ask to withdraw this plan from the planning board and to withdraw it without prejudice. That's what I need you to ask right now. So we have it on the record that you are the one doing that, okay?
How do I do it?
You're
Do I
gonna,
just do it verbally right now?
you're gonna do it verbally to us right now. Do you need me to repeat what I just said?
Yes, it's okay. I can
Okay,
do it
so-
and then continue
It's
what you
not a-
say.
so you're
that
gonna
you're gonna-
ask, all right, you get a piece of paper here and here we go. Ready?
Which are right. Right in the pen, Papa.
It's pretty simple, but we just want to get it the right way, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
Yes,
Okay, you're going to now verbally ask the board to withdraw this plan without, and the word is prejudice, Pregudice. Got it?
yes.
All right, so I need you to do that for us if this is how you want to go.
Okay, yes. So I am Vilma Merlos. I will going to ask the board to withdraw this plan without prejudice.
Awesome.
Prejudice, right?
Very good.
Very good. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to help you to get there. So,
Yeah, yes.
okay.
Thank you.
Can I
So
just
this
say, Velma, when you're back on island, just come in to see us in the Plus office and we'll kind of walk you through the next steps, okay?
Okay,
And Vilma, if you need any translation, there is a member of the board that is fluent in Spanish, Abby, that would be able to help you as well.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very
yes.
much.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you, Vilma.
sure. Thank you.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Barry.
the applicant has requested that this plan be withdrawn without prejudice at this point, and I would say that is now, I will make that motion before the board.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made to withdraw without prejudice. I will add, if, as Barry noted earlier.
Oh, and to waive the fee.
To waive the fee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is your
Sorry.
motion, Barry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Nat, is that your second?
Yes.
Okay, roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Abby. I believe, was that Abby or Joe? I'm sorry, Abby, Joe.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you all. Moving on, we are at 30 North Beach Street LLC, the beach side. Sarah Alger representing.
Give me a couple minutes. I have a few people I am bringing over on this one.
Mhm.
Sarah, is Joseph Rip part of your team? He has his hand raised.
Joseph,
Yep. No.
any last name?
Oh, you know what? I see a Joseph Rip. I think he might be here for public comment. Never mind.
Okay. I should have, Brad.
Brought Brad over.
Brad, is there anyone else? No, no
No,
Bracken.
no one from my team.
Okay. Okay, great.
Okay. So it's just Brad and me.
Okay, welcome, Sarah. Welcome, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, so I just want to say I was very organized at about 2.5 hours ago. And I've kind of lost it since then, but I'm trying to pull it back together. I hope the board will come to this with kind of an open mind, because it's very upsetting now that you don't even get the opportunity to make your first presentation before you're publicly called out, called all kinds of names, and made to look like a bad person when you haven't even come before the board with your request yet. So I hope, we're trying to do the right thing by this property. My clients bought this property. It's 30 North Beach Street, the beach side. They're young, they have young children. They see a need for family-friendly accommodations in Nantucket, and felt that this would be an opportunity to put something together that would be great for families and not disruptive to the neighborhood. They did have some initial conversations with the neighbors when they first bought the property. One of the things that they heard loud and clear was that the neighbors did not want a restaurant that would be open to the public, that would bring in a lot of traffic. So they've tried to be sensitive to what they heard. They tried to have another meeting, and that never came together. People weren't really as open to wanting to meet. But we're open to making this the best possible spot, both for the people who stay there, who come to the island as tourists and families, but also for the neighborhood and honestly for the town at large. And there's a lot of push and pull, and so when you have a hotel restaurant that's only open to hotel guests, that's obviously something that maybe the general public isn't all that thrilled with. But it is something that the neighborhood is very sensitive to, and honestly, this isn't going to be that kind of destination place where you're going to want to jump in the car and drive to and eat. It really is going to be meant to be a place where you're staying with your kids. You can relax by the pool while they go to the game room and have kind of a safe place to go. I think the application is pretty straightforward. There are a number of old special permits that we just would like to kind of consolidate and do away with and replace with this one MCD permit. I think the prior relief was through the Board of Appeals at this point, particularly given the addition of the restaurant. That's pushed us into the MCD realm, which is why we're here before this board. The things that we plan to do on the site, we're hoping that we're going to make the site a little friendlier and a little bit nicer. We're hoping to reorganize the parking, get rid of some of the asphalt, put in a few more plantings, rebuild and enlarge the existing swimming pool so that we can incorporate a child-friendly area within it, something very shallow. Obviously, we will have to have a lifeguard in attendance at this pool. It will be a hotel pool, so there will be an attendant responsible for the pool at all times when the pool is open. We want to relocate the meeting space from the main building to the garage structure. Also relocate the gym. Those relocations make way to allow the construction of the game room for hotel guests. Again, it isn't anything that's intended to be open for the public. It's just for hotel guests. Same thing with the gym space. There's no intention to do any of the sort of winter memberships or year-round memberships that you might see at other establishments. This is intended just to be an amenity that's available if you're staying at the hotel. Replace the existing, I think there are residential kitchens that are permitted for guest house use, which allows you just a very limited selection of things that you can do. Replace that with a commercial kitchen. Add again this restaurant for guests and invitees that would be limited to 70 seats, which is the maximum allowed under the bylaw. Relocate the employees off-site. Convert the existing space to rental units so that there'll be a total of 101 rental units on site. And just generally operate the hotel with the restaurant and other amenities in accordance with the hotel management plan that we submitted with the application. Now, I understand that there's a lot of consternation about the hours that we proposed. And we were thinking for the most part that everything will be shut down by 10 o'clock. We wanted to have the flexibility to keep some of the things open if there was a special event. If that is going to create issues, then we're happy to just close everything at 10. Pool, I think we said at 8 o'clock, everything else at 10. I wanted to clarify what we meant by an outdoor coffee cart. This wouldn't be anything that would be out on the street. Again, it's something that you would maybe see at a hotel and a resort area, or even at an airport, where you can go up to a cart and pour yourself a cup of coffee. That's an outdoor coffee cart. The food trucks is sort of, again, not out on North Beach Street. This would be in the parking lot, similar to the ice cream truck coming by and the kids being able to run out and get an ice cream cone. We might do something like they've done out in Sconset. They have, I think, the Millie's truck comes out one day a week and parks over at the casino, and people go and get something to eat. This would, again, just be for hotel guests. I think we're adding stormwater management, which is something that's currently lacking. Replacing some of that old concrete with crushed stone, adding a rain garden and a swale, revamping the parking areas, and generally, refreshing the rooms. Obviously, it's been a while since they've all been redone, and would be kind of refreshing those. And with that, I just would like to turn it over to Brad Guidi, one of the principals, to kind of say what I missed and give you a little bit more of a flavor of how they plan to operate this.
Thank you, Sarah. Brad, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Sarah. I'm Brad Guidi, one of the partners at Blue Flag. As Sarah mentioned, and I just want to reiterate, myself, I have a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. My business partners all have children. And even as people like us who, have a lot of connections to Nantucket, obviously, it's hard. It's hard to go to Nantucket with young kids. So we've envisioned this property as a place where you could go as a family, and let your kids kind of experience their first taste of independence, which I think is probably like a fond memory for most of us during the summer. And in doing so, we wanted a place where the parents could also eat dinner and not have to go out and deal with reservations in Nantucket or find babysitters that sit in a hotel room with their kids. So the idea was trying to keep, really, it's essentially a pool bar. I mean, I know we're calling it a restaurant. It does have an indoor portion, but really it's to service the pool. The idea with the food trucks is they could come in at night and, the kids could get, a hamburger, or the parents could eat, and you could spend time on the property without having to deal with going in and trying to get dining reservations in town. So that's the idea of it. Like Sarah said, we're open to shutting it down at 10. That's fine. Originally we kept it open till 1 if there was a wedding or something. And people staying there wanted to come back and be in the lobby. We didn't think that would be contentious, but we've obviously heard from some neighbors prior to this meeting. So shutting it down at 10 is fine. The game room and the children's pool, again, was an added benefit for a family-friendly property. And the last thing I'll say is, if you're familiar with this property, it's set up essentially as a courtyard. So anything we do in there is directly abutting guest rooms within 20 feet. So obviously we're going to be extremely cognizant with sound. This isn't meant to be a loud, not loud music, things like that. So I think everybody, I just hope we're presenting this in such a way where you can understand we're not trying to make this some crazy party hotel with pool bars. This is a pool bar to service families, and you can sit around and eat lunch and dinner.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Brad, about the way the property is set up. It is the central area where the pool is and where the lobby will empty into is really a center courtyard that's surrounded pretty much on all 4 sides by buildings. That has one benefit of keeping the sound in. It also means that if families are staying in the hotel, they're also going to be sleeping there. So we're going to have it be quiet. Otherwise, none of these children are going to get 3 minutes of sleep the entire time they're on island. So that's what's intended to happen. The parking does require a waiver. I think our request is consistent with other similar projects where you're basically double counting the guests who are staying there with the guests who are eating. They're all the same people, so there's no need to double up on that parking. In terms of how we restrict usage to hotel guests, I think we'll do it simply by saying that everything has to be charged to a room. So without a room and without a key, you're not going to get service or food or be able to use the pool. We obviously will have employees on site. We've operated for a year without any incident, pretty much the way we intend to operate going forward, except we haven't had the food. Is that essentially the case, Brad?
Yeah.
I see Ryan Maxwell's here, so if there are questions about our proposed site plan, he can, I'm sure, answer them. The aisles, I think we went from 45-degree to a slightly different layout. I think that's kind of it.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Brad. Dave, your hand is up. Or is that always up?
No, my hand is up. Thank
Okay.
you, John. Through you, John.
Sure.
Sarah, I'm sorry that you have gotten abused by people. Brad, thank you. Sarah, thank you. I this is amazing, and that people are actually speaking badly about it. I'm sorry. We don't want short-term rentals, but we don't want to upgrade our existing hotel infrastructure to accommodate families and children. I think people are getting a little carried away with themselves here. I personally don't think that you guys are asking for a lot. I think that you're doing some infrastructure upgrades as far as drainage swales. You know, I wish the restaurant wasn't just for the hotel guests. I think that, you know, hopefully maybe that will change in time. But other than that, I want to say thank you. I think it's what the island needs. And I think that it couldn't be in better hands at this point.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree to what Dave just said, Sarah and Brad and Ryan, that it's really sad that before you even got started submitting this application, you're getting slammed for this. So not to sound like John McLaughlin or Linda Williams, but I worked at the beachside when I was 13 for my summer job. And the one thing that was kind of lacking was there was no kitchen facility. I mean, they made muffins and had coffee, but that was really the drag of it, where the people had to leave and go off campus instead of, you know, being able to eat there and then go and join the pool. And I think that was a really important part of this puzzle that was missing on this site. And I really think that can be, maybe over time, if everything starts to work, that maybe we can kind of look at going into seeing about the public coming. But right now, I think if you have a family there, there would be nothing better than enjoying a pool and going and having, you know, your meal there and relaxing, instead of after, you know, sleep into town and then trying to get back before the kids are, you know, crashing and need to be, you know, put off to bed. So, and I agree. I think before, when I worked there, there was not that contained courtyard, and now there is. So I think that's actually beneficial to you all. You know, maybe amplified music is stopped at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and then really kind of pay attention to that. But I just think the 10 o'clock shutdown, if you're a family, you know, mostly you want it to be quiet. You want the place winding down. So I think that would be an important thing. But yeah, I really applaud your proposal and trying to make this a family, you know, hotel where everyone can enjoy it, and a short walk to Jetty's Beach or the Galley or wherever. So I really thank you for moving forward with this.
Thanks, Joe. Barry?
Thank you. I appreciate it. So is this meant to be a year-round or a seasonal hotel? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I'll let either of the applicants speaking.
And I'll have a few more questions after. I'm sorry.
Sure.
As of right now, it'll most likely be seasonal.
Okay. All right.
It has been seasonal, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So
Well,
no change there.
Okay, no, I'm just asking, and and I think my colleagues spoke very well of you, and I have to agree with them to a certain extent. I feel bad for you about social media, and I think I could commiserate with you, having also been on the receiving end of that, where people just feel they can just launch off and whatever, sometimes without a lot of fact. But I always like to look at the head count too. If it's up in the hundreds, that's one thing. When it's 20 people saying the same thing, all right, I'm not sure they just became the representatives for the community. So the employee housing that you're going to provide off-site, is that going to be the same as what was being provided on-site? Just help me to field that question a little
Yeah,
bit.
we would supply the same amount of employee housing that was on-site, off-site.
Okay.
And
All right,
we have quite a bit of employee housing on island already that we own.
Okay. So no special events is what I'm hearing. You're going to lock the facility, basically close everything down by 10 o'clock, correct?
Yeah, we would be willing to do that.
Okay, good. I think that's important. I think that's important for the integrity of the community with that. I'm going to tell you, I'm not a fan of the food truck thing, because I'm a little reticent to know what doors that'll open if we allow this, and then see how that starts playing out for the rest of the community with other developments.
Yeah, so just so we're clear, the food truck was, sorry to interrupt there. The food truck was going to be driven onto the lawn, like interior in the property.
Yep.
And the idea is in the evening, say on Saturday nights, we could possibly do something where you have headphones and it would be like a silent movie, an outdoor movie with a food truck there. So.
Yeah, I think I want you to flesh that one out for me because I'm just, it's like I said, maybe I just don't understand it enough yet.
Yeah.
But at first blush, I'm like, no, because I'm afraid of what's going to come out of that for other sites thinking, oh, well, that's a novel idea. Let us start doing the same thing. I just, again, I would like to have that fleshed out a bit more. Go ahead, Fred. I'll wait a second.
No,
Did
I
you
was
have
just
something?
gonna say, I think there are rules now about food trucks that have been put into place. Your staff is probably better equipped to,
Okay.
talk about it than I am. But I think that the food trucks coming is actually a as of right situation, if
Oh,
I'm
interesting.
not mistaken. Yeah.
Okay, that I didn't know. All right. Well, like I said, I need to get a little more information on that one.
And also, if I could ask Brad or Sarah, the food truck or cart proposal that you're looking for, seeking, or describing, is that something that you have a permanent fixture, or is that something that would come in for special occasions, as you were describing, maybe a movie night, where it wouldn't be, by right?
Yeah,
until
it would
10 o'clock?
be, on occasion, say
Okay.
on a Saturday. It wouldn't be a permanent fixture.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Barry, sorry.
No, that's okay. That's fine. If we're on that thought, we might as well flesh it out a little further. I would like to see you flesh that out a little bit further for us.
Okay.
Just so we get a little bit of a sense. So, I think there are two things that you're close on, but they're kind of bothering me a bit. It's a question of help me out with the public here at this point. It is definitely, this is close to gated community as you get.
I can speak
No,
directly to that.
no.
No, I'm sorry. And maybe I'm sorry if I'm touching a slightly abrasive point. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, because I think this is different. This is different than going out and creating a gated community. That is
All right.
not our intention. A gated
Okay.
community where you intentionally go create a community, put up gates, exclude the public, and everybody kind of lives within that compound.
Okay.
This is more like a hotel / resort with its own restaurant that's open to the public to the extent that any one member of the public can come and stay there. So it's not a club. You don't have to be a member.
Can I, Sarah, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think it's important to understand how we got here. And that was via community involvement. I think something I've heard from the planning board, especially during Fair Street approval process, was go back and meet with the neighbors. And although we did try to have a larger neighborhood meeting, we weren't able to do that and work that out. But what we did hear from numerous neighbors is they didn't want a restaurant open to the public because there was fear that it may become something like Sandbar. So in an effort to respect the neighborhood, we were trying to actually do the right thing, which again, meeting with the neighbors and coming in and being responsive to what the neighborhood wants. I thought that was the point of what we're doing.
Okay. So
I want to mention too, that I think if we started bringing in the public, then we do potentially run into parking constraints, because we're not going to provide enough parking where you could have a full 70-seat restaurant and a full 110 unit hotel, all different people, all parking on the site.
Okay.
Go ahead, Barry.
Well, I know, and I understand.
Yeah, sorry.
That was a trigger reaction. Okay, I got it. And maybe I'm human. I don't always pick my words on the fly the best way possible. But where I'm trying to track with that is that this is a very seasonal thing. I would love it if you're year-round and could offer the gym for public use, but I understand the dynamics of that. But what I am kind of getting concerned is this is now the second restaurant out there that we're making those private restaurants. Now, the wood box, I might have given a little bit of latitude just because of parking density issues out there. Okay. I for one was not real thrilled with that as an outcome, but to move the project to its final destination, I was willing to say, okay, given the way the neighborhood was flowing at this point, not the neighbors, but the neighborhood was flowing, I could make a rational argument for it and felt as though the project was still important enough to move ahead with. It doesn't mean one day I wouldn't like to see that reopen again as a public restaurant, but this is now the second one that's getting toward where it's like, oh no, this will be a private restaurant again. And I understand some of those dynamics, but I think you've got a little bit more to work with. And the trend here of moving toward private restaurants is starting to concern me a bit. So I need to register that with you all. Not to say that I can't be, again, I like to keep an open mind on these things. But at first blush right now, I think I want to get that thought very much across to you at this point, is that I feel like in the community we're losing something again.
I definitely agree with you. And honestly, I don't know how to square that.
I get it. The neighbors are, I get it. If neighbors are always like, oh, no.
I mean, for us, it would obviously be better as a restaurant that's open to the public, of course.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you as well too, that as a member of this board, yes, I do have to listen to what, the neighborhood has to say and what their concerns are. But there's also a greater voice in here too that's frequently unheard, and that's the greater community. And that's what we're here charged with as well too, is not only looking at it from the perspective of what's there for the applicant, what's there for the neighborhood, but the bigger issue here again is what does it also mean for the community at large too? And they are the great unvocalized part of this, but this is what we're charged with. At least that's my feeling on it.
No,
So
we would be happy either way. We were picking the path that we felt would be in support based on the prior advice to meet the neighbors. So
I understand that, and it doesn't mean that we can't again flesh. The door's not closed on this yet. Please hear me loud and clear. The door's not closed. But I think we need to just take a good, serious look at it on a little bit more macroscopic scale here. And I appreciate what you're saying to me. I know you're always trying to, you got to figure out how you got to work with your neighbors. I get that. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry if it came across a bit harsh. But like I said, it is triggering a concern here with this one board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Joe, I know your hand's been raised. My hand has been raised, but I just haven't shown it.
Go first, John.
I'll tell you, I'm just really frustrated because we're trying to create a public restaurant where it really wasn't a public restaurant before. In 30 years, I never remember calling up to say, hey, could you make dinner reservations for the beachside? I want to relate to just going off island. I was off island in December and stayed at a hotel up in Waltham. I didn't think anything of protesting and telling the neighborhood, you really should open this up to the general public. I want to sit here I stayed in a fairly decent hotel. There was pool available. There was a gym available. It wasn't open to the general public. I came down in the morning. I had my coffee and I had a continental breakfast. It wasn't open to the general public. I thought that why are we trying to make something that's not? We're looking at taking for better word, a motel that is in the real world, and we're updating it so that it would be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to the area, and then as soon as we want to make a change, everybody in the peanut gallery wants to throw in everything at them to prevent them from updating and doing something that would accommodate families. We have to say something about everything, and that is our job as a board. But I think I'm just getting really tired. There's situations and places for everything. Granted, it's a different argument when you're looking at bringing into a restaurant and a private facility in a downtown ROH, Fair Street environment. This area, there's not a tight knit, close neighborhood where it's in the ROH and you have 0 setbacks and 5 feet away from each other and it's so congested. When you look at it from your perch on the cliff, it looks down on it. It's going to look 1,000 times better than it is right now. When you're driving by it, nobody's going to look at, oh, I wish I can eat there. I never ate there before, but they're providing a service to the patrons, and the changes that they're making, I actually think are fairly reasonable. They're taking away a garage and moving a gym, and then adding a room, but then they're putting a gym somewhere else, and they're updating the pool, and they're providing services. They're looking from the aesthetic, from the curb cuts, and they're putting a better flair on it than what pre-exists, and they're making all these improvements that I think they're like, this is a sincere attempt to make something a lot nicer than it is. And it has been seasonal. It will continue to be seasonal. We don't want to force feed them to open up year round. It's not, I don't even want to consider it to be compared to Fair Street, because it's not even close to Fair Street or in the neighborhood of Fair Street. It's not a public restaurant, and I don't want it to be a public. You should be able to provide a service for your patrons. They're meeting demands of a different group and families, and providing something in a safe environment with all the protections, lifeguards, and entertainment that we would hope for if I went away anywhere. Why pick on Nantucket? I'm just getting a little bit frustrated with the social media putting a negative spin before it's even presented, as Sarah said in the beginning. But I think this particular situation, there's not too much that I'm against, and I'm not ready to sign off and give it an approval right away. We still want to talk about the things like we should be talking about: amplified application, not extended to 8 o'clock, as Joe would say, maybe closing it down at 10 o'clock so that there's consideration for the families that are in there. Lighting, things like that we should be talking about. But I'll tell you, you can probably sense it in my voice right now. I'm really starting to get frustrated with the overall negative pushback before we even get to hear it, see it, and think about it. So I apologize if I'm flying off the handle, but I'm generally in support of this project right now, and I like what they're doing, and I know we can improve it, but I really want to hear them out, and then before I pass judgment on it and give it a fair shake. But sorry, thank you. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've stayed in hotels where there's not a restaurant, but I've stayed in hotels where there's a restaurant, and one is on Route 1 when I was visiting my mother-in-law, and there was one bistro and everyone went there. So, I think if you have a good family restaurant, town Nantucket's like, I want to go there. And we'd eat on the back of a pickup truck if it was good food. You don't really care, but you just want to go there. So I think if that's what they create, I think that the town Nantucket, and I'm not saying right away, but a couple years down the road, if there is a well-established family restaurant that we could go to, that would be fantastic. And I think that that's, whether it's in 3 years, maybe 25% at 6 o'clock. If they're not booked, they can have it to the public or something. They can work something out. Going out last summer and going to my friend's house on Sankaty Road and being able to walk down and go to Millie's, that was fantastic. Just kind of having that food truck there really gave a different sense of Wisconsin. So I think if they're trying to create something and some creativity and having ice cream trucks or whatever it is, I think that's fantastic. So I like that they're being creative, and I think we should support them in any way possible. And I think once they get the doors open and they see how it runs, they're going to have adjustments and tweaks, and this is going to work or not work, and come back to us. And so, we've heard the development today where they didn't really think about the parking, and they have a major problem. So, come back, address it, and just see what works. But I really think this is a positive thing, and I really want to see this succeed, especially where I work there, and the Waynes did a fantastic job. To see this revitalized and rejuvenated, brought back to life, I think is fantastic with town of Nantucket. So I applaud for what you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to just talk about the restaurant. The board, the staff, we don't necessarily want to close the door on anything. We're not going to say that it should only be private. You might open, this is a special permit. We might see in 2 years, 3 years, something where we're making it potentially available for public restaurant if they see the need or the desire from the area, the neighborhood, the people that want something like that. We can revisit, we can look at this right now. What they're saying is it would be for the patrons or the guests only. However, we're not going to make it mandatory that they always keep it like that. I would leave the door open for future, potentially open it up to the public. Go ahead, Nat, if you're hand raised.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And everything that has been said is accurate. And I'll just throw in a few other little pieces. So Leslie, was this LC before? I believe it was, correct? Like that weird LC zoning back when we did the area plan and changed it to CN?
Yes, it was.
I remember that vividly on that process, and that's, the neighbors need to know that. The zoning down here now is a lot better than it was for what they're concerned with, I can tell you that. So that's number one. Number two, the galley beach used to be just the galley not long ago. And then before that, they had a little window on the side of the building they used to sell hamburgers and hot dogs out of. Yeah, that wasn't that long ago, okay? Then we had jetties. And my old friend, Eileen Cahoon, used to pick me up, probably picked up Joe, threw us in the back of the station wagon, and went down there for whatever we were doing. Things have changed. This is the last place, about 3 generations behind this place. I mean, this is really one of those weird old motels you drive by on your way to a Marriott, say, I ain't staying here. I mean, these properties aren't going to just remain the same forever. And this is one of the last places to get, have a change. The only place left, I mean, there's a couple, but this is an important one in my opinion. As far as the seasonal thing goes, the Graydon House started out, I'm not seasonal, I mean the guests only, restaurant part. The Graydon House started out that way, ended up being open to the public, and it blends in, and nobody would even remember that discussion. Everybody's forgotten. That never happened, but it did happen, okay? The Brotherhood, open year round, place is working great. Everybody's happy. But a year ago, everybody was mad, angry. It was unbelievable through this process. So I've kind of had it, to be honest with you, with the complaining. I think these people have done a good job, and they have learned about Nantucket's pathway to completion for a project. They've had a lot of bumps, especially with Fair Street, obviously. It's in a residential neighborhood. There's a lot of different type of concerns as far as, more valid points. This is a commercial area down here, and it has been since day one. And I think, and with Barry, a long time ago, came up with that whole not sunset, but yearly review in these special permits. And I think that Joe kind of nailed it with the, in a few years, this restaurant, we will forget we even had this argument. And we'll be wondering why it's not open. That's what's going to happen. So I'm pretty pleased with this. I think this is going to, there's a lot of space down here. And it was designed in that courtyard type atmosphere, which Sarah brought up at the beginning, with the buildings are surrounding the pool, which is the right thing. So you're already starting out with something good for the noise. And I see no reason why you can't upgrade a place that's 3 generations behind when every house in the area is in the 21st century and then some. Thank you.
Thanks, Nat.
Mr. Chair, can I just add a couple things about the restaurant situation?
Certainly. Go ahead, Sarah.
I think Barry's right. He triggered me. I just want to say, we can talk about Graydon House. Graydon House was going to be guests only. That wasn't at the developer's request. That was at the board's request. And over time, we were able to come back and we asked to have it opened up, and it did open up. And I think it's been successful. Up on Fair Street, a completely different situation. Blue Flag wanted to have that open to the public. That was our initial proposal. We were asked by the board to go back and work with the neighbors. We did that. We compromised. This was the choice that was made, to just have it be for hotel guests. Not really what we wanted, but like a compromise, any good compromise. No one was happy when it was over. I think this situation is different, and I wouldn't call it private dining, because it isn't. It's still public. It's just that the subset of the public that's able to eat there is limited by the fact that they have to be staying at the hotel. And you're right. In a few years, we might be asked to come back and change it, but I don't want to go into this saying that we're going to do that, because that isn't our intent. And I don't want to face they're just bait and switching us. They're just teeing us up so that 2 years they can come and open this back up. That isn't what's happening. We're trying to do the right thing for this neighborhood, and we're trying to do the right thing for this hotel, and we're trying to make it something that's going to be successful. And we're committed to having it be just for hotel guests. If that changes down the road, so be it. But we are not going into this thinking that that's what's going to happen. So I just don't want people to think that that's some tricky thing that we're trying to pull, because it isn't. That's all.
I wasn't suggesting
I know
that, Sarah.
I know you weren't.
Okay.
I know you weren't, but
I just was making a general statement.
I just know how people think, and I just want to be really clear that we're not going into this with that in mind.
And it can't happen without us. So that's the key.
Right.
So.
Okay. I'd like to see if there's people. Oh, Carl, I'm sorry. I see your hand raised before I open it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant. Have you thought about transportation vans, a van or two for picking up guests at ferries or airports and shuttling guests around attractions in town on the island? Do you have any plans for hotel vans or buses to transport guests and their families?
It's currently not in our management plan, but if we are able to get 100 rooms, it's something where at that scale, you could probably consider a van to drive hotel guests.
Carl, any more? Oh. Okay, I'm looking. Meg, anyone from the general public that has their hand raised?
Yep, so we have Joseph Grip, followed by Arthur Reed, and then Emily Molden.
Okay, I'll take Joseph, please.
Yes, good evening.
Welcome,
My name
Joseph.
is Joseph Rip. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, welcome.
Great. I'm Joseph Rip, and I live at 6 Brent Point Road. I'm a neighbor. And I would like to point out, by the way, I do not use social media. I am also president of the North Beach Association. It's a community of 12 homes that's directly across the street from the proposed expanded facility. And the applicant is requesting changes to the beachside hotel parking requirements, which is the part that I object to, and I'd like to find other solutions to that. And I'm sorry, as I've learned tonight, that you are frustrated by some of the people who object to this project in an aggressive manner. I can assure you I have no plans to do that. But I assume you sent me a notice of this meeting to receive my comments, and if not, why have a public hearing at all? We just spent over an hour, as I've been listening, discussing the green space on someone's lawn and 5 extra feet required for a driveway. And while that may be important to the neighborhood that's there, the neighborhood I live in is important to me also. And I do not feel that I live in the commercial area as you described. I actually live in a very quiet residential community. The applicant tonight is requesting an expansion of the facility for the additional 7 rooms, an expanded pool area, a 70-seat restaurant, as well as a 50-seat meeting room in the back of this facility. And I just learned also requesting a food truck. And while the application states that only hotel guests will be able to use the pool and dining facilities, I suspect that as they pointed out, was put in place to quiet some of the neighbors' concerns. But it's really hard to enforce a guest-only facility because it's, as you seem to be all agreeing that going forward, you'd prefer this to be open to the general public. If you were to do that, my only concern is the parking area and the traffic area that's in this neighborhood. This facility is directly across the street from me, and the meeting space will be allowed to have private parties. I think it was also suggested tonight they'll have weddings. It will become inevitably this facility will be part of the island's catering business. And so I think the board should not consider the restaurant and meeting facilities as a separate item, but think of this as really approving not only a 75 or a 70-person restaurant, but also a 50-person meeting facility that will be used for commercial purposes, weddings, events, et cetera. And as an abutting neighbor, I'm just really worried about the parking. There is no parking in Brant Point. Parking in Brant Point is a real problem for all of us here. The Brant Point people, the Brant Point Association has been talking about it for many years. The town has been considering for years putting in parking permits and parking meters in town. That's only going to exacerbate the problem. We have parking all over the place, and across the street, we have a private road. Our road is carved into all of our own land here, the way the development was created many, many years ago. And we're very concerned that we're going to have illegal parking on our street with people going to the hotel or going to weddings or going to those events that we'll have to deal with. That is, I don't really want to have to spend our time chasing illegal parkers and guests who will be parking in our neighborhood, which is directly across the street. So as you're considering this application, I sincerely hope that you deal with the parking issue. I have no problem that updating the hotel, I think would be terrific. The expanded pool for the children, I have no objection to. Talking about having a greater place in this area with nicer hotel facilities, that's all terrific. But I think you need to seriously consider the parking ramifications, both in our neighborhood, which is directly across the street, and on Brant Point, which is already plagued with the expanded parking of the White Elephant Hotel, of the Jetties Beach, of the restaurant down the road, and all of the other facilities that you rightly pointed out have expanded and continue to expand. Brant Point is a residential community, and parking is a real problem here. So if you're going to approve this, my only request is that you make sure that the parking is adequately addressed, that steps are taken for off-site parking if that's required, but it doesn't spill over into the existing neighborhood where it's already a problem. The increased traffic that's going to come down the street is going to continue to rise. We already have a speeding problem on Beach Street with people going really quite quick off to Jetties Beach. And the street has hundreds on every given day. There's hundreds of walkers walking their families and their children to Jetties Beach. So any additional traffic in this area is only going to increase the risks and danger to those pedestrians and to the traffic moving across the street. So my objection as a neighbor, as you requested for my comments on this, my objection is the waiver of the parking requirements. And I would hope that if they're going to expand this facility and use this facility as they're planning to do and make it a great facility that the neighborhood or the island desires, that we solve the parking problem without turning it over to our neighborhood or to forcing it into the Brand Point community, which already suffers from that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Brad, your hand raised to, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to point out two things. There already is a meeting space on site. We're just planning on relocating it. I believe it's the capacity, the current meeting space is 40 and the capacity of the proposed meeting space is 50. The other thing I would just wanted to point out that, you know, we essentially ran at capacity this past summer. And for the past several years, I don't know, because we kind of inherited it, but 22 of the parking spaces have been rented. So we are not using all the parking spaces, even at capacity. There's still an abundance of extra parking spaces. I agree with Mr. Rip that there obviously is a huge parking issue in Nantucket. Sorry, that would be my 5-year-old son I was referring to earlier. There's obviously a huge parking issue on Nantucket, but the parking that surrounds the beach side traditionally has remained relatively open. Not all our guests come with cars. And in addition to that, 22 of the spots have been used by a third party.
Thank you, Brad. And there are marketing tools and things that you can use to not advocate bringing a vehicle, especially with the location being downtown, close to ferries, you know, and really kind of promote that, where this is a family-friendly place that doesn't necessarily require you to bring a car. You know, if you were out of town at the Nantucket Inn, you would probably need some kind of form of transportation if you're going to be commuting all over the island. But this particular area, especially if it's going to be a lot of inclusive things, promotion would be good for that. I see a few hand raised. Joseph, did you have something?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Sarah, your hands raised.
I thought just quickly I'd run through the parking just so we're clear on what's happening. So under the bylaw for the 101 rental units and the 50-person meeting space, that requires 53 parking spaces. The employees at one space for each 3 at peak shift, we're anticipating keeping 22 employees, that's 7 spaces. So that's a total required of 60 spaces. We are proposing to provide 70 spaces. So there are additional 10 spaces to be allocated. The restaurant requires 23 spaces. So there it is. Our waiver requested is the 13 spaces, but those 23 spaces for the restaurant are already counted because the same people under the 101 rental units are the same people using the 70-seat restaurant. And I know there are a lot of other decisions that address this this particular situation, and the board has been consistent in not requiring the double counting, and that's our justification for the waiver. We don't want to have to put more parking in specifically for the reason that Brad said, which is that it's not all currently utilized. We'd also like to be able to do some of the things that we're talking about, like adding the stormwater management, taking out some of that concrete, putting in the rain garden, putting in the swale, and doing some other things that will be a little friendlier to the surrounding environment. This will also be an application that will have to go to the Conservation Commission too, by the way.
Thank you, Sarah. And just
Thank
for
you.
clarification, Brad, you had mentioned that in the past, there were 22 parking places that were being rented. Was that the previous owners or yourself? And if so, those will be eliminated and sort of put back into the pool then. So that would be technically a net gain of 9 that were no longer being rented out. With the waiver of 13, adding those 22 back in, we'd actually have a net of 9.
Well,
Positive.
that's a fair assessment, yes.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
Thank you, John. Yes, I just wanted to, and Sarah beat me to the punch, but I just wanted to point out that they're not really asking for waivers, and that the restaurant seating is already taken up by the hotel, so it's redundant parking. But I also want to point out projects like the Brand and some other hotels that we've waived their parking needs as well. And a lot of these hotels and guest houses, people don't bring their cars to. I often go down by the cliffside in the middle of the summer, and their parking lot is completely empty. So I am not, and I'm a stickler when it comes to parking, but I am completely comfortable with the amount of parking. I think they have an overabundance of parking. So I don't think parking is going to be an issue, as Mr. Rip has expressed his concern, which I appreciate. I mean, I think he's right to have that concern, but I really don't see it being a concern. Thank you.
Thanks. Meg, is there anyone in the general public? We have Arthur. Is he still with us?
Yep, so we have Arthur, then
And
Emily, then Scott Martin, and then and I think that's it for now.
Okay, Arthur, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to point out at the outset that I do not subscribe to or participate in social media of any type. I've made it my policy in my business to avoid social media. I have enough things to do with my time, including attending meetings like this, rather than to amuse myself with social media. So I'm I think blissfully unaware of whatever Sarah is talking about in that regard. My only communication on this to her was an email yesterday, just as a courtesy to let her know that I was representing certain concerned neighbors and that I had heard that there were other neighbors that were in opposition. I represent Mary Mottershead and Robert Moore, who own the property at 29 Cliff Road, which is immediately above on the cliff, immediately above the rear of the 30 North Beach Street property. And the entire 4 sides of this property, including the side across North Beach Street, the Cliff Road behind it, and then the residential areas on each side. This is a single lot that is surrounded by residential zoning and residential uses, all either R1 or R5 on 4 sides. And this is indeed now in CN zoning. It has a history of commercial use. There's no question about that. There's no question that it's entitled to continue in the commercial use, and it's obviously appropriate that the property be upgraded, and it certainly could use some upgrading from where it's been historically. However, the impact that this will have upon the residential neighborhood is something that has to be taken into consideration. And particularly, my clients have found that the noise has a tendency to move up the hill, so that when they are using their property, that any noise involved with the activities on the area below in the beachside property come right up, and they can hear it all. Obviously, we're glad to hear that the idea of keeping the restaurant open until 1 a.m. has gone. We also have a problem with the concept of there being outdoor seating for the restaurant. That will result in there being noise, and particularly if that's to run until 10 p.m., that's going to have an adverse impact upon the quiet enjoyment of my clients and the other residential neighbors. I was interested to hear the comment about possibly having outdoor movie showings. Well, I can't imagine anything that would be more disruptive to the whole neighborhood than having these taking place outdoors in the area of the motel. It's going to be heard throughout the neighborhood. We would object to any kind of amplified music outdoors in connection with this project, once again, because of the fact that it is situated in a residential neighborhood. And, you know, you compare it to the other projects where there are houses within 5 feet of each other and so on. Well, we're in R1 and R5 zoning all around, and these houses are in many cases quite close to each other. It's not as intense as it is in some parts of the ROH district, but this is not an area where you have 3-acre lots that you can use the outward part of your lot in order to protect yourself from what is going on the
Arthur,
adjacent
I apologize.
property.
I'm just gonna interrupt for 1 second, because I thought I heard with Brad when he mentioned the movie, it was going to be earphones. So similar to what the Dreamland promotes, they have outdoor above deck concerts that everyone has earphones on. So you never ever hear the amplified music. It would be silent. So I just wanted to note that, because that was, I think Brad had said that early on, but I apologize.
Well, if that's
for the
the
interruption.
case, that's certainly better. And I would certainly want there to be a condition against amplified music, amplified sound outdoors on this property. One thing that my clients have commented on is that there's the proposal to eliminate the concrete in the driveway and to replace it with crushed stone or some other similar gravel surface. And we're concerned about that because, and we would think that the guests in the motel would be concerned about it too, because obviously that's a lot more noisy and objectionable to neighbors than having pavement. Now, obviously, as far as the a drainage system is concerned and so on, all of that will have to be taken up at the Conservation Commission, and we'll obviously be participating in that and watching closely as to what's going to be happening there. My clients, I believe, were planning to be on the call, and I would expect that they will be coming on in a minute to give their additional comments on this. So let me cap this off at that point and let the others speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Arthur. I think we had Emily next.
Yes, Emily and then Scott.
Great. Hi, Emily. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land Council. The only comment that I just wanted to make was to say that I appreciate the incorporation of vegetated swale and rain garden on site to help manage stormwater. And I will look forward to reviewing those stormwater management plans as the progress of the project moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Scott?
We have Scott and then followed with Glenn.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Scott Martin. I'm a neighbor at 12 Grant Point Road. And I too am not a big social media guy, but I do want to just echo Joe's comments regarding parking, as it is periodically a problem for us in our private area as well. I want to echo Arthur's concerns about the noise. And I had a question, just a point of clarification. I think it was Brad that said earlier he'd be willing to shut stuff down at 10 p.m. everything. And I just wanted to understand, does that mean on page 2 of the application, point 10, does that you would want to, or you would agree to go from 1 a.m. to 10 p.m.? Is that what you were?
Yeah, that would be correct, Scott.
Okay.
The pool would close at 8 p.m. and all of the, any food or drink would be over at 10.
Okay, that's great. And Brad, I think it would be a good idea offline if we could get together and talk. I'd love to spend some more time talking about it. I haven't had an opportunity to meet you. That was my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Glenn?
Hi, Glenn Wood, Rubin and Rudman, environmental attorney. I represent the property owners at 5, 7, and 9 Arbor Way, which basically are 3 properties that are more or less the entire northerly boundary of the beachside. I know the beachside well, attending, I believe, my first visit to Nantucket 30-ish years ago when I went to a wedding there. Our clients, as I've expressed to Sarah, who I know very well, are very positive about the development and the redevelopment of this family-friendly operation. The concern that my clients have had, and I think others have had, is the application that's presented, said that they're looking to stay open till 1 o'clock. And I think that, again, like Arthur not being on social media whatsoever, I'm not part of that, but I think that some reaction was related to the application as presented. If it came in and said that it was going to close down at 10 o'clock, like other area places do, like Galley Beach or the White Elephant or things like that, I think that maybe some reaction related to that would have gone away. It's fabulous to hear that they may have, the applicant has listened to those concerns and is committing to a guest only and 10 p.m. close to the restaurant and bar, which my understanding there is a bar associated with this, even though it's not in the application as stated. There is some bar operation here, which is not spelled out in any detail in terms of serving alcohol. So if the operation does close at 10 p.m. in terms of its internal use, that addresses the largely major concern that the northerly boundary property owner has associated with that. We continue to look forward to engage with Blue Flag and Sarah and appreciate their hearing the concerns of, I suppose, the general neighborhood as to the proposed in application 1 a.m. Operation, which was extremely out of line with the neighborhood and extremely out of line with the residential zoning that surrounds this parcel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn.
Joseph Rip has his hand raised again.
Okay. Yes, Joseph.
Yes, just one additional comment, and I thank everyone for their comments tonight. I'm very happy to hear that we are planning now shutting this facility at 10 p.m. I would like to request that a lot of the things that we're talking about, though, the 10 p.m. and even the rental spaces, that they're be included in if this is permitted, a prohibition against renting those spaces, because I know where the overflow is going to go. It's going to go into my neighborhood. So as we're solving the problems that the neighbors have concerns about, I just hope that the document that the town approves includes all of those restrictions. And if they want to change that they go back and the neighbors are once again consulted, rather than simply leaving them up in the air, so that they can in the future be changed after everything has been approved, and that we go forward understanding with Blue Flags what they're trying to do, and the neighborhood maintains the peaceful area that we have. We are not the commercial area that many of you have expressed tonight. We are actually quite a peaceful neighborhood and would like to maintain that. And that is the concern of the neighborhood. And it sounds like you're starting to listen to some of those concerns. So I thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Did I see Sarah's hand? Yes, Sarah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, of course, we'll put any of the things that we agree to will be conditions of the decision. Clearly renting out those parking spaces is something that shouldn't have happened and is not something that we intend to continue to do. So that I don't have any problem putting that in the decision along with all these other conditions. I did want to just clarify, we're not taking up all of the pavement. I didn't want to leave you with the impression that we're taking up all the pavement. We're not. We're leaving the paved parking aisles and parking spaces, but we are taking up concrete and excess paving that will allow us to put in the swale and the rain garden. But we're not replacing all of our driving surfaces with gravel because that would be noisier than the pavement.
Thank you for your clarification. I don't see any other hands raised at this point. Anyone else, Meg, in the general public?
Mary Mothershead and Robert Moore.
Okay. Hi, Mary, welcome.
My husband, Robert Moore, is with me. We are the owners at 29 Cliff Road. We've lived there for 20 years and we are very familiar with the beachside. Many years ago, we actually stayed there on purpose with our kids. We have kids and grandkids and are definitely pro-family. We do not have anything to do with social media. In fact, we didn't even find out about this application till 2 days ago. We've never been contacted by the developers. We've never been contacted by any neighbors. Even though we're abutters, we apparently are clearly in the dark as to what's happening here until we're sitting at this meeting. In terms of reading the application, it's actually was hard to figure out a lot of things since we know the property. We don't really understand here about the restaurant location, the kitchen location, the trash and the loading, all these types of things. So we can't really comment on a lot here. However, we are totally pro fixing up the beachside. We really don't have any problem with the addition of room count, improving or enlarging the pool, adding the full service restaurant, adding other family amenities. We're not even sure that we object to the restaurant being public. But what we do care about, as Arthur Reed has indicated, which is extremely important to us, is anything that would increase the noise level. And one of those things has to do with the parking and the loading and the truck operations and everything else. As we sit up above the property, the noise rises. And for us, the way it's currently set up, they're talking about changing not only the surface at the rear of the property, they're also changing how the circulation works. There's a suggestion that this would be a one-way operation. You'd come in one way off beach and exit another way. So increasing the parking count to 70 cars means that all 70 cars are going to be driving fully around the building, including on the crushed stone. And what in the past has been indicated, there really has not been a lot of use of the parking lot, and it has been two ways. So rarely do cars or trucks have to circulate around the site. Also, without a restaurant, there hasn't been a lot of food delivery and a lot of trash and other things like that. And there's just been one trash truck at the front of the site. So what we're interested in is making sure that we understand how all the trash trucks and the restaurant loading and unloading and the meeting room facilities will operate. And we would like to see that those trucks do not circulate around the back of the property, particularly on a gravel surface where we would hear all the traffic passing by the residential houses above the site. In terms of the parking, I know that the neighbors across the street have been concerned about that. But I think that, so far that hasn't appeared from our perspective to have been a problem. That said, we do have concern about the meeting facility being moved to the current garage and maintenance house, since we're really unclear how that would be run. I mean, the last thing, that it seems to us would be, it would be a difficult situation to have to be running food and all kinds of services from the main new commercial kitchen over to the meeting facility. Also, you're taking employee housing off site, and with all this intensified use with restaurants and room service and poolside service and the trash and the loading, it doesn't seem as if there's necessarily enough back of house space. It would seem to us it would be much better to convert the the garage over to on-site employee housing and back of house services, and not to have any facilities there. That would also not include or raising parking requirements. The idea of family-friendly facility is something we really appreciate. However, the families seem to only be there from late June until mid-August, and the property's open a lot longer than that. And having lived there for 20 years, there are all kinds of different people that appear at different times for Fagawi weekend, for weddings and groups, and any little meetings they've even had there, they've had them off season and people arrive. So we would just suggest that the owners think about noise from a lot of perspectives, not just from the family perspective. So we would be happy to talk to the developer and to Sarah and Brad separately, so we're not boring people, but I think you've got the gist of our concerns, and we thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Meg?
Stephen McBrady.
Okay, welcome, Stephen.
Hold on.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sorry about that.
Welcome, Steve.
Oh, thank you. No problem. My name's Steve McBrady. I'm also a neighbor. I live across the street near Joe Rip. My wife, Chris, and I have 4 children between the age of 5 and 15. So we're really impressed and sensitive to the fact that the upgrade is focused on making the location family friendly. We've been coming to the island for 15 years with our children, which is why we bought a home here. And so we support updating the beach side. We also agree with listening to all perspectives in respectful ways and appreciate the board's focus on our right to quiet enjoyment of our property. I think in that regard, we have 3 concerns, some of which have been raised tonight. 1 is traffic, 2 is light, and the 3rd is large events. For example, will the hotel be hosting weddings? And if there's going to be a wedding across the street every weekend of the summer, that's a big change. I think many of us would appreciate some clarity on this point and what that would entail in terms of traffic and trucks and tents and lights. That's a big concern among the neighbors. But again, we appreciate the effort that's gone into this and support updating the beach side, but we just want clarity on those 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And I'll direct those 3 questions directly to Sarah or Brad.
Sure. The traffic, I'm not quite sure how to address. That's a tougher one, and I'm assuming that has to do with events. We really don't have any event space other than, again, the meeting space, which has been there. So with respect to tents, the only way to do a tent would be to pull a permit for that. It's not our intention to have weddings there. Understanding that this is a residential neighborhood, we can understand Mr. McBrady's concern. So that would certainly not be our intention. With light, we would have to comply with, you know, the policies currently in place in Nantucket. So you would not have any uplighting. Everything would be dark sky compliant, and that's reviewed by you know, several departments. Since I'm talking, I'll just address one of Mary's concerns about the kitchen and the restaurant, which are located in the front building closest to the street. So all loading and unloading could be done without having to go to the back of the property. And that would hopefully help keep the noise level down around the cliff part of the property.
Thank you, Brad. Meg, was there someone else up there, Stephen?
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay, I don't expect any decisions to be made this evening. Continuing, I hope there was a lot of discussion here. I think we still have to address certain issues as just things like light and all hours of operation. We said 10 o'clock. Just I'm drawing a blank. We've been talking about it so long, but
Yeah, Mr. Chair, between now and the next meeting, I'll go through with Brad and Ryan and others and just take all our notes and try to come up with some revisions to what we've already submitted and try to conform what you're looking at to what we've talked about tonight, maybe add in some things we can try to address.
And then if any of the neighbors do want to contact us, Megan, could they go through you to pass my contact information along?
Yeah, that's fine. They can do that.
Great.
I'm welcome to have any conversation with any neighbors.
Yeah, thank you for that offer. And Sarah, thank you. You said it better than I can. And I think maybe some of the issues that are the neighbors' concerns, instead of addressing them at the next meeting, they would be addressed in kind of a closed private session. So you'd be able to maybe come to terms and give us some advisement on what that would be. So make our job
Right.
easier as
Yeah,
well.
I'll submit everything to you. I'll provide copies to any of the neighbors that get in touch, and I obviously will provide copies to both Arthur Reed and Glenwood.
Great. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
can I just add one thing
sure, go ahead.
to
Matt.
throw in, is that whole manager phone number thing, Sarah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and just for the record, I thought we'd be closing the public hearing, but I guess we're not. So I can tell you one thing, we will be the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll
Crazy.
I think we need to refine a little bit, and we'll do that and
Yeah.
come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, so motion to continue to March 13th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
My motion made to
Second.
continue to March 13th by Barry, second by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you all that spoke and attended for that. Moving on to the next.
Great,
we
thank
have-
you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
ACK Mid-Island LLC and ACK Offices LLC, 1818A, 20, 22, 24, and 26 Parks Ave. Meg?
Yep, I'm just bringing over the applicants. We have Dan Malloy, we have Chris Humara and Stephen Cohen. Let me know if there's anyone else I should be bringing over, please.
I think that's everyone for now, Megan.
It's Robert, I'm gonna butcher his last name, Michaud. Is he part of your group?
Not that I'm aware of, but He may be a neighbor.
Yeah, he's the traffic consultant, Megan.
Oh, okay, let me bring him over.
Okay, I see Robert is up. Should I start, or Mr. Chairman, did you want to say it?
No, go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, I'll keep it brief because I think the board is familiar with the basics. I do want to note that this project started off significantly larger with 2 buildings, 64 dwellings, significantly more retail and commercial space. And we've sharpened the pencil quite a bit. And I think that the board should be happy with the volume that's being proposed now. Essentially, the 8-lane bowling alley and the kitchens for the 2 restaurants were in the basement, and those have been brought upstairs into the building. So those have, unfortunately or fortunately, depending how you look at it, eliminated a significant amount of the retail space and commercial space. So if you want to think of what the amount of space that's been eliminated is, it's 8 bowling alleys, 8 bowling alley lanes, and 2 kitchens of volume. So we're now proposing 1 sit-down restaurant with about 50 seats and 1 takeout restaurant with a dozen seats, and an 8-lane bowling alley. And that's essentially the whole first floor of the building. The apartments have been reduced down to 32 apartments, which we think would be a really nice mix of 6 3-bedrooms, 15 2-bedrooms, and 11 1-bedrooms. I think the board is well aware that these smaller apartments are actually really in short supply around here, and would be helpful to people that need accessible housing. The parking calculations that we've come up with are that with that commercial space and that amount of residential space would require 103 standard parking spaces, of which 90 parking spaces are being proposed. However, the board does have, aside from just waiving parking spaces with no justification, the board has 4 relatively standard waivers that are available under the NERDA provision, the on-street parking provision, the shared access provision, and common access and site connection provision. So if those 4 waivers are granted, because they're all applicable here, then we drop down to a requirement of 77 spaces. And therefore, instead of being 13 spaces under, we're actually 13 spaces over, because we're still offering the same 90 spaces. So I think the board is more than justified in granting those waivers, especially since we need 13 of them and we qualify for 26 of them. So I think that's a good ratio for us to be coming in at 90 spaces, given those numbers. We do not have new elevations for the board. The decision at this time was to wait and see if this program seemed to make sense, if this volume and matrix made sense for the board, and then we'll go to the HDC and come back with what the program looks like. In turn, the elevation of the buildings. But that's that's the current volume of the program. The only other thing I want to note is that the current plan relies on cooperation from both of the abutters, and the negotiation and conversation for both of those is ongoing. It's not settled. I'm happy to take questions. Dan Malloy is here. He's happy to take questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Looking board members, any questions at this point? Ned, I'm sorry, are you reaching for your?
No. Go ahead for Dave. I'm just.
Okay.
Nope. All right. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thanks, John. This can be to anyone. And I know that I've asked this again, and I'm sorry to ask it. All these apartment units are at going rate. Nothing is affordable. I guess you guys have restricted to year round. Is that correct?
There's nothing in the requirements for the regulation. The regulation that this is proposed under does not require that any affordability restrictions.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, no. So it's all market rate.
Correct.
Yeah, I know Dave, I can just add into that. They have had discussions about trying to do some affordability with the town. But that hasn't worked out as of yet. So it is still a work in progress, but there's nothing yet.
Correct.
All right. I would urge you guys to continue your efforts. My concern with market rate housing, and even if it's year round, is that market rate, who's going to end up in the market rate units? I fear that's going to be someone's summer spot year round, and not really get the right heads in the right beds is my concern here. So just a thought and a concern. Thanks.
Yeah, we're definitely in a continued conversation with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to see if we can make something work there.
Thank you. I'm looking for hands. Anybody? If you don't have questions at this time, I'll open it up to the general public.
Emily Molden.
Okay, welcome back, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emily Molden here again for the Nantucket Land Council. I appreciate some of the new developments with this project and having an opportunity to review some of the stormwater plans that were submitted. I did a preliminary review of those with the consultant, and there are just a few comments that I wanted to bring up, hopefully for further consideration by the board and the applicant. First of all, it was brought to my attention, and this might be standard practice, but it was something that I thought would be valuable to bring up to the board just for consideration for this project and future considerations, but that when calculating the storm events for the stormwater management plans, that there are certain values, rainfall values, that are used to create those calculations and get results. And the values that have been used in this case and maybe are typically used are 1961 values. And I think that probably is a previous standard, but it was brought to my attention that there are updated standards or values through NOAA. And I just think that it's important to consider, and maybe it's something that the board can request to have that data reevaluated, because I think it's important to really start accounting for the higher storm intensities that we're seeing when possible, especially for a redevelopment like this that is going to be bringing in significantly more impervious surface in a relatively sensitive area. So that's just one thing that I wanted to raise and ask for some input and feedback on. Another one is maybe a little bit more general. Again, I know the board is aware that this site is in the Wellhead Protection District. It's also in the Nantucket Harbor watershed. And again, as a redevelopment project in the Mid-Island area, it's definitely significantly increasing the amount of impervious surface on the site. And while the stormwater management that's being proposed moves water the way that it needs to be moved on the site to get it underground, it doesn't address nitrogen inputs. And we know that Nantucket Harbor has been an impaired water body because of excess nitrogen and a lot of the resulting degradation from the harbor resources. And I wanted to put this on the planning board's radar because I think that while this may seem like a constrained site for what the applicant is proposing, I think that there probably are some additional elements that could be incorporated, whether it's trenches with some trees, using some of the landscape area to do some kind of bioremediation or pre-treatment using vegetation above ground, because the additional stormwater that maybe used to percolate into the ground where there's either grass or other vegetation is now running off of either the roof or the parking lot. And so that nitrogen from either the vehicles or from the atmosphere is essentially just being channeled directly into the groundwater and ultimately into Nantucket Harbor. So I want to raise that because I feel like this is an area where the planning board does have a role and does have some responsibility to think about how to balance this additional growth and redevelopment of these properties with preventing additional impacts to the environment. So if there's an opportunity to incorporate some other methods of treating nitrogen and reducing nitrogen in the stormwater before it enters the ground. I think it would be incumbent upon the board to try to see if the applicant can do that. And then I know that there hasn't been an official landscaping plan submitted, but that might also help to shed some more light on trees and vegetation that's planned for some of those green spaces. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. I guess I would ask Dan Malloy if you had any comments about the updated stormwater values that Emily is referring to from the other departments, and also about any thought with the landscaping plan for trenches and trees and things like that.
Sure. So yeah, we're familiar with the other rainfall information she mentioned. We did take a look at it. We're happy to take a look at it again and make reference to it in the report. If there is, if there is other data out there, if the numbers have changed, if it's gotten worse, we'll certainly take a look at it. And we do get into landscape plans. So the board currently does not have a landscape and lighting plan. That is the next thing on our agenda to get done, and hearing everyone's comments and following the meeting today, that's what we're working on next.
Great, thank you. Stephen Welch.
Thanks, John. If you want to keep up with members of the public, I'll lower my hand. Sorry.
Val Oliver has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Val.
Val
Okay.
Oliver.
Hi, Val. Welcome.
Val, you gotta unmute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, Val.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So a project as large and impactful as this commercial development should really allow citizens to take part in person. I think the webinar format is rather impersonal and dismissive of those of us who wish to air our concerns and ask questions about projects that affect the whole island. A blank screen with my name on it and speaking to you as a concerned resident feels like indifference to my right as a meeting participant. So I also think it makes our comments easier to disregard. So I just want to ask if the protocol for the board can in the future please change and reconsider just being on Zoom, because it is important to have that personal contact. So here I go. I am aware as a Mid-Island resident and Nantucket resident that island properties change hands. More of these are going to come up as that happens. And so it's a great idea to have amenities and businesses that we're all excited about having. But the question is this appropriate at this overambitious scale in this area? The intended quantity of services seem aggressive and completely out of context with the island. What about a good sense approach, asking the developer to scale back a little bit? And I know he scaled back already, but I'm sure there will still be a profit. Everybody will be happy, and it might be more in keeping with island area. The the footnote in the packet pointing out, I'm reading my notes that I wrote earlier. The footnote about the freeze in the zoning height guarantees nothing because it's not a right, it's a allowance. It's a zoning allowance. The developer can request to have this height, but the HDC ultimately has to weigh in on what will give you the green light. And all of the buildings in the area don't exceed 30 feet. Even the Stop and Shop facility was held to 30 feet, and they integrated into the environment quite well. I just want you to consider that zoning shouldn't predicate architectural elements, just as HGC shouldn't weigh in on intensity regulations. I've been sitting here most of the meeting, and it was very interesting to listen to the problems that Richmond development is having, which is also a concern that I have with cars and parking. Transportation and parking are not functional now, and I think anybody who drives through Mid-Island cannot refute that. You're all aware of it, especially in the summer. Cars and density are the biggest issue that we face. Waiving parking is irresponsible and should not be allowed. This project is simply too much for this one spot, and the metrics that show credits are due for parking need to be reconsidered. Let's just reflect on tonight's Richmond project and see where they're at. In this area, really, really please consider parking. The trade-offs, I think, are too great, and the gridlock that we face now is only going to get worse. Does it make sense to have this many living units in one structure? Does there need to be 2 restaurants? Is this the right place for a bowling alley? It would be great if there was a transportation plan for Mid-Island, or, you know, wherever, that studied and considered what the future options of commercial and residential infill propositions would be prior to these requests before they arise. I feel like we have a lot of gridlock because of the present situation that we have, and we have to consider that before we actually accept more things in the area. Dealing with the shoulda, coulda, woulda consequence after the fact is not planning. It seems in more recent years, we keep trying to fast track things without looking before we leap. I urge you to all ponder the realities of the area, of the built environment that exists. Please don't agree to endorsing this without taking the proper time to consider and weigh the outcome that will result in a more complex problem after the fact. My favorite analogy, and I know I drive you guys crazy with this, is trying to fit 10 pounds of apples in a 5-pound bucket because this is where it's supposed to be on account of the master plan. I fear we're going to end up with applesauce. Thank you for your time and letting me comment.
Thank you, Val. Meg, you'll have to help me if there are other hands raised. I see
Not
Stephen.
in, yeah, Stephen, not in the general public.
Okay. Yes, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I guess I'd just like to reiterate the prior point, which is parking, designated parking spaces for the residences. You know, we have a lot of traffic. We have a lot of parking that kind of migrates, and I think that's a good thing in a lot of ways, so that you can park in one location and walk over to the Stop and Shop and then maybe grab a bottle of wine and stop at the pharmacy. But that will be more problematic for people who actually live in these residences where, you know, they're not there for an hour or two. They're there and they need a place to park. I understand there'll be relatively small apartments, but you could have single parents and so on and so forth. So I did a word search on the resubmission, and I didn't find anything for reserved parking or condominium parking other than the mention for some parking for the existing condominiums at 16 Sparks. So I think that that's an important consideration, and I'd ask that you look into that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, anyone else from the general public? I'm not seeing any hands raised on my screen.
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, I see Barry and Dave. Dave, Barry always likes to refer. Go ahead.
Barry likes the last word. I just wanted to kind of follow up what Emily said, and I think that it's important if you guys really would put some effort into your landscape designs as far as it comes to swales and anything that's going to help absorb nitrogen. We are in the Harbor Overlay District. We are in the Wellhead Protection District. So I think that anything that you guys can do when you are doing your landscape design that would address those things would be helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Barry.
Just a few quick things. The ability for you to work with your neighbors there, such as Cumberland Farms, is inherent toward making this plan to get to a lot more functional status. So I don't want to spend a lot more time on this because that's an important thing. And right now that makes me think we definitely need to continue this. I think you've made some progress at this point. There were certain assertions made earlier about with this development, all of a sudden it's applesauce, and I encourage people to go back and read the Mid-Island plan, which really talks about how a neighborhood gets created and how it becomes walkable, and how it does integrate together. I think there's plenty of things in there. Unfortunately, some things were out of our control when that happened, and you have to understand too, this is a long-term plan. It's not just, hi, we're going to make everything all happen at once. It's a long, slow, integrated plan, but it certainly puts things into a light and a perspective and a forward momentum with things. So I take a little umbrage at applesauce here at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
But if we're close, I don't see any hands raised anywhere, and I'm thinking we need to continue this.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment before you do
Oh,
that. Barry.
please, yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of things. We've had many discussions and meetings prior to this on a previous plan, so we're kind of starting new a little bit, but we're not in the things that we were looking for from our comments from our previous one. Added to that, I would like to just voice concern about long-term plans as far as when we look at this one project, we're not just looking at this one project. We're looking to see how this project will shape the landscape of future projects surrounding this. So elevation is important, landscaping plans important, and I like Emily Molden's suggestion about the landscaping incorporating it into the nitrogens, et cetera. So but I do see that there has been an immense amount of progress from the reduction of the plan to the cooperation and talks that the abutters have had, looking at namely house fitters and also Cumberland Farms. So I think there's been a hell of a lot of progress, but as Barry said, I don't think anybody expected not to continue. So unless there are other comments or questions or anybody from the general public. Dan, I see your hand raised. Is that?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. So I think everybody's obviously looked at the plans. So we weren't expecting to close tonight either. So that's, continuing is something we expected to do. But if what we'd like to get is, because we didn't hear a lot of questions tonight or input or feedback on the plan itself. We've gone to pretty good extents to try to come up with a shared parking access driveway scenario that works for everyone. And in part of our discussions with the neighbors, I think it'd be helpful for them to hear, your pros and cons on what you think of the site plan, so we can go back to them and try to get the negotiations finalized, at least to continue that discussion.
Okay, Meg, do you or Dan have a plan that you can put up on the screen for not only?
I can put one up if you want.
Yeah, and the general public to see.
So anybody see this?
Yes.
All right. So obviously Cumberland Farms on the left over here, house fitters on the right. And we have had discussions, numerous discussions with both parties about shared access, parking, driveways and the like. So what we're really like to hear just some general idea from the board if this is something that you at least can work with, that you like or dislike, if there's any elements that you think you'd like us to address. So if you can see, we've got, this is the one-way entrance, or one-way exit at Cumberland's on this side over here that we turn into two-way. And then the traffic parking could flow directly across from Cumberland Farms right through our parking lot. And then again, two-way out on the house fitters side. And in this scenario, the house fitters driveway that's here would actually be removed. And they would utilize our driveway, moving traffic essentially into our site, where they're the lower generator. So they would can also get their own exclusive, somewhat exclusive use parking lot. So we're just trying to see if this, the intent of this, I think it addresses a lot of the concerns if we just get some, at least some general feedback on it.
Go ahead, Barry.
So, Mr. Chairman, a few things. Mr. Beloy, you'll be pleased to know this also made social media as well.
Great. Do you want me to keep this plan up?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you might as well. I think I said it earlier. I'm just going to say it again. I think you've made significant progress at this point. You've got your two neighbors that I think you absolutely have to work it with. I think Emily Molden brought some good ideas tonight, which I know you'll incorporate. Above and beyond that, I did hear someone say something about a medallion system. I just think that initially, while you're out of the gate for dealing with this, you're going to have to keep a little bit of a track, especially at night, of who who belongs on your property and who doesn't. Because, unfortunately with the Stop and Shop, we're seeing overnight parking happening a bit, which again, I think that'll be a different conversation to address with them. But right now, just so you have a handle on the parking and site control for that. And like I said, I don't see it as a long-term thing. All right, that's it. But you're doing good.
We are working on a parking management plan, so we'll try to get that together for the next meeting.
Awesome. Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with what Emily was saying. Any way to help that, I think would be fantastic. I just see all these lots becoming one, and I could just see someone like ripping through here. So I don't know if it becomes, elevated sidewalk, handicap ramps, or access or something, but some way to kind of slow people down from going from one side to the other. And yeah, I agree with any way to not have someone sleeping back here and trying to hide would be definitely helpful. But yeah, you've definitely going in the right direction, but there's a lot more to be done. So thank you.
Go ahead, Nat.
Yeah, echo what Joe said and what actually Barry said there is the thing with the house fitters is great. Appreciate that. Those are the kind of things, and this is to back to the, what happens with us in Mid-Island. I mean, we've been, again, since 90, the last bad project was Kitty's. I bring that up every so many years when something happens in the Mid-Island, and parking's in the front, would have been in the back. Everything else that's been done is one spot at a time. So that is all part of this. And this particular area right here is certainly not going to be a dog park or a bike park. It's going to be commercial. And, we hear people complaining there's not enough commercial. Then we don't have enough housing. Then we have too much housing. Then we have, it's very difficult to nail down exactly the right thing. I can name plenty of things that I don't really think should happen somewhere that's slated for it, but I'm not gonna go there because there's a lot of other people involved with these projects that have their own beliefs and their own thoughts on these things. So in this, what I see as far as the Cumberland side, Dan, that's exactly pretty much what we talked about originally. Less cars, or no cars, actually, should be coming in that little funky little exit for the gas station going towards Stop and Shop, that little spot there should fix itself now and not be a problem with people kind of like trying to come in and you're trying to leave. And again, you know, the Cumberland project is brand new, but nothing's perfect. And we got the unloading of the trucks right, we got the curbing right, it's flush. We did all that, but that one little thing can now get solved by this project. So, I mean, we did it with Dan's, same thing. He had the worst entrance until Cape Cod 5. Then it got fixed. But people forget that. But that curbing used to stick out into the road. So, I mean, you know, I understand the concerns, but, you know, we can't make this project go on forever, but we definitely want to get every single thing right that we can. As far as just, you know, overall flow and overall functionality, I mean, there's always going to be jams. There's always going to be issues. This is the only roundabout that actually functions. You know, the rotary doesn't function very well, but the roundabout does. You know, we're not going to have loading zones out in the street. We talked about that at the beginning of this project. We do not want a loading zone in the road like we currently kind of do, sort of kitty cornered up on the sidewalk. So we've got that fixed. I mean, it looks pretty good. They're headed in the right direction. Definitely, Dan, you definitely get with, you know, these new statistics on rain and all that Emily's talking about. Satisfy that situation, because that's a big, you know, it's going to keep coming up. So as far as the affordability thing with what Dave asked at the beginning, Dan, I mean, that's going to have to get some answers there. I don't know what's going on with that, but maybe this could be a different level of income of some sort. You know, I don't know, 200%, 250, I'm not sure. But there has to be some kind of number that works for that, because that's a problem. We can't have high-end housing here. That isn't really what we planned on in the Mid-Island. So I would suggest that we continue on that road to try to come up with something that makes sense. Thank you.
Dan, your hand's raised to address?
No, that's an old one, sorry.
Okay, Carl, go ahead.
I just had a couple of comments, Mr. Chair. I would echo Mr. Iverson and Mr. Lowell on affordable housing. Maybe the developer could shoot for a third or half of it to be affordable. These days, I can't picture developing a property without some affordability for the apartments. The other thing was, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Malloy, and Mr. Rector brought this up a few meetings ago, is there any chance of a third entrance exit on this property, or is that not possible with Allen's Way or Hooper Farm Road? And those are the two comments that I had. Thank you.
I can answer both of those. So we don't own any property and have access to Hooper Farm Road to the east. So there's just no way that's going to happen. And then Allen's Road behind us, there's an easement on the Cumberland Farms property, but there's really no continuation of that down to Allen's Lane. And we also don't abut it. There's two residential properties between us and that road. So I know right now it's used for a lot of pedestrian access crossing through, but there's no way to access a road or any type of a driveway through there.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to at this point support a lot of the comments that have been made, especially the affordable housing, some type of a component there. All the broad comments and many of the specifics. The other one was Joe, you know, I really didn't see it until Joe mentioned it, but I can see where you could have somebody trying to make a left past Cumberland Farms and then just go ripping down to the right there. And I'm wondering if there are a couple of areas, perhaps maybe 3, where without affecting ADA, I don't think it would because the spots are close up to the structure, where some cobblestone rumble strips or something, just to that effect could be helpful, kind of a prohibitive on and a traffic quieting. And then the other one, which I'm not quite sure how you're going to work out, but it appears to be there's about a 3-foot drop in grade from the right side to the left side. So from House Fitters towards Cumberland Farms. So it'll be interesting to see how you guys address that, and perhaps you can work into that solution concerns and comments that Emily made. And then lastly, I do appreciate that the parking spaces for House Fitters, it is a more equitable approach than the prior submission. And I think that's a good thing. And on the other side with Cumberland Farms, I think that helps resolve some traffic flow problems. So, it's better than it was. There is some concern. I agree that it's a lot for the area. And I'm hopeful that we can come up with, as a community, a parking solution for this area, because it's probably going to get worse otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Dan, just a couple. I don't see, maybe I'm just can't read.
I'm going to put that back up.
Yeah, I don't see a HVAC location for anything as far as equipment. Is that going to be something that's going to be on the roof? But because I do have concerns with that as far as if it was going to be on the ground level, noise. I don't see.
So there will be a flat area on the roof and all the mechanical systems going up top. So
Okay.
It's a good question. We don't have any space on the ground. There's no air conditioner units, nothing. Everything's
Okay.
up above.
Great, thank you. Also, I am really curious to see the elevations that you will be providing, and hopefully in a little bit more advanced notice than just at the next meeting, because I'm sure there are going to be comments out of that from not only the HTC when it's presented to them, but also from the board. As discussed in the past, we've always looked at the height being a concern, having from where the sidewalk is looking directly up with that the proposed heights up to 40 feet, and we've mentioned before in the past a breakup of the building, so it doesn't look like one massive long building. And you have a couple of brick pads here that break up that a little bit, but I just wanted to see, it could be from that front elevation, it would be interesting to see how it's being broken up with gable ends and things like that for second floors. And so I look forward to seeing that. But for the positive, we've seen this plan numerous times in different lights, and it seems like each time you've addressed a lot of our concerns. Getting rid of that underground parking, although it's nice to have extra parking, presented a lot of problems with circulation and and the ramps and things like that would take up a lot. I still I know you've addressed this, but I really would like to see you address the assigned parking that Stephen has mentioned numerous times, just because I think once it goes free for all, people, the residents that are living there might not have a place to park, and just at least an assigned space for them would be much needed. But there is some good flow. I think, the one concern where you have multiple people exiting and entering is where Cumberland Farms is to the left there, where you have the Stop and Shop parking coming out. So but I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do with that unless we made a one-way going in and out. But then obviously the cooperation that you've had with the neighbors and House Fitters and Cumberland Farms would be affected by that, because I think there's some opposition to just having one way in and one way out. But a lot of the things that you've done, I'm in support of. Landscaping plans, as I've already mentioned, that numerous people have mentioned, is going to be interesting to see as well. Because all we're seeing is green space, but we're not seeing actually what's going to be put there. So no, I definitely appreciate the reduction in plan, and obviously in a perfect world, we'd ask you to reduce it by more than half of that. But there is, a financial end to this and an equation, not that I'm privy to, but I know it's business as well. So appreciate the sentiment in trying to reduce, but obviously there's still going to be more once we see the elevation plan as well. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Stephen again. So I think we've heard what the board has said, and I do want to say that one of the issues that we're running into is this idea of getting restricting housing that doesn't have to be affordably restricted is something that the Affordable Housing Trust and Tucker Carlson are working with us on, but we're having a lot of trouble. They don't have that program yet. So because they don't have a program, they're non-committal. And I'm not trying to blame them. I'm just saying that we can't just go in and say we want to do this and they say, yeah, great. It's been a process and that we've had ongoing discussions, and we'll try to re-engage and get them to be more committal. But I think part of it is just that they have a lot on their plates, and this program is in process on their end too. So we hear you on that. What I didn't hear for the most part is that this is not going to work in this area. I think that there's sort of a silent consensus that maybe essentially cutting the project in half was a good volumetric idea, and that going to the HTC now is probably a good idea. I think that that's what, just to give the board an idea of what we would do is take our plans, go to the HTC, get a nice building design, one that is both street front but not looming. And I think that is a conversation that we've had internally significantly to make sure that, from a pedestrian point of view and a motor vehicle point of view and just a scenic point of view, that we provide that street facade that's going to be attractive, not create some kind of shadow or loomingness or just overbearingness. And frankly, I don't think we get through the HTC with that anyway. So the project will go to the HTC, and while we're there, we'd also deal with the other issues that came up tonight, which I think are more technical and less about the program of the building. Now that we're down to the 32 units with 59 bedrooms and 2 commercial spaces and 2 restaurants and the bowling alley, I think the idea of having some assigned parking, now that there's much less residential units, is something we could certainly accommodate. That's some low-hanging fruit. And I think it's a good quality of life issue for the people who are going to live there. And we'll come back to you. I want to continue to the next meeting, but I suspect we'll probably actually be 2 meetings, because getting through the HDC, or at least getting far enough where we want to bring our plans to you, is likely going to take more than that 4 weeks. So I suspect that you'll see us on the agenda, come back to you maybe in March or something like that. Thank you. So that's my request, to continue to the.
Before you do or I think Dan's hand is raised. Did you want to address something,
Yeah,
Dan?
just a very quick question, not to drag this out. We do have the traffic consultant here tonight. Could be nobody's had a chance to review his report yet. Just curious if there's any questions, or if we should just ask him to come back for the next meeting we're on.
I'm sorry that he came here and there's no question to be had, but
we flew him in and everything.
Yeah. I would say if we're looking to continue and you have enough information to go on, and you have a plan in place with Stephen for HTC, I would suggest we bring him back for the meeting that going to have.
Yeah. So realistically, I think we'll see you in April, but I'd like to legally continue to the March meeting, please.
Sure.
Megan, you muted.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, Tucker Holland, our municipal housing director, has had his hand up for some time.
No.
So I don't know if you wanted to take comment.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Meg. Welcome, Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
First, for the record, I want to clarify, even though I did recently appear on Fox News, it's Tucker Holland, not Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I heard myself say that and I was like, oh, well, I'll let it go. But yeah, sorry about that, Tucker.
Yeah, no problem. And I just wanted to clarify, I appreciate, well, first of all, I appreciate the board's focused on the year-round housing, and I appreciate the developer actually very early did reach out about how this project might serve the year-round community. I understand, from that point until now, there's been a lot of gyrations and evolution of the project, and therefore it's understandable that we have not heard from the developer in some time. But I kind of want to clarify something that Steve said there. Like we do have a program in terms of buying down affordability. We've done it a couple of times already in other large scale projects here. So it's kind of like the ball's in the developer's court. Would love to hear from them. This is certainly a project that we think could serve the year-round community in a meaningful way if we can, have a common sense approach to it. So just a clarification. And again, I thank the board for their focus on this project.
Thanks, Tucker. Meg, anyone
I'll
else?
certainly commit to following up with Tucker after the meeting.
Thank you, Stephen. Meg, anyone else with their hand raised from the general public? Okay, Barry?
Yeah, so motion to continue to March 13th, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that? I don't know who seconded that, sorry.
I second it.
Okay, Joe. Motion was made to continue to the March meeting by Barry, seconded by Joe. Roll call. Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have Sandpiper Place 1, Beachgrass, 43 AC LLC, 43 Beachgrass, Sandpiper Place 2, Nantucket Property Owner LLC, 24 Honeysuckle Drive, and Nantucket Island Resorts LLC. That all the same? Sorry, no. No, I'm sorry. I'm reading. I'm continuing. Okay. Just the Sandpipers. Okay.
Yep.
And
Just for the record, I'm going to recuse as a staff person on
Okay.
this, but if we need some Zoom navigating for attendees participating, that's fine. But I am otherwise turning my camera off.
So, Meg, who is going to be monitoring? You'll be able to, with hands raised, any hands raised for general public. I can call on you to activate or have them tune in. Great. Okay. Thank you. Representing, is that Rick? Did I hear?
It is.
Hi, Rick. Welcome. Rick Bodette.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodette for the applicant, Nantucket Property Owners LLC and 43 Beachgrass LLC. My clients own 35 lots in Sandpiper Place 2 and a duplex in Sandpiper Place 1. I think you're all rather familiar with the project, though it's been since December. You didn't see us in January. So just to refresh your recollection of what's going on here and what we're asking for, we're seeking to have a pool and fitness center at 24 Honeysuckle Drive that acts as a community center for the neighborhood. In addition, and as part of the request, we're seeking to swap a 175 AMI unit, which is now at 24 Honeysuckle, with 43 Beachgrass, which is a market rate unit and a duplex lot. So we would swap those, and the market rate would be where the pool is and fitness center is proposed. There were you've seen us a couple of times, November and December. There were still a few items outstanding after the December hearing. The first of which is our initiation fee, which the owners have now decided to make this amenity available to everyone free of an initiation fee. That's a big step and a big change from the last time we were here. So, you know, we heard the community loud and clear, and I think it's going to be available to everybody. Of course, there obviously will be, you know, maintenance charges on a monthly basis to everyone. We have submitted an estimate of those charges. At this point with our estimate, we anticipate the market rate monthly fees to be a little under $150 a month. 142 is what we have at the moment. We have the market rate owners paying 95% of these fees. The 175 AMI unit owners would pay approximately $43 a month, and 80% would pay approximately $15 a month. In addition, there were some questions in the last staff report about whether the MOA is being met between the agreement between the select board and Richmond. You know, we're not a party to that agreement, but obviously we stepped in the shoes of Richmond as developer on the Sandpiper 2 development. We believe those are being met. The general requirements of the MOA, the town was obligated to support Richmond's zoning request in 2015 in exchange for a certain number of AMI units created. And I think the town obviously fulfilled their end of the bargain. And obviously Richmond and in furtherance of that, our client has been building these units and they're starting to sell as well. So that is continuing to be met. The other question was whether the AMI units or the affordable units, I should say, are dispersed throughout the development. They are and will continue to be. I mean, we're only swapping two units out of 94. So I don't anticipate any big change there, obviously. There was also another question about whether the housing director and DHCD supports this application. I did receive an email that I forwarded to staff in January from DHCD, and they said they had no comment really on the application. I explained to them what was going on. They said, we don't really care if it doesn't affect the 80% AMI units, which of course the swap doesn't. I think that Tucker Holland is obviously on the call tonight, as we just saw, and I think he's supportive of the project, but I'll let him speak for himself. And then the last issue that I don't believe was an issue with the board in the last hearing was the discussion about parking. You will remember that we had a pull-in space that was a couple of spaces. But Richmond, Great Point Development were particularly concerned that we weren't providing any specific head-in parking on site. I think the board members didn't necessarily want it, but now I think we heard tonight why it's so important to Richmond, obviously. And so what we've done in an effort to make a compromise is we've submitted a plan last week to you, and should be in your packet, that shows one head-in parking space in addition to our pull-in spaces. We have a handicap space that we've put into our pull-in space, and an additional pull-in space that we want to limit the time frame of course. But then we did submit a plan that shows a head-in parking space, and that's in an effort to hopefully resolve the issue with Richmond if the board so desires. And so we've submitted both plans. We kind of leave it up to you guys. We'll provide it another space if you think it's necessary. Of course, we think that if we provide a space, people will abuse it. But again, like I said, we'll provide it if you guys think it's necessary. And I think that's about it. We're excited to create this community center. We think it'll bring people together, in the neighborhood, and it's a great mixed income development, and we think this will be a great part of it. So we're very excited to provide it, and happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Thanks, Rick. Do you have the ability, or maybe if Meg is listening, to put up the plan, or actually the preferred and obviously the second as well? Just I know as you're speaking, other people listening might want to see what you're talking about.
Let me see if I am able to do that.
And while Rick is trying to do that, any board members have questions? I know this isn't new, but Joe.
Thank you. So just a point of clarification. So there won't be a one-time buy-in. And if they did that, would they still have that monthly fee if they did that? So does the monthly fee go away and that monthly fee still in effect? Is that like?
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Megan. Appreciate it.
I believe that we're eliminating the one-time buy-in.
Right, but
yes.
My point was the one-time buy-in, and then once they did the 20,000, they would still have to pay this monthly fee, or is this in lieu of the 20,000 payment?
No, that was part of the plan. You know, we had submitted an estimate previously before on the fees. I mean, it was a one-time buy-in to essentially defray the cost of it, Joe.
Yeah.
And then, you know, obviously ongoing fees, which eventually, you know, we'll have nothing to do with. It'll just be the association will set the fees if they're sufficient. If not, they'll increase them. But no, it's not, it wasn't, you know, it didn't take the place of anything. We just eliminated the buy-in fee. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Barry, go ahead.
Did you want to do a little walkthrough on the plan before we start, or are we good with what we're seeing up here?
Yeah, this
We're good?
is I'm assuming this is and it's not, and admittedly not a great version of it because it's been scanned, but I'm assuming this is this is the one we prefer with the, you can see the striping there for the handicap spot, and in front of that is furthers the turn in. There might be a better shot of this in our I submitted both sort of this sort of, here we go. This might be a better shot of this. This is without the head-in parking space. And then there's another one where we shifted this is the second one. You can see the head-in parking space. We shifted that grass area over. Yes, thank you, Megan. And included that head in, and we still include those two spaces that are parallel to the street there, one of which can be a handicap space. So.
Okay, anyone else's hand raised from the board?
So, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Barry.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Swapping those two units, fine. I don't have a problem with that. I think reducing the number of parking spaces, the more I've thought about this, I think the better off you're going to be. I think they're going to be a nightmare for you, to be very truthful, especially with people listening to kind of what I heard earlier tonight. People just seize those spaces, and good luck trying to get them out of there. The facility itself is open only to, help me to clarify that. It's only open to that neighborhood that you guys have. Is it open to, help me? I'm sorry,
sure.
Mr. Bodette, sorry.
Sure, yeah. As we've said all along, it's open to anyone in the Sandpiper 1 and 2 neighborhoods. It's 94 lots in there. They don't have to join, of course, but it's open and available for any of them to join. Obviously we didn't want to open it up to other neighborhoods. I mean, that in and of itself, I think would create some traffic issues. So this is meant to be sort of a walking amenity, and that's why it's open just to these two neighborhoods.
Okay. So I just want to follow up on that for a minute. you've caused me to do some real soul searching on this one as I've been dealing with this. When I go back, as I said to Richmond earlier tonight, when I go back and look at the entire subdivision as it was proposed to us and what it would begin to ultimately look like, I always saw it as a series of very functional but yet highly integrated neighborhoods, essentially one neighborhood unto itself functioning that way. So even though the parcels are now being sold off to different developers and stuff, there's still an integrated plan sitting underneath that I, to this day, was one of the reasons why I said, yes, let's make this happen. With that in mind, I would really love you. I'm appreciative of what you've done so far with the health facility, but it's not integrated to the entire system. There's my problem, is that I almost see it as setting up this rivalry factor with other parts of the entire subdivision. And all of a sudden it's like, well, they have theirs. What about us? How does that fit in? And there's where this only happened over the course of the past month. And there's where I'm having some consternation with this. I think moving it, taking it and making it a little bit more commercialized in nature, where this could be the start of a much bigger thing for the entire neighborhood. But I would like to see it be more inclusive. Certainly, you can't have everyone in there, and there would certainly be caps to it as well. I think to resolve your parking issues, maybe taking over one of the commercial lots that sits and abuts up onto the Old South Road area takes care of that. And now all of a sudden you can open it to anyone within the entire process there of that whole Richmond area. But it's like I said, my gut concern here is it seems rather divisional in nature. I know you can't solve everyone's problem, but it just does not comport well with me at this point after that. And so there's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
So-
Go ahead, Rick, before I.
Sure, thanks, I really appreciate it. So, I think, Barry, I think my only response to that, Barry, is that it's, certainly, a great idea. However, and I know these were done by the same developer, but they're not the same developments, number one. They don't have the same HOA. That they are different. And frankly, if you look at the size of this, Barry, I mean, it's a 20 by 36 pool. I mean, it's a regular pool I could put in my backyard, and a very small fitness center. And it will be, I'm a little bit concerned that people are going to have to get slots to go into this, kind of like they do over at Nasha, and I think I have no idea how many hundreds of people are in Meadows, and I assume you're talking about Meadows. And I just don't think this particular place is big enough for them, number one. Number two, we don't own those commercial lots on Old South Road. You have no control over them. And those are not even in the Sandpiper Place development. Those are owned primarily by Richmond. So I think it's, I understand your concern, obviously, but I don't think there's anything, we don't have any control over that, to be honest.
And just very quickly to close, I understand you don't have control over it. I get it. Believe me, this is not the easiest conversation for me to be having with you right now either. But on the other side of the coin, like I said, when this whole project came online, there was a great deal of effort to try to met out and put this into being an entire neighborhood, a highly integrated one at that. Okay, so and we knew that parcels would have to be sold off. That's not lost on me. But again, I'm going back to this integrated neighborhood concept on a much more macro scale. To be able to say, all right, if we're going to move into that direction, maybe there's a chance to maybe do it in a better and bigger way that benefits a whole bunch of people in that neighborhood. And that's what this is all about, neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. As much as I respect Barry's opinions and viewpoints, I'm going to disagree with this. I'll just I'll put it an opposing side just to hear the other side of the coin, or see the other side of the coin. I think it is inclusive. You're getting something, a more, you're getting luxury amenities at a discount. You're asking the 90% of the market rate to pay the fee of 142, we'll round it up to 150 per month. It is now accessible as far as a buy-in. Before it was $20,000 now, and we were talking about how it would play into something similar to the beach plum, but now really all fees are waived for the buy-in. You have, I would say, for a luxury like that, to have 175% at $43 per month and the 80% at $15 a month, it makes it so there's an option there. Without it, you have a playground that's great, or a couple of playgrounds, but this is just an added feature at an affordable price. You're making it inclusive because you're not just directing it for people that can afford to pay a buy-in of $20,000. And as far as the parking, I have a different view. We've been talking about parking all night, and I think if you build it, they will come, they will park, and then we're going to have even more issues. I want it to be I personally want it to be reduced to, handicap accessibility for parking, and maybe service vehicle. I didn't want to add extra parking and get a lot, because I think you'll have the problems that we were talking about. People are going to be parking there. But we did address a little support for the Richmond Group properties there earlier, when we had a letter of support given to the Richmond Group to present to our select board for our tow, a potential tow lot. So we're kind of addressing that over parking and excessive parking there. But we're also, flipping. It's not like we're getting something for nothing. We're actually providing a duplex now. So 2 units. We're trading for a lot and addressing an extra unit for housing that wouldn't exist on this lot. So I think there's a lot of pros and cons. We do have to talk about the things like open hours and lifeguards and signs and safety issues and keys and passes, how it is, because as far as popularity, because I think Rick had said it, I think if anything, it's going to be so well received that there might be slots because you have to sign up for things. But I think the opposite. I think this is actually good, and it will be self-sufficient in the supporting of it for the people that are going to use it. It's affordable. So by making it affordable, it makes it more inclusive instead of the opposite. So with that, I'll just agree to disagree, Barry, respectfully. But I'll let the other board members speak. Maybe they have something else. Dave, I see your hands raised.
Yeah. I have so many mixed feelings about this, but in the end, 3 parking spaces is going to be an issue. It really is. I mean, children, families, getting stuff to the pool, people going to work out. I fear that there's already parking issues going on in Richmond, and that this is going to contribute to them. And that's one of my biggest concerns.
So Dave, can I just ask, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair?
Sure, please go ahead.
You mean not having enough parking spaces here is going to be an issue?
Yes.
Is that what you mean, Dave? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think I said at the first two hearings, there's not a single lot, that's more than 1,000 feet from this property. And so, and that's why we really intentionally did not want to provide spaces, and that's not something I'm used to doing. And I think you heard about some abuses already, and I really feel strongly, and I think my clients agree, that the more we provide, the more they will be abused. So I understand your concern. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of people in this neighborhood, clearly. But we want to encourage people walking there. We want to discourage them from driving intentionally.
Yeah. I will say, if we just look across the street at North Shop with 200 units over there, they have a pool, they have 2 tennis courts, they have a mail facility there. They now have a pickle court. There's not parking there. There's absolutely no parking there. And the units are relatively close together, and you really are, one parking place per house. So people are parking on the street, and it's not excessive, but people are used to walking, and from the far extreme of Old South Road, walking down to the clubhouse, they're not driving their car and parking on the side to go into the pool or play tennis. They're walking down there, and they use passes to get in. So it's kind of similar to over there, and we weren't asking or looking for them to require 10 units of parking places down there for people coming down, to when they're taking the kids by the wagon and going down there. It's just something that you're used to. You live in the neighborhood, take a stroll down there, and use the facility and stroll back. I don't think everyone's jumping into their car and walking down there. So I don't think we're looking at it like that. And there's a perfect example. Drive by, go in and out of North Shop, and you'll see what we're talking about with this. If anything, we're addressing the handicap parking, so there is a space for that. And service vehicles we can't ignore that there are going to be people there that service it, drop off stuff, delivery, etc. So I just wanted to point out that, and there's a case in point right next door. I would ask Meg if there's anybody, I know she's recused, but if there's anybody from the general public that has their hands raised, I can't see that.
So we have David Small, Andrew Burek, and then I'd like to make a comment of my own if I could. So we'll go with David first.
Sure. Hi, David. Dave.
Evening. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm in Cedar Crest 3, the neighbors directly to I don't know what direction we are, just down the street on the other side in our little residential neighborhood. In the beginning, going back to Barry's original philosophy of that development, that was all going to be residential. And for it to change from residential to an activity center, potentially puts a noise, lighting, etc. on the neighbors that would be in the Cedar Crest 3 development. And I would just like to see those concerns addressed. Whether there's landscaping, buffer, sound, again, hours of operation, but mostly lighting and sound. That's it.
Thank you, Dave. Meg, did you say Andrew or Andrea?
Yep, Andrew Burek and then Phil Paston.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Nice to speak with you again, members of the board. Andrew Burek, General Counsel for the Richmond Company. David, you are east of our development as the crow flies, just for your bearings. To address some of the matters that have come to the board's attention on this particular item this evening, I will address first, if I can take a step back and preface, obviously the planning topic du jour tonight has been parking, and it's the fact that it has to be a critical resource on this island and addressed in almost every planning matter that comes before the members here. There hasn't been a single application tonight that has to stress the critical need for parking. This particular item should be of no exception, simply because a community amenity is not listed in the bylaw as having minimum required parking does not exempt it from parking. I think that's a very important thing to keep our eye on. We, as we presented earlier, just to piggyback on that point, are in the best position as being the management company for the HOA that controls, manages 94 single family home lots to know what the abuses have been. I think, to use the Field of Dreams analogy, if you build it, they will come. If you don't build it, they will come. No matter what's happening, they are going to park because they want to use this facility, period, end of sentence. When we speak specifically about the swap, I don't want to gloss over the swap. I think the swap is detrimental to the balance of the affordable units distributed between the two separate and distinct subdivisions. Downgrading from a single family home, regardless of the fact that you're getting an additional unit to the town's affordable housing, it does not count toward their shy list. Living in what is effectively a attached duplex condominium style unit does not replace a 175 buyer's opportunity to live in a detached single family home. And in particular, I think what has Richmond frustrated about this particular topic is we only saw Capitol Hall's proposed plans this past Friday for a hearing coming up Monday when they were prepared in advance. Attorney Bodette says he heard the comments of the community and would like to respond to those by eliminating the origination fees for this pool as a clubhouse. He's not hearing the concerns of the master developer. He's ignoring the fact that we have repeatedly asked for 2 parking spaces head in perpendicular to the street on the site. They own the lot immediately adjacent to the north. If they wanted to do a 4-foot lot line adjustment, they could provide an additional parking space. Without the lot line adjustment, there's plenty of space to provide a second 9x20 parking space. This is what has Richmond frustrated. We try to stress to everybody that the parking has become an issue. We're trying to management. We need the tools to manage our own development. And a developer that comes in and understands the vision and the planning board's vision for these particular developments to work together in harmony is ignoring our concerns. So thank you for hearing us tonight. We hope that, our continued cooperation with this is not overlooked.
Thank you, Andrew. And just my gut is from the last comment about if we're not hearing your concerns about the parking, I'm not sure that this particular neighborhood and this parking for this particular facility by adding 2 spaces or 3 spaces is going to be that significant in the overall 107 single family units there, and parking and the other 225 apartment areas. And I think we addressed that earlier, hearing your concerns and supporting your idea of the tow lot. And that gives a little bit more enforcement from your position. So I did want to just address that. We are hearing your concerns. And in this particular instance, not to minimize it, but the parking that you're asking for is not going to solve the magnitude of the parking issues that we have for that development. But previous discussions might help. Rick, your hand's raised before.
Yeah, you can finish with the public and I'll, if you don't mind, I think there were other people who wanted to speak.
Thank you. Then I would, I believe Phil Paston, hand is raised, so I'll acknowledge Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to echo what Andrew had said. We have tried to work with Capitol Hall partners all the way through this issue, reached out to their broker, their exclusive broker, who tends to be our exclusive broker, to say to them that if you work with us, we could find a compromise. I get the fact that they want to make more money from their homes by having these amenities. That was never part of the original plan when we worked with you guys back 7 years ago to create this density. It was to have a balanced community. And we still think we can have a balanced community if we have the right amount of parking. We're not trying to kill them on the fact that they're trying to get more money and add more amenities. If they make it open to everybody and they have enough parking, which we believe is a minimum of 4 spaces, we agreed to go down to 3. That's going to go a long way when we put in the hammer that we talked about earlier this evening on a different item of being able to control people who don't want to obey the law there. In addition to that, they have a piece of land behind there, which is a hammerhead lot. They could take the time and effort and a little bit of money and use that land to expand their community center that they want and get 5 to 10 spaces out front that are perpendicular to Honeysuckle Road. And that would solve the problem. They just need to take the time to do that and work through it to have it happen. And I would recommend we punt a decision on this tonight. We all meet out there with the planning board, Capitol Hall partners and ourselves. We walk the property and we better demonstrate the conflicts that will be created by not having enough off-street parking. It's one thing to sell a property, but it's another thing for people to buy their dream home, whether it's their primary home or second home, and be able to feel comfortable living there for years to come. So I would recommend that we do not have you make a decision, but we meet on the site, we do a site walk, and we show how there's a solution here when there's a bunch of land behind their footprint, and that's that hammerhead. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, so I don't know if Megan wanted to speak or if she wants to wait, but I'm happy to go.
Meg, did you want to hear from Rick as far as that, or would you like to add something first and then have Rick just wait for the general public?
No, well, I am commenting as a part of the general public,
Yes, correct.
not as a part of a staff person in any capacity. So I just wanted to publicly state that I appreciate the applicant's willingness to listen to some of those that live in the community as it relates to specifically to the initiation fee. We appreciate that you took that into consideration and listen to our objections. So that's all I wanted to say. And Dave Arminetti also has his hand raised if you're taking more public comment.
I'll continue with the public comments. So I'll acknowledge Dave. Welcome, Dave.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dave Arminetti, Director of Real Estate Development for Richmond. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I've already testified in, I think, 2 of the prior hearings on this on behalf of Richmond. I don't want to retread that ground, and both Andrew and Phil have articulated some of our comments, I think, quite effectively. But I do want to make 2 points. One is a technical point to kind of wrap back around on the overall parking issue that I think might be helpful. But, you know, this idea of don't build anything and force people to walk, it kind of gets to the point that Andrew and Phil have been making, and it's an intuitive thing that, you know, the board deals with this almost every day and certainly every month in the applications that come before you in these instances where you're kind of trying to modify or shoehorn something in after the fact that wasn't originally intended, and that's inherently tricky. It can be done, but it's inherently tricky and maybe a little more complicated. And we've tried to articulate that in the past. I think it kind of gets to Mr. Rector's point. You know, Beach Plum and Noshop, which have been cited repeatedly, and correctly so in many ways, in this context, those amenities and those spaces and the spaces around those were planned at the same time in a master plan type way, to Mr. Rector's point. This was a balancing act, as Mr. Passon points out, in terms of serving this absolute crisis of year-round housing, both on the for sale and the rental side. And the focus was not on using land for amenities that people can hopefully get somewhere else on the island. The focus was on the much higher priority of housing, year-round housing, and AMI restricted housing. And, you know, by all effects, both the planning board, the select board, all the staff that's worked on this, our team, our contractors, everyone that's been involved can be rightly proud of what's been produced so far and what's continuing to be produced, on a daily basis. So I think that presents a bit of a complication. The way this subdivision lays out, there's not as much on-street guest parking in that particular area as there is in other areas. So you're, again, trying to kind of shoehorn this into a tough area. And we're, to a point I made in one of the prior hearings, we're kind of pushing uphill against human nature. Yes, many people will walk to the facility. Hopefully, most people will walk to the facility. But we manage this on a daily basis, as Phil and Andrew pointed out. We're the ones on the front line, not Nantucket property owner. They're currently building their first handful of houses. They're not out there every day trying to manage this. And we are, and we see it directly, and we're the ones who have to deal with it most directly. So we're in the best position to articulate this. So a couple of spaces will go a long way. It won't solve the problem entirely, but it also won't just turn its back on the problem and not try to solve it at all. And the only other point I'll make, in clarification of the overall parking issue, just so that everyone's clear, the board will recall, but for the public and some of the members of the public that have commented in other contexts, just want to make it clear, as the board will remember, during the several years of substantive hearings on our project over, I think we had 50 some odd public hearings in sessions. We worked the entirety of our team, your team, the staff worked very hard to make sure that operational issues and such as parking were dealt with properly. And I just want to make it clear, not only do we meet code in both the rental side and the single family side in both Meadows and Sandpiper, we're well in excess of code in the Meadows project by almost 10%. The issue we're facing is, as the board knows, and as everyone in the community essentially knows, the housing crisis is still so extant, and our project is so popular. People are moving in, they're occupying their units. In some cases, one might say over occupying the units, in some cases because they have no choice. So we're getting a little excess parking even above the almost 10% above code we have. I just don't want the impression to be left that we got parking waivers or we didn't provide sufficient parking at the beginning. As the board will recall, in addition to the balancing act of the housing, we did everything we could with your board and with the Plus staff to make sure there was sufficient housing. We have 225 units in the Meadows, and we have about 350 designated parking spaces. So we're, I think, 9% over code there. And we provided a fair amount of on-street guest parking within both of the Sandpiper subdivisions. So I just want to make that clear for the record, even though I know the board will recall that in their memory, just so that impression isn't left with people. So thank you. I think Phil's got a good suggestion. People are trying to work together here, as is always the case with our project and with your board and with the staff, and maybe a little time together out in the field to work around and brainstorm might help solve this once and for all. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I don't see
Tucker
Meg,
Holland. Tucker Holland and then David Small again for public comment.
Go ahead, Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was asked to comment on the, sort of the program for offering this amenity. And I guess I just would want to point out that my comments are really focused on the affordably restricted units, obviously to year rounders. I think it's absolutely terrific, as I understand it, that if this ends up being offered, that there is no initiation fee to the AMI restricted unit owners, and the affordability level of the program, as outlined earlier by Mr. Bodette, in terms of what monthly dues would be, generally seems to be in a very reasonable level, particularly compared to other programs that exist on the island. The other aspect that I think is favorable about how this has been designed is that it is elective. It is not required. And that, again, is a differentiator from other programs around the island. I do want to, in closing, say I think there is a lot of merit to what Mr. Paston, Mr. Arminetti, and Mr. Burek have brought up. I mean, those folks really do have firsthand experience, and the suggestion of meeting on site and really trying to think through the parking issue. I am not a parking expert, but what I've heard makes a lot of sense to me. And certainly in a neighborhood where, as the board already dealt with earlier tonight, there are some parking challenges. Giving that due consideration would seem prudent. Thank you.
Thank you, Tucker. Dave?
Thank you. Yeah, for you, Mr. Chair. Could you
Yes.
bring the map up again? I just want to make sure that you're all aware of where I'm coming from. The east, Mr. Burek pointed out.
Rick or Meg, I'm not sure who brought up the original initial map.
I think Meg did.
The parking plan that was up on the screen before, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a moment. I have to find it.
So I guess to the Mayflower Circle portion of that, to the back of the property, there's still a turnaround easement in there. And we would really like to know what's planned for that space. There's supposed to be a buffer zone between the Cedar Crest 3 development, which would begin where the Mayflower Circle name is there in that line. As Cedar Crest 3 is the owner of Mayflower Circle to that point.
Okay, Leslie, I see your hands raised. Maybe you'd like to address. Or did your hand go down? Sorry. Well, Leslie, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand raised? Was there a address to the question? Was there anything planned?
Well, I'd like for Rick to answer that part of the question as far as any buffer that may be planned. But the Mayflower Circle turning easement is something that has been determined is no longer needed. And there's a warrant article, I don't have the number, but it's on this year's warrant to dissolve that easement. So in theory, that will go away eventually if that's approved.
And who would that go to through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you read my mind. Thank you, Dave. Rick, is that going to be, once that is dissolved, would that go to that particular lot?
Yeah, it's within our lot. So if it is eliminated, which I wasn't aware of the warrant article, but there's been a lot of discussion during this process, and I appreciate Dave Small bringing up some meaningful points in his commentary. Yeah, we don't have a plan for it because we don't have control over it right now. You know, I assume Cedar Crest has, if anyone has rights in it, it's them. And it is obviously subject to a buffer zone. There is a 20-foot buffer zone. We've intentionally made sure that the pool is not in the buffer zone. We did submit a landscape plan on our first approval. I can probably share and show you guys that. You know, at this point, we don't have any plan for it because we don't control it, and it's kind of out of our hands. I mean, we're, like we said to the planning board over and over again, you know, we're happy to cooperate however the board wants to eliminate that. You know, it's a little bit out of our hands at the moment. So we'll do whatever. But if I can, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to some of these public comments.
Sure, and you've been patient. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. So, I guess first of all, with respect to Richmond's comments, Dave's called me and he's made comments to the board on numerous occasions and has been saying to me that we have required parking under zoning, that just like they said tonight, that you always need parking for when you have an application before the planning board. They've said to you that we need a drop-off space for granny, to bring the kids or the grandkids or whatever. They've never said to us, parking is a disaster in our neighborhood. And we didn't hear that until they came forward today. So, I think the most important thing they said is that they're in the best position. They were in the best position to create parking here and try to stop their own parking from creating a disaster there. And I think they failed to do that. They're in the best position to eliminate that turnaround they keep talking about. They never did. And so now we're stuck with it. They were in the best position to not have duplexes on any of these lots. They asked for duplex lots and they got them. Okay. And I'll bet they are selling duplex AMI units. I'll bet in their marketing material, they aren't as dismissive of a 175 unit owner buying a duplex unit as they were just a moment ago, saying it should be a single family unit and it's a difference. Yeah, it is a difference. But they wanted the duplex units and they got them. So it's a little frustrating to hear, some of these things now from a developer who they said it, they were in the best position. And I think they're trying to solve it. And I think, some of the board members are right. We're not going to solve their problems with a couple of spaces. They asked for a handicap space, someone to turn in. We added that. They asked for additional parking. We're willing to provide it. We had one more space and I don't think it's going to make a difference. And again, I feel strongly that if we provide it, it'll just be abused. And they can tow spaces. I don't know if they can from our lot, but then we'll have to police it. So anyway, I do want to address some of David Small's concerns. I think he has some really good questions. And I think we've addressed them all in our prior, in prior hearings, in our submission. We do want to limit the hours of the pool, obviously. We initially submitted an application that said 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. We do want to have key fobs so that, only the owners can come use it, obviously, and it won't be abused by people. Obviously the lighting has to be downlighting. It has to be approved by the building department. Landscaping, we do, as I said, there's a 20-foot buffer that we're not allowed to have structures in. Right now, we did submit a landscape plan that shows a buffer on the back. We also have a buffer on the back of that turnaround easement. We want to landscape it properly. We want it to be nice. We want it to, not be seen from the people on Daffodil and Evergreen as well. So, and like I said, we feel like this really is inclusive. It's important to us to have everybody come use it if they want to come use it. So, and we think we've made it affordable to everyone, and we think it'll be a great amenity for this neighborhood, for everybody in this neighborhood. So, and that's why we put so much effort into this.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something, please?
Before you do,
I haven't said anything.
And hold.
I'd like us.
Wait,
Go ahead.
Pat. Excuse me, Pat. Joe has had his hand raised.
I'm sorry. I just love Joe.
I'm just going to let Joe speak, and then I'll get to you next.
I love Joe's background. I don't even look at Joe. I look at the background.
Yeah, that helped. There you go.
Beautiful.
I can't believe you just called me Patrick, which is the star. Anyways.
Did it twice, I think.
Anyways, I love him to death. I'm not knocking it, but anyways, John, you bring up a really good point where Nos Shop is working. It probably not perfectly, but people are walking to the pool. And then, Mr. Passon comes on and says, we got a major problem. So is it growing pain? Is it education? Is it, do they need to come up with like a parking pass that's like the back bay and it's in the back window? Someone drives by, and if it's not there, they know someone's parking illegally. But there seems to be some problem where they want more parking for the pool, but I don't think it's necessary. If you have it there, the people are going to go. And Megan, maybe you can answer this question for me. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know you're trying to stay out of this, but I think that if you know that you have to walk to the pool and your friends are going to come over and you want to go, you're going to walk and you're going to set that precedent up. So I don't really understand why it's such a problem between the two developments, but there is a problem. And I don't know if it's growing pains or it's just education and routine. You get in your routine and you do your thing. You get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, same thing. We all do it. So there's got to be some way that this is working. And I think that Passon Group is trying to push their agenda on this group, and I really think it's a problem. So I think that this is mainly a group of homeowners that are going to want to use the pool. And sounds like Rick has got a lot of things in place to really make it work. And it's, listen, if my neighbor gets a pool, I can be upset that he's got a pool, but doesn't mean I get to use it. Someone put this in place. This is for them in this neighborhood. If you're a friend and they want to bring you over, that's great. But I don't think that should be an exclusive reason why they get the pool or not get the pool. They want to come forward with this. I don't think the extra parking is necessary other than having a drop-off area, or say someone's parent needs, is in a wheelchair or is not walking well, that they need some assistance to get there and then be able to get to watch their grandkids in the pool. So I feel like there's someone's trying to muddy the water and say that they don't like this, but I think that Rick is correct, that Passon Group had this under their control and they didn't fix some of the mistakes, and maybe they didn't know it at the time, but as this starts to move forward, there is some issues and problems, and this is why we need to work this out now to what is the best way. But I honestly think that the homeowners of this area are going to walk to that. It's not that far away. It's something they're going to ride their bikes. They're going to skateboard, whatever, scooter, I don't care. But they're going to get there and they're going to understand this is the only way to use this, and this is the proper way to use it. I think that comes down to education and moving forward. And thank you, Rick, for waiving the $20,000, because I think that was actually crazy. So I think there's something we can go forward, but I don't really see what everyone else is pushing is that case. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Nat.
Yeah, just follow up here. I mean, it's like everybody's right. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, this is one of these, like, everybody's right things, we're guessing. Like, the other places don't have parking. I've gone to the North Shore pool many different times. I have to park at the end of Kittiwake on the little corner thing. You can't park on the beginning of Kittiwake, or whatever it is, not Kittiwake, Kildare, excuse me. The bottom of Kildare is where I park and walk across Kittiwake. Sorry about that, John. You knew what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I think this isn't necessarily a build it, they'll park, or I think it's just sort of they're going to figure it out. But it wasn't planned at the beginning, and that's what the problem is. Phil suggested a site visit, suggested continuing. I think that may be the right thing for this, because this is not like a typical application for us to just say, okay, we're going to approve this, 3 parking spaces, have a good day. This has to be, everybody's got to kind of agree with this. They're going to get the pool. It's going to happen, but we got to be right with everything. We're certainly not going to build a parking lot. The pickup drop-off, or the drop-off, drive back to your house and walk for one person is going to be how this is going to really end up working. for the stuff, for the kids, for the mother-in-law and all that. That's how this is gonna work. But I mean, we have to make a decision. So I think we should wait one more meeting and get a real decision that everyone agrees on. So that's my opinion
Okay,
at
Barry?
the moment.
Yeah, I would concur with Mr. Lowell. I want to go back to the holistic nature of things here at the moment and who's responsible. You've got Andrew Burek, Dave Arminetti, and Mr. Bodett. I'd like to end cap this though with you all thinking a little bit. So if you don't mind, through you, you can pick and choose which ones you want there. But you got three: Andrew Burek, Dave Arminetti, and I see Mr. Bodett with his hand up too.
I'll leave Rick for last. Dave?
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman and board members. And, we've known and worked closely with Rick and several of his clients over the years and have got along well and have resolved some issues before. And I'm hopeful and optimistic we will again. I don't want to retread too much ground, and I know the board loathes having debates between applicants and the public and co-applicants and whatever we are in this case. But it's a little factually inaccurate to say we had the ability to solve some of these things when we were the only developer. We weren't proposing or including these things. It's just factually incorrect. We had no need to address or get rid of the turnaround because we weren't proposing anything other than a single family detached home there. So just factually, we probably should not get too far afield, but the degree of management here, I also want to make sure everyone's aware of. I would think maybe in hindsight, you might agree that you misspoke, Rick. No one's saying anything out there is a disaster. It's an evolving situation. And we have a little bit of a parking management issue because people are not following the rules and the management that we in the planning board and the planning staff have set in place, because we're fighting uphill against human nature a little bit. And we just see it happening again in this smaller context. We didn't make it clear previously, but to Mr. Topham's point, we actually already have, in addition to having all the spaces designated and numbered, the residents all get tags for their cars, just like in Boston and other neighborhoods. So we're using every reasonable management tool we have available to us to maintain and manage the problem. It's just, there's, so many people need this housing. So many people are excited about it. There are a few, bad actors and people who abuse it. And it is a little bit of growing pains, to Mr. Topham's point, that I'm sure will work out over time. But as Andrew Burek, I think, properly articulated, we need the town's help with a little bit of a few additional tools in our tool belt to solve it long term and to get through the growing pains. And we're just looking to not create another problem that we have to work on and solve in advance with this new element. We all agree that it could be, if done properly and managed properly, it could be a very nice amenity for the entire community. We've been saying that from day one, both in private to Rick and his client, and in public to anyone who listened and to your board. So thank you for the continuing input, and we do look forward to coming to a consensus and being able to put this behind us and getting the board to vote and everybody to move on.
Thank you, Dave. Andrew?
Thank you for recognizing me again, Mr. Chair. I think it's a testament to the fact that Dave and I have been working together for a long time and are separated only by a very thin demising wall that he made many of the points I was going to make. I have two additional points, though, just to address Mr. Bodett through you, Mr. Chair, briefly. We are not at all trying to downplay or in any way denigrate the fact that a condominium unit is a perfectly livable and accessible unit for somebody, who's in that price bracket. And by any other stretch of, America, that is not an inexpensive place to live. And just to put the facts on the record, we had priced our single family homes at about $75,000 to $100,000 higher than the condominium unit for that particular purpose. It's because they are a distinct product. When we went through the permitting effort and engaged with the planning board through, as Dave mentioned, 50 quasi-public meetings and hearings and processes. We created an intentional step down of density and tried to allocate the affordable units accordingly so that the apartments were the highest density, the duplexes were the next highest density, and the single families were the next highest density as we approached the easterly portion of our subdivisions towards Cedar Crest 3 to respect that development. That 10,000 square foot lot is not like the 5,000 square foot lot in Sandpiper Place 1. That single family home is not comparable to that condominium unit in Sandpiper Place 1. Any broker would give you the same explanation. With that, I think I'll just leave the board and the public and everyone else who's been paying attention to this particular matter with this thought. The affordable housing restriction, the regulatory agreement that we have, that we are a counterparty to with the town of Nantucket, that Nantucket property owner is also a counterparty to, is going to have to be amended as a part of this process. Richmond's going to have to agree to it. At this point, if our concerns haven't been addressed adequately, it's going to be a larger boulder to push up that hill. Let's just leave it at that.
Thank you, Andrew. Barry?
Did you want to go to Mr. Bodett?
No, I said he's on last.
There you go. Perfect. All right. Who's responsible? That question came up tonight. Who's responsible? This is no different than what you just went through with the Mid Island thing and how all of a sudden there's a new development happening in the Mid Island area that maybe people didn't quite anticipate all the way. But make no mistake about it, we did do a Mid-Island area plan that even encompassed Old South Road and what it was supposed to look like. And that still serves as a guiding document for how we deal with these things. And granted, there are some twists that come in that we didn't reasonably anticipate, but doesn't mean that you just throw the baby out with the bathwater. You learn how to integrate it into things. So mark my words right now, as Richmond develops as well too, this will not be the first or last time we're going to be dealing with certain issues that are of this nature. So whose responsibility? It's ours. Just like the Mid-Island area, we're tasked with that for the Richmond division as well too. We cannot reasonably anticipate all the various things. The idea of a club and amenities just didn't get entertained in the bigger process at this point. We didn't see it at the time, but on the other side of the coin, doesn't mean we can't deal with it or we should be frustrated by it or figure out who points fingers at who about it. These are literally part of the growing pains that's associated with us, with this type of development, especially when they're this big a scale. So it's up to us, really, and it will continue to be up to us to do it. And try to make the best sense of how it fits into what the vision was when we started it. Always trying to be faithful toward, little changes need to occur too. But underneath it all, there's still a master document and a plan of what was supposed to happen. And it's up to us to try to make sure that we either modify it or we maintain it as faithfully as we possibly can to get to the end goal. That's all I got to say. Thanks for listening.
Rick, before I officially give you the baton here, I just wanted to ask you if there's consideration for the proposal to meet at the site with potential board members, representative of the Richmond group and yourself, to maybe explore, maybe if we see something actually in person with all parties, we'd be able to kind of brainstorm and come to a mutual beneficial decision. I don't want to take away from your other notes, but I wanted to just preface it with that before. So go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have too much to say. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that, John, because that was really going to be my only comment and really almost question. I mean, how long you guys known me, I'll I'll meet and try to resolve anything as much as I can. We prefer it that way as well. But I guess I'm not hearing a big issue from the board members as to parking, as opposed to, what Richmond is saying, which sounds to be, give us what you want, or we're not going to play in the sandbox. So, I mean, obviously, I think, it's never going to hurt us to meet and Dave's right. I have a good relationship with Dave and Andrew as well. So never going to hurt, guys, but I guess I want to have some sense from the board of what we're meeting about, what we're talking about. How can I help you guys resolve something if parking isn't an issue for all of you? I guess is my real only question.
Well, speaking, listening earlier, taking notes and what the original plan for Richmond when they first were looking at this, and they had looked for as many as the 4 parking places, and different board members have different opinions with the amount, but looking at what was proposed on the minimum was going to be the 2 with the drop-off handicap service. So I think what we're really talking about, and maybe I'm wrong, is we're looking at a 2 to 4. I don't think we plan on putting 30 spaces there, but that's why I think the site visit with all interested parties would be beneficial, because we'd look at what we have here, what to work with, and where can we put them, and to address everybody's concerns.
And I think if we do that, if I may, maybe we can stake out some areas so that you guys can see what things will look like.
Okay. I don't see anyone's hand raised, so leaving it with Rick at the last, as the last, can we make a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
Thank God.
Okay, to the March meeting. Great. With the just a side note that we'll plan on addressing the meeting with all parties.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll talk to staff.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch with Dave and Andrew too.
Excellent. All right. Motion has been made by Dave, second by Barry. Was it?
Yeah.
Great. Roll call. Dave.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
All right. Thank you all. Moving on. I think we have one last. And Meg, I think you're back with us. Great. Nantucket Island Resorts LLC, 98 Old South Road. And this I will still direct the meeting. However, I am going to let Abby sit in on this since she had sat on it when I was absent. Abby, are you tuned in?
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's right.
Yeah. All right, I see.
She's on. Where is she?
Oh,
I think
name's
Meg's
on,
got
but it looks like the phone is disconnected somehow. Abby?
She was having a connection issue earlier. So
Yeah.
Sure.
It's been terrible. I've been kicked off like 5 times.
She's on. There she is. Okay, I only got like 10, 12 minutes.
Me too.
All right.
You guys turn into pumpkins at that stage?
My
Brutal.
butt's been in this chair since 8 a.m. So I'm going to make this brief if I can.
Okay. Go ahead, and I'll just, as I said, I'll be recused from this, and I'll just direct. Go ahead, Rick.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodette for the applicant, Nantucket Island Resorts. As I think you guys all remember, we were here last month. You voted on the neighborhood employee housing project. And as part of that decision, the neighbors wanted, and we offered to only use the easterly business driveway to access the site. And it came to our attention through staff the day after the hearing, and I'm as mad as I was when I heard it. I'm thankful that they said it to me, because that would have created some big issues, I guess. Apparently, the homeowner association and the town have been working to eliminate these easements for quite some time. And if the board makes us use an easement that will be eliminated, that'll create a big problem for us. It'll also create a big issue for some of the HOA. So in any event, we're here to talk only about the access and what we do about that. And we also were presumptive enough to submit a decision to you guys in advance. And in that decision, in addition to all the conditions we talked about, we said we would use the easterly business driveway until such time as it's eliminated, at which point we'll use the roadway that the town has and the HOA have planned out. And so that was all I was going to talk about. Leslie brought to my attention another issue that I think was raised by Andrew, and that's that we should talk about paving the additional part, the westerly portion of this access road at some point here. So we're happy to talk about that. And I have spoken to, in the interest of time, I have spoken to the owner of the property, and he's willing to pave that portion of the driveway that's unpaved right now prior to getting a final CO on the property. So anyway, I can answer any questions, and I'm sure Leslie or Megan may have some comments as well. So.
Well, I'll ask staff first. Do you have questions or comments before?
No, I just want to say that, Rick accurately described what happened. Neither Megan or I were aware of some of the discussions that had been happening with the Pinecrest subdivision. That's why we didn't bring it up at the hearing. We only found out about it the following day. And, we would ask for you to go ahead and approve the modification as Rick described it, with the shared driveway to be paved prior to the issuance of a CO.
Okay, board members? Barry?
Thanks. Can you bring up the map for a second, please? Thank you. This is Pinecrest and the quote unquote Cardinal Road, which doesn't exist. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Correct. So this is Pinecrest here.
Right.
This is Cardinal here, and this is the easterly easement
All right.
here.
So what's going to happen with the easterly easement?
That is going to be abandoned.
Good. I'm really pleased to hear that, because I went out there, and to think that was going to be the primary access to the site blew my mind. Just through you as well to Mr. Burdett, I heard one of your NIR people were trying to throw me under the bus after this last thing. Not appreciated. Not appreciated. I'm just going to leave it at that, and you and I can talk about that later.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Understood.
I don't like people putting words in my mouth. Okay. So through you to staff at this point. So we're going to see improvements all along Pinecrest is what we're going to wind up doing, right? So it's not just paving that little intermediate strip which is being used, but it's actually doing a few improvements to Pinecrest as well, correct?
Yep, it's my understanding this is something that Andrew's been working on with
Yep.
the larger plan with the Pinecrest neighborhood, kind of
Good.
validating the subdivision, if you will. And part of that, this plan before you is a concept plan that they have been working on. And this is the plan that was presented to us the next day that prompted this whole discussion. So in any event, this elimination of the easement and bringing this in here, the Cardinal Way with the access to Pinecrest is part of the larger plan.
Yeah, because I think truly for this all to happen at this point, this is definitely the more functional route to follow. It's just that Pinecrest will require a few upgrades to it at this point to make it work much more effectively. And I just want to make sure that somehow that if possible, the developer here is also contributing toward that cause as well as part of the remediation for the subdivision. So I just want to make sure that's all on the record. Thank you. John, you're muted.
Thank you, Barry. Here I am telling Abby. No, I just wanted to acknowledge that Abby is online now, and then she can just answer in the affirmative that she can hear the discussion and she's in tune with that.
Thank you.
Abby? I heard something.
Sorry, I've been having some muting issues in case you guys
Okay.
haven't.
But you
But
are
I am
online and you have heard the discussion, correct?
Yes, I just heard Barry's comment.
Perfect.
So I have been on. I got kicked off and then I had to call back in, and that's why I was double muted.
Great. All right. Thank you. Dave, your hands up.
I would just like to make a motion to approve the changes to this before we lose Nat and anyone else.
Is this where we have to, if this is opened up to the general, open up to the public, so we'd have to
You
close
got it.
the public hearing,
You got
but I'd
to our-
first like to see if there's anybody in
We're
the
gonna,
public.
we're gonna lose Nat here in a minute.
Yeah.
So we have 3 people currently with their hand raised: Ann Egan, followed by Paula McQuaid, and then Jennifer Iller.
Okay, Anne, welcome.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Well, good. First off, I want to say if you do what you're saying you're going to do, you would make my 63rd birthday, which is today, very happy, because that easement that was on half my lot and half my stepson's lot has been a thorn in my side because I found out it was done illegally, never approved. So honestly, it needs to be the way it was supposed to be in the beginning when Julie Bunting didn't want it to go in front of her house. Well, she doesn't own it anymore. So Jeff is willing to do it, and that's the way it was supposed to be, so that everybody had access to their lots and could do what they wanted on their lots. So I really appreciate it if that's what you're going to do, because I have to say that there's no way that Jeff could get his trees in without making that cut. And there's no way that that house that just got put on the lot in front of Jeff's house would have come in on the trailers on my lot, because it would never make the corner. So I'm very happy if you're going to go through with this. It would just make my day. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Anne, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Paula?
Hi, Chairman of the Board and distinguished members. I didn't realize planning board was a endurance sport, but I'm learning that it is tonight. My concern is what we discussed at the last meeting, and it's safety. And we just approved, now there's going to be potentially 36 more cars on that easement, that to leave both ends of that road open. You know, we had talked about closing one, and I felt like we were kind of deciding we were giving in a little bit, keeping both ends open. And now that it's come about that out of nowhere, this plan has come out. I hadn't even seen this. And then I caught wave of it and I called the lawyer's office and got a copy that for safety's sake to keep both ends open. And it looks like, I don't know, the pink, if you put the plan back up, that the pink area goes for the town taking over up into the Pinecrest lot, not just to Cardinal Court. And I don't see the point of it taking over that far up onto Pinecrest as well. I understand taking over the actual Cardinal Court from Old South Road to Cardinal Court, but beyond that, it's I don't understand why that is like it is. I don't know if anyone is able to answer that.
Okay, I'll look to staff. Did you understand the question, and is there an answer or response?
I did not understand the question. Was the question, why is the easement area laid out the way it is?
No, not the easement area. So if you go from Old South Road onto Pinecrest, if you took the right onto the easement, onto Cardinal Court, but why is there also pink area all the way up to the end of that other property?
Probably so they can have frontage.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure where she's talking
So
about.
if you go on to Old South Road, okay, follow up to the easement. Nope.
The other way. Follow onto the pink.
Pinecrest. Yep, keep going. Why doesn't it stop right there? Why does the pink keep going further up? Why doesn't it end if you come back to the easement?
I'm really not that familiar with this particular plan because I haven't been the primary staff person or the point person, but we can talk about that another time. It doesn't particularly have anything to do with the application tonight. If she wants to set up a time, I'm happy to talk with her and find out the answer. Excuse me, the answer.
Nat, is your hand
No,
raised?
just want to say, Paula, you're a new sort of owner in this. This is old stuff. This is old A&R subdivision gobbledygook that's on paper. That is what it is. We're trying to fix all this stuff over the last, decade, and this little snafu got us. So the neighborhood's going to have to suck it up, and this is what's going to happen. So, because this is what it was supposed to happen. Unfortunately, that's just how it is for now.
Gotcha.
It's the truth.
Rick?
I mean, I guess I was just gonna say, I think what Leslie just said, that, we're here for a very specific purpose, and while I think it's potentially important to discuss the access to this lot as it relates to Cardinal Way, where whatever road the town wants to create and the HOA wants to create terminates, or how far it goes, I think is really beyond the scope of our discussion. It's certainly important, and I think Paula should reach out to staff, but I don't think it's to this discussion.
Okay, thank
We
you.
did have one more
Hi.
public comment. I brought Jen Eller over and Paula has her hand raised.
Okay, and I see, okay, great.
Hi,
Jen?
can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you so much. So I am a trustee of the neighborhood, and I am concerned because I just want to make sure all of the neighbors and homeowners are aware and in support of this, and before it's approved. And I think as an HOA, we should have that option of having everyone informed and having the conversation with all of the homeowners before it is approved by the town.
Thank you, Jen. Paula, was your hand still raised?
Paula's was, but if I could just comment on the notice, the state has very strict requirements for noticing public hearings, and all of those requirements were followed through for this public hearing.
Thanks, Meg. I saw Paula's hand raised before. Is it down now, or? Okay, Meg,
do you
anyone
have-
else from the general public?
Anne has her hand raised.
Okay, Anne?
I just wanted to say that everybody that this affects was notified, and I don't understand why it has to go any further, but to get approved would be the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm running through. I don't see hands raised. Meg, if you have any on your side, please let me know.
I have Jen with her hand raised. I don't know if it's left over from before.
Hi, thank you. No, we did have notification from Jesse Brescher that we had to have approval from all of our neighbors before this could actually go through and have signatures, and that has not been accomplished at this point. I'm wondering also, I am huge into safety, and I'm wondering if any of the board members have had a chance to actually come and see this, at Pinecrest, because there have been some serious safety concerns last season with the rental that was there currently, the through CARP. And I just want to make sure that everybody's on board and has seen this. And I think we should really be looking at safety issues right now. There are definitely things that we could do to improve it. And I just want to make sure that you guys have seen it, and that safety is, a primary concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry?
Yeah, I will say for one, I've been out there at this point, and that is what influenced my decisions about the trajectory this is heading into right now. And I would probably say to you right now, knowing staff and the attorneys present, and the engineering that will be involved in this process, we're going to try to take the best practices there to make sure that safety is exercised, because in its current condition right now, it needs a little bit of work. And that's why I brought that up earlier tonight, was to make sure that somehow, some way that work was going to be accomplished to try to make the appropriate changes into that roadway system. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Not seeing any new hands. Meg, anyone from the general public?
I'm not seeing any, no.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
If hearing no other responses from the board or from anyone else present, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made to close by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
It's 10 o'clock.
Yes, if you can hear me,
Yes,
I'm
we got you.
crashed again.
Dave? All right. Joe?
Aye.
And Abby?
Aye.
Okay, now on to the merits.
I'm going to make a motion at this point that we approve the project with the aforementioned changes that have been denoted by staff with what has to happen with Pinecrest, and also shutting down the other end of that roadway system that is the illegal Cardinal Road part. Does that suffice, Megan, or do you need anything? You guys good with the intention of what we're doing here?
Yep, we're
Good.
eliminating the condition that directs.
Yeah.
Love it.
that
Love it. And what'll take care and the appropriate things that have to happen with Pinecrest to make this all happen. Thank you.
Staff is okay with that motion, then I will seek a second.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on, I believe we're at public comment.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome. Good night.
Guys.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I have got to go. The boat's just about to hit the dock here, so
No.
I'm watching
Go.
vessel. And I
Okay.
gotta go.
All right.
I didn't know this was gonna happen. So, thank you.
Nat. All right, we're almost there.
All right, you
Public
guys.
comment. Meg, would ask if there's someone,
So Ara Charter has her hand raised.
okay? Hello, Ara?
We can't hear you. You have to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, Ara,
Yeah.
welcome.
My name is Ara Charter, and I'm very happy to say that it was good to see so many familiar faces. Megan, see you, Barry, John, Abby, of course, Nat left us, Dave and Joe, and also to hear such wonderful comments and insights into decision-making tonight. I'm bringing forth a very simple solution. Apparently earlier in the meeting, an ANR was brought forth in my name by someone who claimed to be my agent. This is the first time I saw the package. It was about 30, maybe 45 minutes before this meeting started tonight. I tried to bring it to the attention of the staff, but they said I should come in under other comments. I'd like for you to save the positive approval of a subdivision of my lot when it's actually brought and submitted on my behalf, and to reconsider your unanimous vote to approve this, because I never even met this person who claims to be my agent, this Edward F. King Jr., and I did not in any way bring forth this package or this request before the board. Can you help me?
Hi, Ara. The public comment is not necessarily made for staff or the board to react or engage in a discussion. However, it is noted what you had stated. So I'm sure that the plus office and appropriate authorities will be looking into this. And if there's a basis for your claim, and appropriate action will be taken either at the next or future meeting. So I appreciate your comment, but we just can't, public comment isn't for debate. It's for the public to actually express any concern. But we did hear you, and thank you very much. It is noted.
Okay, I did bring this forward to the staff before the meeting started, so that it could be pulled before you voted on something that wasn't brought forward by me or on my behalf by someone being an agent for me. But apparently this message didn't get to you, or did it get to you?
No, and also when we have an agenda that's posted, we follow the agenda. Any changes before that, I believe if you're speaking in reference to tertiary second dwellings and A&Rs, again, that's just between the staff. That's not for public comment. But again, if there's any kind of irregularities or illegal proprieties that have taken place, I'm sure they'll be looked into and investigated, and then it will be discussed and if necessary, brought up at the next meeting.
Yeah, but I'm very concerned that someone would bring forward something with putting my name on it.
I understand, Ara. I'm trying to be cooperative, but again, we're not engaging in a back and forth. We did hear your concern. It is noted. We're going to look into this, and then on the basis of it, if there's irregularities, we will address it. But that is all the best I can do for right now. We're, that's just procedure, and what our hands are tied right now.
Well, that's a terrible shame that you should be able to vote on something when the person whose name is being brought on to you under is has no knowledge of it whatsoever.
Well, if
that is
the base, then obviously there would be a change or petition or open back up. But however, what we're getting, it's nothing that the board has done incorrectly. We follow procedure, and we're learning this. This is what you're saying at public comment. And again, there's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be discussion with you and appropriate, boards or authorities that will be looking into your claim. And if there's something that the board did by mistake, we'll readdress it and open it up. But if we followed all procedures and we didn't make a mistake, then it would continue. We do hear you, and there's at this juncture, there's nothing that we're going to be able to do to
But
change that until we
when
investigate
it was
it.
first brought to the board, it was brought under another name, and he claimed to be the owner. And I mentioned this to the staff, and then all of a sudden it appeared under my name as the owner, because I noted that I was the owner. And it appeared under my name as the owner, with this person being my agent, which I don't even know if I've ever met him.
Well, if we find that this person wasn't authorized for this particular A&R or under one of the previous tertiary A&R, then obviously we'll be looking into this and bringing this up.
All right, because
discussion.
obviously my name is on the first page as the owner, and he's claiming with a stamped signature, not even a real signature, but he's claiming with a stamped signature to be my agent. And like I said, I have yet to talk with him.
Yeah, and again, we're addressing your concern. We
Okay,
obviously
I
would have to
appreciate
look into this as well.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Linda Williams also has her hand raised.
I'm sorry, Meg, did you say Brenda? Or
No,
Linda?
Linda
Oh.
Williams also has her hand raised for public comment.
Okay, Linda, just keep in mind.
I got it. I just want to make sure. I'm just going to clear up something. I don't want Teddy King's name to be besmirched in this way.
Mr. Chairman.
Teddy was hired. Teddy was
Sorry.
hired by the
Point
person
of
who's
order,
in
Mr. Chairman.
receivership.
Excuse me, Linda. Point of order.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
clarify it, and I have a right to
Point of-
clarify it.
No.
Yes, I do.
I think, yeah, Barry, you're making a good point.
It's gonna be
Linda.
very-
By
very
clarifying,
quick,
we're going into
very
a back and
simple.
forth discussion.
This
and it's
is-
not just a
yes.
public comment, and this is not the time or the
I'm
place
not
to
going to go into
air-
the details of it. I'm going to tell you that it was legally filed.
Mr.
and Teddy was
Chairman,
hired by
I-
the person.
Excuse me,
Through
too many
staff.
people
Clear that up.
speaking. Too
There
many
is.
people. Nobody's hearing anything. It's late.
Yeah, I like just one
We've already
sentence
heard
here.
public comment. Linda, this is just in response to that, and I don't want to hear a debate between the
I'm
previous.
not going to
person's
debate it,
public
Mr.
comment.
Chairman. I'm just making one statement that it was legally filed by the receiver who hired Teddy to do it. That's the end of it.
And we understand that, and the previous person said it was not necessarily legal. So we're going to look into this, and obviously the appropriate action will be taken based on the finding. Any other public comment?
Motion to adjourn, sir.
Other business, just looking at the future meetings.
Sorry,
Uh,
not trying to rush you.
No, planning board special meeting Thursday, March 9th, 4 PM. Planning board regular meeting, Monday, March 13th, 4 PM. And the planning board joint meeting with select board and FinCom, March 20th. Now, I would entertain a motion. It's been a
Motion. There we go. Motion to adjourn.
John, good job, by the way.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a
You
second?
handled that well, John.
Mhm.
Second.
Nice work,
Okay,
John.
Motion's been made to adjourn by Barry, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. I think Nat is off. So
Yes.
thank you all for being patient. Long night. Get some rest.
Done.
Good night.
Good
all.
night.
Bye, thank you.
I'm frozen. Good night, all.
Night, Dave.
Dave? Oh,
Yes.
Thought
I'm
the dog-
still
I-
here, Barry.
I thought the dog was going to be your proxy tonight. It's a
Oh,
very cute dog.
be-
But that's okay. This is,
better
I
than
don't,
it sitting, better than it barking.
yeah, I hear you. Good night,
Good
everyone.
night, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.